bit off time. Xset weighed up exactly for the moment. So in comes Cryo. Cryo going to be able to get one, but they still haven't cleared out Hayes in the back line. But this is just perfect.
Oh, Urkus, what more can you get? So much more.
They need the spike actually down. Lots of pings going in. Aaron's still able to get another kill, but that's it. That's the Viper's pit down, and the Hunter's Fury. BCJ just does not miss with that ultimate.
Nice angle. Everybody's weak on the side of E-Daters and completely suppressed by Sky's positioning. 3K, the jet onto top.
Teammate Shen and Momiji coming out huge there in Bora.
Dashing up drop forward. Shorty finds it. Mina with the clutch.
Ladies and gentlemen, Valorant fans, welcome back to yet another Nerd Street LAN. This time we find ourselves in Georgetown, Texas. And, well, you find a couple of faces here that you've probably seen on the broadcast before. My name is Tanner Metro, alongside me, Chad Atlantis. And, Chad, we get to do it again, man.
Yes, sir. We did it on the previous LAN. I believe that's the one that Xset went at big, and today... yeah. Maybe that could be the case as well, but we'll look at later on. What we do know is it's going to be an exciting games all throughout the day today and tomorrow. We know Texas. The whole thing about it is Texas does it big, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen on the field today.
I'm glad you said it, because that's where I was headed next. And speaking of headed next, we can actually take a peek at how some of these LANs have transpired and where we're at today and where we're looking at going, right? You see these teams popping up here. Chad, you just talked about it. Xset winning that tournament up top, Zero Marksman, Black winning the tournament out towards Fullerton. And I believe a couple of those were for actual lock-in spots towards the Nerd Street Champs in August. Now, this one won't be that, but it's also not our last stop. You can see that towards the end of the month, we'll be headed out towards Bakersfield, and then that Denver LAN that was supposed to be a LAN, it seems that it did get bumped back towards online, but we'll see what the pricing looks like for that, as the pricing for this one is going to be a whopping $3,500. I absolutely love the idea, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I love the idea of the scaling prize pool, right? You have only a handful of teams show up, you're competing for this. You get the whole place burnt down with teams, and here you go. Now you guys are playing for a bit of extra cash.
Yeah, it's open bracket basically. 16 teams signed up, and we got a 3,500 prize pool, just pretty straightforward. That's kind of like the old school way of doing tournaments. It's like you show up, everybody puts their bid on how they can enter this cost, and whoever wins gets the money basically. But we can look into a lot more of that information in just a second, Tanner.
Yeah, so all that information Chad was getting into, and you know, I think I vote Chad for spokesman. I'm getting a petition started. We're revamping this video that you guys are about to see, and Chad Lantis is taking care of it. But to break everything down and kind of talk you through how things have worked here at Nerd Street, we have a nice explainer from the guys over there.
Welcome to the Valorant format explainer for the Nerd Street Champs. Valorant is back for this year's summer edition of Nerd Street Champs, a biannual open tournament series featuring the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in the Nerd Street Champs Finals. Our Valorant series consists of both online and in-person LAN events between the months of April and July. Our online tournaments will feature 32 and 64 team brackets, while our LAN tournaments will feature 16 and 32 team brackets. Throughout the Valorant Champs circuit, you and your team will have an opportunity to compete for leaderboard points and cash prizing. These opportunities will be held across 14 weekly online events and 11 LAN events, all with varying prize pools. Leaderboard points will also vary based on the size of LANs. LANs will be held across North America, taking place in Fullerton, California, Bakersfield, California, Denver, Colorado, Georgetown, Texas, Brentwood, Missouri, North Brunswick, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 4 of the LANs will host a $10,000 plus prize pool. The winners of these 4 tournaments will receive direct qualification into the $50,000 Valorant Nerd Street Championship Finals, being held on LAN in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Our Summer Champs leaderboard will determine seeding going into the final event. In the finals, 12 additional teams will be joining those previously qualified for. These 12 teams will come from the top 12 seeds on our Valorant Champs leaderboard. The Valorant Nerd Street Champs Finals is the culmination event for the entire circuit, featuring 3 stages. Stage 1 is an open format last chance qualifier. Stage 2 and 3 will be the grand finals. Stage 1 will kick off with the last chance qualifier, where 8 teams will be awarded qualification into the next stage. Stage 2 will pit those qualified from the LCQ against seeds 9 through 16. The 8 teams to make it out of Stage 2 will then compete against seeds 1 through 8 in Stage 3. The winning team of Stage 3 will receive the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool and the title of our Valorant Nerd Street Champs. Sign up and begin your Nerd Street Championship journey today at nerdstreet.com.
A wonderful explainer for not only the things that are taking place right now, but how things are going to work towards the end of things here for the Nerd Street Champs with the LCQ, the $50,000 prize pool at the end of it all. It feels good. As we said before, we've got $3,500 on the line here, so it's not one of those LAN 10Ks. Nobody's really locking in that shoe-in spot. And I'm actually taking a peek at the leaderboards because that's kind of the next important thing, right? Obviously, you have that cash, but you're getting some points towards the leaderboards, which you don't have to have a shoe-in spot to qualify for champ.
Right. I mean, obviously, just the simple logic is go and compete in Nerd Street Champs and just win, and that's going to get you into it all. But yeah, if you want to look at the points system, this is going to be definitely a massive boost for your team. We have some teams like BBG Academy, like Knights Academy, who have competed in Nerd Street Champs and are still like looking to get that kind of a qualification spot secured. So these points could be huge for them.
Yep, absolutely. As we take a peek at our Group A bracket, this is actually the group that we're going to be kind of rocking to kick things off. We've got Psycho's Money Crew taking on Demon Dogs, and just under that, it's Gas Money and UT Premier. Now, before this bracket and while that format explainer is going, we were talking about some of the teams that are here, like you were saying, BBG Academy, Knights Academy. Another team to note, obviously, Psycho's Money Crew. It's not quite XZ. It's not quite XZ, but it's pretty much XZ, right? We've got 3 of the players for the most part, BCJ, Aaron, and Coach Psycho actually playing. Then we've got Riku of Knights Academy and Scrounge Zero, which I'm assuming is just Scrounge, and that is, I believe, Team Wreckaroo. And they're going to be playing Demon Dogs. A couple of players, Chad, that definitely have a chance to make a name for themselves today.
Yeah, Scrounge kind of in the position that the Demon Dogs players are in right now, but Scrounge was in that position about a year ago, as the players has been running around the scene, trying to get into teams and try and make a name for themselves. But going through this circuit, going through teams, currently in Team Wreckaroo, but has progressively been coming up more and more. People are getting a lot more familiar with that name. Riku on Knights Academy, obviously, with that kind of platform, finding that name, and the obvious names people will be a lot more familiar with being BCJ or Psycho. But Demon Dogs, this is their moment to shine. You know, this is their time to just go into the fray, if you will, where they have to deal with a lot of experience on the roster of Psycho's Money Crew that makes it, on paper, them being the clear favorites for this match.
And the players are getting ready. They want to run us right on through as they take a peek at our maps. The format explainer did a good job explaining the overall format. Our format is GSL groups, best of ones throughout the day. We're going to have 7 for you guys and a best of 3 to top it off at the end of the day. And with best of ones comes Ascent. So of course, it's only poetic that we go there this series, this best of 1 series, which feels weird to call it a series. We'll probably see it maybe 6 more times in these best of 1s, Chad.
And probably a 7th in the best of 3 as well. You're talking in the green room about how many times do you think we're going to see Ascent today? And all of us were like, probably a lot. It's just the way of the road of it, because it's very much the comfortable pick for a lot of players out there, because it's a very standard setup of a map. The very unique thing about it is that there's a lot of very thin walls you can spam through, but even that isn't a super unique mechanic per se. Not like Fracture is completely split apart, or a very claustrophobic thing like Bind that also has teleporters, things like that. So players are a lot more comfortable on Ascent. It's a lot more straightforward of a map, and with that though comes a lot of experience and a lot of comfortability for players that come into this and have very set plays. They understand how the map flow goes very easily. It's not like Fracture that goes very chaotic oftentimes. So I think teams that look good on paper will still come out pretty much on top here.
And it's a completely different mindset too. I think the way that you would play Ascent in a best of 3 or a best of 5 is different than the way that you would play Ascent in a best of 1. And to kind of caveat off of your point, I feel like ultimately it's the safest map in a best of 1. Like you said, there's no funky stuff, no teleporters, no ropes, no awkward rotates around Fracture. So it's just honest. It's I guess I don't really want to call it vanilla, but it's pretty vanilla. It's pretty bland, you know, just in way of how the map plays out and tactical shooters as a whole. And we've got a pretty little graphic that lets us know, and you guys in the chat, that these players are just about to get ready. Now, we've seen a little bit of Yoru of recent. We've seen some Neon on some maps of recent. And I'm wondering who's surprising us today, chat. Are we getting something crazy?
I don't think we're gonna get Phoenix. That's at the very least. I don't think that's going to work out for many players. I think we might see some fade though, because that's an agent that's the new hotness kind of deal, and people coming in with wanting to try that agent out, see if they can make it work. Haven and Ascent have been the two maps that people have been finding the most success with it so far, and with how things shake out, if you have the time to grind it out, it's still early enough, and some teams haven't quite figured out how to counter her yet. So if you know how to work with her, you know how to oppress the enemy with it, then that could be a tool you can use to find success. The hovering of the agents we were talking about earlier on as well, the Phoenix, the Yoru. I mean, I think Yoru's not a bad pick, especially on Ascent. I would like to see him paired with the likes of like a Fade or a Breach that can cause the disruptions and allow them an easier setup, but KO might be able to do the job in Omen as well.
Yeah, you know, there's something about this team that just kind of resonates with me in a way of, I feel like the way that the team is playing out in composition for Demon Dogs, I feel like that's kind of how I was expecting it. When I was reading these names and trying to do some research to see who was who, John, or John's Gnarly as it was given to us, I was like, that guy's just got a duelist name. I expected the Jet, but we're going to get the Rays instead. And so nice to see how this one plays out. Nothing crazy, nothing silly. I think really the craziest thing of note, I mean, in recent days, I don't feel the Rays is that crazy on Ascent. I think the craziest thing is that BCJ has been kicked off of Sova duty and is now put on controller duty. So Psycho feels comfortable. I feel like that's kind of the biggest change, really, in anything between these two teams.
Psycho, being the head coach of XSET, has those lineups, has the big brain usage and stuff like that. And actually, I'm excited about that because we can see BCJ kind of go crazy. He's a player who formerly was an Apex Legends pro before Valorant even started. So you know he's got some crazy movement capabilities. And going into Valorant has been a lot more like locked down with playing primarily agents like Sova and like Sky. And while Omen isn't something crazy like a Jet or a Raze as far as movement goes, still he can do some really interesting shrouded step plays alongside the dark cover and the paranoia as well. Might be able to get set up by Scrounge on top of it all. So we'll see just how mobile BCJ can find himself in this match.
Wait, also kind of fun that we're pulling out the cipher here for both of these teams. I guess that maybe is one of the largest things as we kick things off the first pistol round here of Georgetown. And well, it's a shock dart at the feet of Oscar to get a nice bit of chip damage and a very heavy B lean here from Demon Dogs to get things started. Player spotted out towards tile, a recon bolt. Not gonna find much.
Yeah, there's even a lot of corners that aren't fully cleared from that recon bolt as well. So they're still going to be stalled out just a bit, trying to clear out left, right. Pushing through the gateway finally, but still a little bit of a stagnation, a little bit of a slow push. Now the entry comes.
Party's over.
Oh, and it's just perfect. Psycho calls it out. It's a shock dart at their feet. A paranoia right to the face is BCJ. Not quite getting into the action just yet. Sending out the shots. Nothing landing too much. Just Scrounge tosses out the flash. BCJ to fall instead. And now Rise got to try and clean up the mess. And unfortunately, a 1v3 was just a little too much for the Sova of Demon Dog. So a scrappy little round. You see the strats in the playbook that, like you pointed out, Chad, to kick things off. Oh, uh-oh. Already?
Whoa. What do you talk about in a timeout like this? All right, guys, let's clear out the comms. I know we're playing against XSET and friends, basically, as the team, and I know they're really good, but we need to okay, a tech pause. Okay. I was like, I only thing I can think of is like, you don't have like things to adapt to yet. It's been like just the first pistol round, so maybe it would be a comms thing, but yeah, a tech pause makes a lot more sense for sure. And it's a LAN, so everybody knows LAN esports. That's just the way of the road. Sometimes there's just tech pauses going throughout the day, but we get to start one off immediately. Oh, look at we, Tanner.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta hopefully this is not setting the precedent on the day that there's gonna be a lot of tech pauses, and this is that, you know, you're getting the tech pauses out of the way early. It's like when you log in, you hop on, you lose your first couple of games, you're just getting the losses out of the way. Now you've got a green carpet coming your way after the red carpet. You just got to get through it at first. So hopefully that's the case. Now, it's interesting that there's going to have to be like a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, right? Because that timeout was taken in the way of a tactical timeout in game. So the next one will probably, you know, be that pause at 10 when Demon Dogs do eventually want to take that that tactical timeout, or if they ever want to take that tactical timeout.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not admin, because certain little things like that could get a little hairy as far as decision making, but that's what I imagine to be the case. At the very least, it's a good call in the first round from Xset and friends. The Psycho's Money Crew, Knights, Riku, and BCJ just cleaning up. It's an anti-eco. So you definitely have the advantages in this round, and just like they did in the first round, coming into the second, they are reading Demon Dogs like a book.
Yeah, good reads, even better frags. Riku picking up 2 with the Marshall, and that's a good sign for your Jet player to get those scoped rifles online nice and early. Look at the trip setup. Okay, maybe you expect the first one. Hopefully you're not expecting the second one. The cages go up and Aaron shows some of that proficiency.
So fluid. It's like another day of the office, just dropping some traps, dropping some cages. Well, I was John, though, opening frag for round number 3. They have the advantage weapons this time around. They've gotten a little bit of a feel of the tempo. The pot flash is not good for Scrounge. BCJ left alone, trying to do some tri-step plays, left completely exposed, but thankfully the door cover was there to cover them just for a moment. But all that awards them is just a singular kill. It's still a 4-for-1 advantage for Demon Dogs.
BCJ put himself in the worst absolute spot, and Psycho was trying to bail him out, and unfortunately was punished for it. Never got that door closed, and instead it's now closed in the face of Aaron, who's netted himself a weapon. Shock Dart won't quite find him as he shows off the new knife. Nice little promotion, some advertising there for the new bundle. Now he's got to advertise for himself here in the 1v4. He's got an idea of a few players, but Demon Dogs, I mean, very patient here, not giving up anything. The first duel will finally go the way, and Imposter down, Bench to fall. We'll see how much more they can get. They're just tossing the bodies over towards him. And if it was a Vandal, it would have been 4, but instead it's Demon Dogs to secure the round.
So Aaron announced his presence, but it's kind of hard not to with all the utility that was sent his way from Demon Dogs. Demon Dogs shooting back and doing little peeks on the corners. Aaron successfully did a great job of finding the information of where these Demon Dogs members are, and made that such a successful round for Sicko's Money Crew overall. Even though they lost it, it's a bonus, so you know, typically they lose it anyway, but making it the only person alive lived with just 10 HP, that's so destructive to the economy. You can see they're just buying down just to judge some light armor. Demon Dogs loses this round with peeking through a one-way. Might not be a good way of winning it. They are going to be broken economically, but at the very least they're able to get the first entry. But they still have to do with all of these trips. The setup that Aaron is set up on A site, we haven't even seen come to fruition yet, so Demon Dogs, they don't know where these setups are.
Yeah, and the trips, they didn't matter because of the 0 point, but it was so huge that Aaron actually got that cage up just to stop that push, to give that information, right? The trips would ping you if you got caught on it, or if you shot it, it would break you. But because he was able to get that cage up, and the trips, with the trips being down, it just allowed for that audio cue. Hey, they're pushing on or they're not. And it seems to work out pretty flawlessly out towards A main and out towards mid. Psycho, although it won't be a flawless round, it's a pretty great start. Expecting one more top mid, and Huge Benj just cannot land the shots. 31 health is where Psycho finds himself. And it's a third round here. Or, well, Psycho's Money Crew, the man of the hour. There he is.
Yeah. And what's important, too, is because of the 0 point, I don't know if Demon Dogs got confirmation of where those trip setups are still. So I think still, going into round number 5, they haven't seen Aaron's trip setups, which, I mean, like, there's not going to be, like, the most crazy, like, wow, this was an amazingly creative trip setup at this point in the game 2 years in, right? But still, like, there's still enough variances that you see right there. He's still using some of the same spots because Demon Dogs just haven't seen him yet. They don't know what to expect.
We talked about Riku warming up with the Marshall. Now he's got himself the big brother. It hasn't quite been needed. Fortunately, his team around him is able to pick up the frags, the taps, and Scrounge Arrow will finally... Okay, pick up his third on the round, forced to reload as Oscar steals one back. The classic getting work done. Now the Sheriff has to do it, but instead, the Shorty. That was a round of pistol names there, Chad.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough round for Demon Dogs. It was their eco, but even still, had a really rough go of things. Got only 2 kills for themselves. Ultimate's rolling through. We got 2 of the same across these 2 teams, the Null Command and the From the Shadows, but I think that Showstopper is going to help out Demon Dogs a little bit more than the Neural Theft, all things considered, if Demon Dogs is able to get onto the site. Something that, like, the team that I've seen the most from this would be F4Q over from South Korea using a Raze, doing a double blast pack going on to A site from the high ground, which is part of why that dark cover is being dropped every single round, because that's one of the most successful ways you can use a Raze on this map. Let's use a Showstopper into tree.
And John's hunting. Oh, but he just gets nothing. He doesn't look out towards main, and it's BCJ instead to pick up, well, the second kill on the round, because one had already been found across the map. Now the Null Command going to turn off the abilities for just a moment, but nobody safe enough to really want to push up. The cages go up. The bodies start to drop. The KO, unfortunately, will not be revived, and the spike is down in the worst possible spot. Rye found the first kill on the round. I believe it was onto Psycho to get things started out towards mid. Now he's got to get 3 more, find himself a 4K and a spike plant, and Aaron next up. Aaron next to fall. Scrounge a little too good on the movement. Will eventually sit the Sova down, and Psycho's money crew, they find their 5th. It's getting a little scrappier though. Now there's starting to be a little contention. I feel like when you're a team like Demon Dogs, 5 players getting together, showing up at LAN, you're here for the fist bumps, and your first game is against half of XSET. You have to assume there's so many nerves coming into this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the one like saving grace would be like, okay, if you go to a LAN, there'll be like the different peripherals, different setup, things like that. It feels a little bit off, but that's why XSET's showing up on these events. Like Psycho even talked about in his winter interview from the last LAN they showed up at, they won. Talk about how we're in an anti-eco round that Rye was able to get at least 1 kill for. Talk about how that they are going to these lands because they want the experience. They don't want to be caught by that issue going into bigger lands, whether it be VCT, things like that. So they are already comfortable in this environment because of them going out into these Nerd Street Champs lands and getting that experience in.
And although round 7 tells a different story for Demon Dogs, nice one-way smoke and just feet, they were spotted. Zushi now in a tough spot. Is it Zushi like sushi or Zushai?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I like sushi personally, so I would be biased to pronouncing it Zushi, but
same.
I can see it being Zushai. That it would be more phonetically pronounced on the English language.
Well, if anybody in the chat wants to correct us and give us, because, you know, we don't get a sheet with that. We do get, you know, typically player names or rosters and stuff like that, but we don't get a sheet on how to pronounce everything. The
hardest part of the caster is pronouncing names that lands.
Yep. I feel like I've had this conversation a lot where people will always ask about, you know, how you're pronouncing a player's name or like when you're starting to shorten it. And that's the number 1 answers. If it's too hard to pronounce or we're not too sure, we don't want to mess it up, we just say the easy part. Like Rye. Rye's got himself the Hunter's Fury. He's going to toss it out. And unfortunately, oh my goodness, the Hunter's Fury didn't land true, but the flash did. And it's Scrounge to scrounge up 2 of his own kills off of his own flash. And Rye, well, the man of the hour. Maybe I cursed him by saying his name at the start of the round because he falls there at the end.
Hazard curses are real sometimes, it seems. But yeah, going into this next round, that was their pie up. And things that are looking worse and worse for Demon Dogs. They even committed the null command and showstopper in an earlier round and couldn't find success from it. Now using Hunter's Fury on buy round, they're running out of ults and they're running out of money, and things are just, even though they're starting to kind of like adapt a little bit to the tempo, they're learning some lessons here and there. Psycho's money crews just keep on popping out these new, here I'm going to pop flash catwalk for the first time this game, you know, like they're still throwing these curveballs. Just like Rise bullet just curved a BCG's head.
Yeah, that feels good, but it's something that's unaccounted for. Scrounge trying to do it again, flashes out, Shrouded Step knows the player out towards Wine and can't quite convert. BCJ punished at the start of the round for the aggression. Now the shock darts out from Psycho. He'll eventually have to answer to Huge Bench, and instead it's a shot to the side of the head that'll eventually find him 6 feet under. And a neural theft, that's gonna get the information that both defenders are here on the A site. It's gonna call for a rotation, and fortunately there's a safe one, but this is a solo mission for Oscar.
What? Okay, that looked like a deke with an operator. I'm like, how is that not a kill? We got it at the very end. Now it's 2v2 with those deaths as well. Some weapons were donated, so Weaponed Up is one of these members, Deem Dogs. It's the one that Aaron's probably gonna run into just now.
Oh, that's tough. We saw Aaron almost do it before, this time with an operator. A little harder. I got worried for a second because both players were still kind of out towards mid dueling, and Oscar had just teleported over towards the B site. Just solo dolo. Riku eventually doesn't get there in time to stop the plant and gets taken down. Sheriff greater than the knives apparently here in game 1 on Ascent. It's another round for the Demon Dog, 7-5. All that they could hope for in the economy.
Two operators.
Is it bolstering? Yeah, I mean, you bring 2 ops, it's not too bad.
Well, Aaron and Riku both had an operator, and that's what they grabbed from the end of the last round. So they took 2 operators into this round, and it's not working out so far.
Now 1 down, 1 to go. The tag is there. The Hunter's Fury here to follow, and there's a bit of a delay now with the way that Sova's been changed. And the range, the shot, the precision, it was there, but unfortunately the distance had just escaped Psycho. Nope. Survival for just a moment. John will eventually be finished off as Oscar trades 1 back. It's all left to Zushi.
Now we've already commented on it. Like every time we say one or the other, like, is that the right one?
Yeah. It's just bound to happen when you just have it sitting in your brain as Zushi and Zushai. Eventually it's gonna happen. It
has to be one of them. It's not the other. I don't know. But
yeah.
But yeah, going into that round, I mean, double operator was an ambitious call, that's for sure. Especially with no Jet or Yoru or anything like that. I mean, Raze maybe could make an operator work sometimes, but yeah, it's just not ideal. It's not optimal, and it's really not an operator team on the side of Demon Dogs, which might look to be a little bit of a rough situation for them going to the next round. I mean, Aaron is making it happen. You can make it happen if you just pop off and have insane positioning. It's not going to say it's impossible. It's just not the optimal team composition for it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too, right here for defense for Aaron. They have to walk into your crosshair. It just makes it inherently easier. So maybe we do see more ops come out from Demon Dogs on their defensive side. It's just so hard to go hunting for it on attack. It's BCJ goes on the hunt. Okay, and great timing there, but here is that operator. Well, they're walking right on into the crosshair. Cage goes up from the opposite side to try and help him get onto the site, but playing around it is Aaron. He'll eventually fall as John will find a second on the round. Sushi's there for another. Unfortunately, another was not enough. 2 more around the corner and a 9th for Psycho's money crew.
We see Scrounge making the adaptations as well earlier on, just going all willy-nilly. I'm just going to pop flash every corner and challenge everything. Finally, Demon Dog started adapting to that. They just now tried doing it again for BCJ. You can see a Demon Dog, John, the Demon Dog himself, was behind the dark cover, waited for the pop flash, and then swung it completely aware and took down BCJ. So Scrounge realizing mid-round, like, okay, we can't just get away with pop flashing and swinging anymore. I have to be a little bit more composed. Did exactly that alongside Aaron, baiting it out, letting him have some space to work with. Aaron himself doing an amazing job getting those shots and timings. In the very end, Scrounge doing a great job with it. Trades BCJ pushing out very aggressively, though. That little bit of a gap opened up by Demon Dogs was punished by a little bit of a trade from BCJ.
BCJ is just being a punk, man. He is just getting in their faces, always trying to be a problem. Make sure they have to fight for every inch here on the map. Riku hoping to do the same. It's the paint shells who eventually find the kill onto the Jet as John finds his way onto the site. Aaron now has the information and he catches Zushi at the perfect time. The spike is also down as the door not quite broken. The tag comes out from the drone and John just has nowhere to go. 10-2 at the half. Now, I'm not saying that I expected this, but again, when you look at the accolades from the team that started on the defense, now moving their way over towards attack, you have to assume that the strengths are just there. And, you know, the first couple of best of ones on the day might go their way.
Yeah, I think if you would think otherwise on your predictions, then you probably aren't very familiar with the Valorant scene at this point. That's just the way it is. These players are so seasoned. And that's not to say that Demon Dogs couldn't get a surprise win, because that happens. Like, people just show up and get surprise wins. But when you go into like predictions, that's just the case. Avery, I gotta give big props for being insanely consistent. I mean, Scrounge top of the board for frags. The rest of the team doing a great job. But Avery is just something you see normally, but especially now, it's just in these best of ones, consistency and cleanliness is the most important thing you could do sometimes. And it seems like that's exactly what Aaron's game plan is. Just very clean movement, very systematic, and finding a lot of success there for.
0 point. Oof. Clears things out for the close angles. Trapwire there as well. And nobody really able to answer just yet. The fragment keeping him at bay. Psycho. Oh, no. He's got it all. The shorty just not quite enough. It does find some chip damage. And he wasn't the healthiest Sova, but he's still alive. He's still kicking. And now that spike is planted. 4 players stuck on the site. Just the Sova inside main. And a good recon bolt to reveal. There's the first wall bang. Okay, recon bolt. Finally getting some extra value, more than just information. And since then, Psycho, he's crept his way up towards logs. Oscar the next to fall. Rai just going right over the top of Riku, who finds 3 on it. And it's another pistol round towards Psycho's money crew. And just another inch closer to closing out this best of one.
Definitely very interesting positioning from Huge Binge with a shorty in hand. Setting up a camera and cage play, but then wouldn't be able to be in range to punish them in the cage when it's tagged. I wonder if that's just Demon Dogs just being a little bit late to the call, a little bit disorganized, just from trying to figure out how to read Psycho's money crew, which now they're going to have to figure out that read on an A site with little defensive capabilities and utility from these players.
And this round, it's just too overwhelming. They stuck to their classics. Nothing really to force up. And well, the buy of Psycho's money crew proves to be a little too much. Cam taken down. Aaron now gonna know that somebody's close. The classic right clicks. They just miss. The nerf proven to be too much as Rai was making some noise out towards main. And it's a flawless round. A 12th now for the attack. And it has been taking everything in my body, Chad, to not call them Xset and to call them Psycho's money crew.
I did that earlier. I call them Xset, and I was like Xset and friends, because I'm literally reading the names. I'm like, I always call BCJ Aaron as Xset. Of course I do that. That's the case. It is Psycho's money crew, and they are the ones on match point for this best of one. I mean, that round, there's not much time. There's not much breathing room for Demon Dogs to adapt and figure things out. They had so much cleanliness in the execution there with how they had even a tripwire set up for the flank, so that they knew exactly where Rai was coming from long in advance. Not pushing out aggressively is Huge Binge, trying to make something happen for the team, but BCJ was ready for it alongside Riku.
Woo! Yeah, I mean, nice fragment though to slow things down, and as Riku dashes on, Oscar makes quick work of the Jet. Aaron here with the spike in hand, left to pick up the pieces, and it seems like hopefully the winning recipe for this squad,
No way,
for their sake, is to rotate, and a long-range kill with the Spectre, that definitely helps things get going. It should be another weapon upgraded as well for Psycho's money crew. But what's the utility looking like, right? We see Aaron's all coming down. 0 point for some information. It was only John spotted by that, the recon bolt just to secure. And now they look to retake a player out towards main inside the smoke. The fragment comes out and over the top. That's the util that I was hoping to see, and we do eventually get to see it as Zushi. Oh man, a delicacy basically across the world to see if he can be a delicacy here for his team. A 1v2 try and keep them going. He'll find the first at Psycho to fall. Now Aaron, the clutch master, wins out the 1v1, and Psycho's money crew will move their way forward through their GSL groups. Chad, like we said, though, I think kind of fans across the board, you're watching this one, you're seeing the names that are popping up in the kill feed, and you're just expecting this winner screen.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be crazy to expect to see them even as deep as like semifinals, if not potentially winning the entire tournament. They're that good of a caliber play. I mean, it's not the entire team of XSets. It's not going to be coming in strong with the full, like, you know, game plans as per usual. There's some other strong teams in this tournament that might be able to take them out kind of situation, but they are definitely one of the favorites at the very least. And yeah, they just not showed exactly why. Their cleanliness, their ability to just out trade, their scrappiness, and even whenever they saw, okay, they just not prove that they can beat us in this one way, they will just adapt mid-round and make adjustments, just like Scrounge did in an earlier round alongside Aaron, and still went out the round regardless. So they can make the reads in the moment during the round to adapt as needed. It's just such a valuable strength.
Yeah, I think another valuable strength is having the experience, essentially, right? You could just tell in way of the way that BCJ was playing every round on defense, right? Where he's just pushing out and fighting. He's okay to take every single fight in what could be a 50-50, but just sending it anyways. More so having fun, and not that Demon Dogs weren't having fun, but maybe a little more stiff in the way that they were approaching things. I mean, the experience, man, that it pays for itself, which is something to look forward to for Demon Dogs now that they are starting to get this experience under their belt. Hey, you can add that to the resume. You can say, I've got LAN experience, although everything is basically online to this part. But unfortunately for that best of one, that does things. But we're GSL group, right? You guys just saw the bracket. You could see that Psycho's money crew is moving forward. Demon Dogs is going to be hanging on. I think it was Gas Money and UT Premier that they're going to be playing the loser of, and I'm not too sure if that's the matchup that we're going to have for you, but we're looking to get 7 of these best of ones moving throughout the day, and then a best of 3 to top things off. So a nice little cherry on top. So I'm not too sure where we're headed, but we definitely are headed. But before we get there, we got to make sure that we remind you, right? It's early, it's early for the West Coast. I'm just waking up over here. Sometimes you need a nice little sugar rush, and you can do that by taking your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. So please do power up with Mike and Ike. And while you're doing that, we're going to hop away for a short break. When we come back, some more Valorant action.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang. They took a close Game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals. We watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game, to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of Tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best-of-3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicago LAN, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton LAN, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
is Zekin, and I play for XM.
And the spike continues to take the player in hell. It's Zekin for 1. It's Zekin for 2. 3 on the round. He needs to find Giza, and Zekin will do it for the clutch.
There being a break for VCT, while some teams are in Iceland, most of the other teams, there's not a lot to do tournament-wise, and having a tournament, especially getting some LAN experience in with a new roster, was a good opportunity for us, I think. If you're on the fence about competing, the best thing you can do is just try it out and see if you like it. The best way to get better in tournaments and outside of ranked is just to play them. The more experience you can get, the better. So whenever you have a chance to come out to an event like this, you should do it. I played a tournament called VCS. It was an online tournament every Sunday for $1,000, and I used to play that every week after the school week was over. I would get with my team and we'd go play VCS every week. So that was my first kind of experience playing tournaments. I think the best way to if you're a tier 2 or tier 3, to beat the best is to play them and just get to know what it's like to play against them. Even if you might not win, still the experience is really valuable and it'll help them a lot to get better and kind of level up, I guess.
We're back and moving forward after that very insightful interview. Hi, hey, hello for you watching at home. We are not at Georgetown, Texas, unfortunately, but the players are, and that's what you're watching here. It's Nerd Street Georgetown LAN with $3,500 on the line, 16 teams competing, 4 groups, GSL, best of ones. We've got one of them done. We get to see another one here coming up ahead, but it sounds like the players are still getting ready. Chad, I mean, as we take a look at this bracket, that interview from VCS to top 4 team in North America consistently, to hear it from the mouth of Zekin, I think that just speaks volumes as to the teams that we're seeing here play in this that might be a little unknown, right? We've got UT Premier over Gas Money taking on Psycho's Money Crew. We just saw Psycho's Money Crew. They are a team that has some players that are a bit more known to the scene. But just like we saw from Demon Dogs, just like we're about to see from UT Premier, they're getting their first licks in here.
Yeah, first licks for sure. And shout outs to the whole grassroots tournament scene, even up to the heights of Nerd Street Champs itself. And then you can go from there to VCT. It's a full trajectory of, ground to cloud, basically, of players like Zekin. And speaking of ground to cloud, I don't have a transition for that, actually. I was trying to figure that one out, but there's nothing there, clear skies, things like that. Anyway, Breeze is going to be the map that we'll be playing on this best of 1 between Psycho's Money Crew and UT Premier. And as we're going into Agent Select pretty soon, we saw the rosters as well. Some fun names like Pepega Pig, and maybe Pepega Pig could be the next Zekin, who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, Chad, listen, guys, actually, I want to apologize to everybody for the energy that I brought coming back into our segue to get eventually to this map. I thought we would have so much more time to just talk and have a good time, but these players are ready to go. We just speed ran all of this. Whoa, I'm so surprised. We're headed to Breeze. That's what I would have done during the maps. And now we can actually do it that we're here at Agents. We're getting Breeze, man. No Ascent and a best of 1. Let's go.
That threw me off too, because almost always the nervous teams okay, guys, let's get in lobbies. Okay, let me finish this death match or something like that. No, because we're at LAN and they're what are we going to do here other than just hop in and play? There's nothing else going on. So love that. Love the shout outs to the administration team from Nerd Street Champs over there at Georgetown on site as well, just getting things rolling and making things happen. And thinking of that, we're looking at Scared Pro, be the person who can get things happening, entering on sites and make some operator shots happen. But what is really interesting to me, incredibly interesting to me, Tanner, not only is there no Sentinel, but there's also no Chamber on the side of UT Premier on Breeze.
Yeah, that is something. That is okay. So starting on the attacking side, even then, starting on the attacking side, we just saw yesterday, right? Playing Breeze, teams like to flank. So I think that's such an important topic to bring up, that somebody has to be on flank watch in this double initiator, double controller. Now, it might even be a little bit slower on the attacking side, right? I feel like this team is really going to shine on defense. And I think it's important to note that UT Premier, obviously in a best of 1, you only get 1 map to pick, but throughout all the bans, this is where we were left with. We were left with Breeze. So this is somewhere that they are seemingly comfortable to play. And this is that comp that they're comfortable playing. So this is going to be an interesting one. Our second best of three, or best of one, excuse me, on the day. It's already delivering. We get Breeze, we get awkward comps, but we do, of course, get Psycho's Money Crew are coming off a pretty dominant victory. And we'll see if they can keep the momentum going forward. If somebody like Pepega Pig could maybe rock the boat a little bit.
Yeah, Psycho's Money Crew, obviously not Range Chamber either, which has been pretty much the mainstay for Breeze for a long time. But Cypher is like the second pick for a long time as well, as far as your chamber or Sentinel option, and has a lot better flank watch overall since the trademarks got reduced down to 1. So we'll see Aaron all alone on A site, which doesn't really matter for right now because it's going to be a B site take from UT Premier, and Psycho himself taking away and finding the other Viper, taking them down to start off this match.
Yeah, that's tough. Just not something you're expecting so quick on the pinch. We're Psycho's Money Crew, but they're not out of the woodworks just yet. The Jet scared pro alone on the site, and he'll eventually be taken down by the rotators. But we saw it here on the site, right? The Viper just kind of dancing around, hoping to stay alive in Psycho. And the rest of the team, you had noted Aaron over towards the A site, all by their lonesome, just hanging out. And it was fine. I was thinking, okay, we're stacked up towards B. Not the case. It was out towards mid, quick through the tunnels, and they just had this grasp on UT Premier, who were pushing this B site, and eventually the crunch just proved to be too strong.
It's like their answer is to just run it down mid, essentially, which is a fine answer because to sneak around for them and see what can happen from here. But it looks like that's exactly what Psycho's Money Crew is ready and waiting for.
Oh,
already finding some frags, and it's not looking good for UT Premier.
yeah, this all 5 spotted by the recon bolt. They do good damage in response, and next round, the bonus is going to be hurting quite a bit. This Pepega Pig will find another in the kill feed. So only 2 remaining there. A bit of maybe overconfidence. That's a play that we've seen from Scrounge where he'll toss out the fragment and run through it, and he eventually gets punished for it.
Definitely a very ambitious play style from Scrounge, as it seems to be a bit of his norm so far, at least. And yeah, surprisingly, a fairly successful round for UTP. They did get the spike planted, but they did get 3 kills, and that's a lot better than you'd expect based on the early information that Psycho's Money Crew had and the position that UT Premier found themselves in. So now they go into the big buy-up. You see the bonus is looking really rough for Psycho's Money Crew. We'll see if they can find a way of scrapping this one out.
Cam early in the round, taken down, gives information to Aaron that at least once playing out towards mid. The trap wire is set up on the doors. And the spike, however, I assume he hanging on to this one. He's got that Viper in tow. Prowler clear out the close angles. But I mean, you see just the aggression from Psycho's Money Crew, what it's done, right? They have to clear from so far back because they're expecting somebody in any corner.
Yeah. I actually like that from Psycho's Money Crew, that they're falling so far behind the line of scrimmage, essentially, because of the fade on the composition for UT Premier. If those Prowlers go out and they can start just pushing you on your back foot, that's when fade thrives. So Psycho's Money Crew respecting that pick.
Find you. Marked one.
Oof. Okay. The Haunt actually going to mark one, but it's all an elaborate rouge. A player in Mateo up towards the mid window to make sure nobody pushed this way. Means the B site open for free. You could probably also hear those footsteps rotating through the spawn. So they know that they're safe here. They will get that spike planted. Now in the bonus round, player down. Psycho's Money Crew got to look to retake here in the weaponry. I mean, you see it there, right? Spectre is basically across the board. Not necessarily the best weapon, the weapon you want to have here on Breeze, or maybe even quite possibly here in the retake. But as we get into the close quarters combat, maybe things start to look up here. Good flash from Scrounge. He's usually good for 2, and there it is. It's blue in the kill feed, and it's scared pro with his tail tucked between his legs. He's not scared at all. He takes down Psycho, but he falls to Aaron. A 1v4 was just too tall of an ask, and it's Psycho's Money Crew to secure the bonus.
Yeah, we've seen Scrounge do that constantly in the first map. Of course, UT Premier were playing their own game, so they didn't have a luxury of scouting play styles like we have been able to do watching them play. So we know Scrounge likes to just do the pop, flash, and swing. And that's something that UT Premier is going to have to figure out an answer to. And we also know that Scrounge, once he sees that the other team adapts to it, finally has the ability to adapt to it accordingly. But UT Premier, they need to show that soon. And Aaron with a great timing on the rotation as well on that flank. Able to catch off a couple members of UT Premier off guard as the rest of the team was falling off to the site. He got a little distracted, and Aaron took advantage of that opportunity given to him.
Get out of my way.
Okay, and this Fade is actually getting more value than I was expecting, just in way of the haunts alone. To get that information, that is something. That's nice to get that info out towards mid. Unfortunately, the Prowler's not tossed that way. Instead, they're going to be taking down the trap wires. That's a nice little counter towards this Cypher pick here. It's not necessarily the boom bot or the Trailblazer or the drone, but you do get 2 of them. We'll see if BCJ can secure 2 of his own. He does, as he shows us the knife for a brief moment. Go back away to safety, and this one should be all but secured. A flash just to the opposite side. Oyasumi the next to fall, and only 2 remain. The spike, it's not in the place that you want to have it if you're UT Premier, and Peg usually good for his 1, but 1 and done here.
Yeah, think about the Fade utility, which is very useful in maps like this. That's why we see it very successfully used on Haven in a sense as well. Those maps that have those wide open areas with no roofs to them, that scout, it's not just horizontal, but it's vertical as well. So if you get it on top of one of these tall walls, it can see so much area, giving you so much information to work off of. And interestingly enough, UT Premier, they banned Ascent and Haven, pretty much the two maps that Fade has proven worthwhile on. Breeze, not so much yet, and it seems like that was the game plan, as we want to be the one using Fade. We expect you to not have it ready to go yet.
Good damage again from the fragments. This next buy round here, usually this is where we start to see the tides change, right? You lose your first buy to the bonus. Your next, you're just stuck on pistols like we saw in that. But round 5, we get weapons back in hand, but the damage that's being dealt might be too much. No command available. Frag. Okay, not a flash, but a fragment instead. Right-clicked just at his feet, and Scrounge eventually will pay the ultimate price. As Psycho, coach turned player here this weekend in a 1v3. Incredibly healthy, but unfortunately working against the clock. We assume he's gonna fall. The wall goes up, and the Viper stays alive for just a moment. And that's the Viper of UTP. Unfortunately, Viper here for Psycho's money crew probably isn't long for this world, and that's the case here. Round 5, once more, turning of the tides, and it's UTP on the board.
Yeah, great entry by UTP taking down Tunnel, which is something that we haven't seen them do yet. So that cut off Psycho's money crew off guard just a little bit. We'll have to see how they adapt to that potential moving forward, which might be Aaron trying to lock it down a little bit more on the Cypher. Early wall at B site. Might be where they end up going it themselves. Hard to read because everybody keeps running back and forth, figuring out where they want to go as well. So they can get some information mid, which is a good call. And then after that 0 point, though, beautifully placed by his Scrounge, that gives him so much information, installs everything UTP's trying to do. That camera, the ponytail, the little bun. Unlucky.
Yeah, Scared Pro survives, though. Nobody there to collect. They just get that information. The cam gets taken down, but a Prowler in hand there, I believe, for Oyasumi. Yeah. And the util, it's not as good as the weapon, unfortunately. Nice op shot here from Riku to find the next. And that neural theft. Well, the cat's out of the bag. The jig is up. The information has been garnered. Now only 2 remain. But a strong 2. Right? Rifles in hand. Oof. An aggressive push from Psycho. That's going to be punished. But here comes the backstab on the opposite end. A Scared Pro will fall as he head for the hills. Fortunately, this entire time for UT Premier, Fish has had the spike. Wow. So he tosses out that Cosmic Divide. Aaron is on the opposite side of it. The Hatless Cypher, it's one of the hardest ones to take down. Riku aggressive with the Operator. And it's another round of Psycho's money crew.
The old Hatless Cypher. Cypher being the one who was able to take down Mateo, who committed the Viper's Pit down the tube. And Aaron's still able to find the frag there while chaos and things were happening around mid where the spike was, things like that, which is the priority in the moment. Fortunately, at the same time, that's exactly what happened over there. Some interesting to know how Aaron got that out. But way of the road. You only catch one thing at a time. And we see Psycho's money through catching another round in the win column, and likely another coming forward because that's not going to get Blade Storm. Eco round. Lots of utility being used. So much was used last round. The Cosmic Divide as well made that winnable for Fish, but couldn't quite out-frag an operator with an advantage timing peak. They have the Nightfall, though, to work with. I don't know if they're going to use it, though, on Eco. Not the best for that.
Yeah, I think the only time that we see something like that is if they get a couple of early kills and instead it's SMC to find those early kills. I believe that's the third and maybe the fifth on the day that we've seen from Scrounge to get those fragment kills. He's been incredibly proficient with that bit of utility, and it's fairly easy to get value out of that. It's not as easy to get value out of the Marshall, but Pepega Pig doing just that. And we talked about players that are going to show up today and really put on a performance and make a name for themselves. And Pepega Pig, I mean, is showing full confidence here against the Psycho's money crew and not backing down at all.
Yeah. Talking to the green room, I was like, I kind of hope, like, low-key, that ET Premier wins just so we can cast somebody named Pepega Pig. And something about it, man, just felt right. And here they are, top fragging for the team, making some splash happens. Definitely didn't win that round, but definitely still did a lot of good eco damage, making that not the terrible go round. The null command being used, though. Viper Spill on the other side of the map. With a gunplay from Aaron, from Scrounge, it's going to be enough to shut them down. It's all down to Mateo in a 1 versus 3.
Could go for the res, and obviously unbeknownst had the space and the time to do so, as eventually the robot does fall. 30 health isn't enough to try and win this. A quick peek and a quick shot with the operator. It was all an elaborate ruse for Psycho. Slowly creep up, Scooby-Doo his way on in and take down the imposter.
Scrounge at 15-6, man. And this player is popping up with full confidence. Talked to the start of the day about this as somebody who a year ago was relatively unknown. That interview with Zekin talking about how he was going to VCS, that's where Scrounge was at. It was literally every week. I remember Scrounge just grabbing any 4 people he could. Like, it's literally like, I just need a team and let's play. And it was trying to grab pro players oftentimes. Almost always entered as Scrounge and Pros was the team name. Just because he wanted experience. He wanted to play with experienced players. He wanted to know how they operated. He wanted to get some exposure and he wanted to step up. And right now is doing such a great job. Full confidence, high frags, and on a buy round from UC Premier. It's not looking so good until Fish and Yasumi are able to get some frags. Not the best buys. It's a little bit of a half buy, but still they able to get the spike planted. It's good so far.
Yeah, it's extra credits going into the next. I think that's kind of the silver lining at this. Spike down, couple of kills. They should have a fairly potent buy. Yeah, to go back to your point of Scrounge and even Riku filling in for this squad, because obviously it's not the entire XSET squad. This is experience that you can take somewhere else, right? Playing with this team, and more specifically, like just getting the chance, unless they're doing it every day already, doing it, right? But getting the chance to sit down in the server and play with Psycho, who's the coach, who's kind of the brain and the mastermind, you know, the sixth man for the team. That's just experience that Riku's going to be able to take back to Knights. That's experience that Scrounge is going to take back to, I think, Team Rekaru is who he's playing with right now, but Scrounge and Friends or Scrounge and Pros when he eventually goes back to it. So definitely get involved. I'd seen on Twitter people asking, like, hey, we need a quick fill. Can somebody be our 5th or Georgetown? And that's an opportunity that you just don't want to pass up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Riku not going to pass up that opportunity to take down Pepega Pig. Really the thorn in the side here for Psycho's money crew, taken down nice and early. Oh, the timing. That's just what you get in tactical shooters like this.
And you also get out trades. Oh, you're assuming able to do that against Psycho. Keeping this a competitive round, but Riku showing now there's something makes it not as much. Fish has to pull out a 1v3. Couldn't do it in the past and can't do it now as Aaron shuts him down. Hat on the head this time around. Maybe that was the difference maker. Won the trade.
Oof. And this for real timeout?
Real timeout.
And there it is, a tactical timeout. So for real timeout, UT Premier. I have been, somebody in the chat, please let me know. This is UT Austin Premier? Is that what's going on here? Because I have been trying my darndest to get my hands on the team here. And I'm seeing the Utahs. I'm seeing, UT, University of Texas, could be literally anywhere. But I'm hoping that that's just what it is at the end of the day, right? A collegiate team coming out and kind of putting their best foot forward here. It would make sense that it's a Texas university because we're there. We're in the great state, the great country, I feel, of Texas. They are really in a world of their own. But that's super cool on top of it all. And then to also do this, right? In a matchup where outside looking in, somebody could say, guys, really, you're taking a timeout? Like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're taking a timeout, right? We're going to reel this in and we're going to continue to show the best us that we can. And sure, we're a handful of rounds in, but this might be that kind of break in what could be nerves, or that kind of break in what could be timings that are off, or somebody going a bit too far forward in some of these situations and not necessarily having help.
This is an awkward buy situation as well. You can't fully buy, but also we have 2 more rounds this half, and we need rounds ASAP because we need breathing room going to the next half. We need time to be able to decipher what this other team's bringing to the table on their attack and figure out a way of adapting. We saw that Psycho's Mighty Crew did such a great job in the last matchup in the best of one, that there's no breathing room and they just capitalized and finished it out. So now UT Premier trying to do exactly that. The Nightfall comes through. There's no audio there, but you don't need an audio to see guns, and you don't need audio to just throw a fragment in the doorway. That's exactly what Scrounge does. BCJ on the timing as well comes through from tunnel and is able to provide the support needed. So much allocated off the timeout as well, and Psycho's Mighty Crew shuts it down immediately.
Yeah, so I feel this is going to be such a good map to go back and look at. Now, we're not out of it just yet, but you need to find a way to not just be caught up in the chokes. No matter what, it's not always the best to full send after you throw out the ultimate, right? So we have the ultimate coming through, maybe Prowlers to follow, but then when everybody's right behind it, if you haven't bought out that utility, you see what Scrounge can do. And he's done that in 3 or 4 rounds already on this map with the fragment alone. We're nixing the one that he right-clicked outside of halls. I think that one maybe got away from him a little bit. His Riku will make sure nobody escapes his sight here on this, and Scared Pro not really in a position to trade that out. The timing just escaped. But yeah, I think there's so much to take away from this game alone, obviously, from both sides. Now 10-2 is all that they can hope for here for UT Premier and the Hunter's Fury. From BCJ, it's just too good. That's actually cheats. To have BCJ playing on the Sova in a tournament like this, come on, man. Take a chill pill.
On a map like Breeze. And maybe put him on Sova and Split. And then it'll be fine.
Yeah.
You know? It's all right. He's comfortable, but it's not optimal agent. Another pop flash. Scrounge realizing it. Oh, the rotation timing from Psycho. They thought Scrounge was going to peek because he always does all the pop flashes, but he doesn't. They're looking for it, and Psycho shows up the exact same timing.
30 seconds left.
That's a good trade, though. Last round of the half. Scared Pro gonna pull out the crutches. That is the operator. Tries to take one through the box. Unfortunately, the dash finds him in front of 2. And it's Scrounge to close out the round, to close out the half, 11-1, and more specifically 20-8.
Sheesh.
For Scrounge, having himself a game. Dude, again, he's got 5 kills, I think, from fragments alone. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, just reading the room and realizing the timing of when UT Premier is trying to push through the choke points, especially just like you're talking about earlier. Meanwhile, BCJ is just vibing. 14-3-3, like only 3 deaths. So Scrounge has the highest deaths too, alongside the highest kills for the team, because he's going for those aggressive pop flash and swings, things like that. Happy to do so, and KO an agent that's fair to do that. Tova, you definitely need to be a little bit more of reserved tempo. BCJ used to doing that right now, and yeah, just kind of vibing out, kind of some frags. 2 more under the belt as we start off this pistol round in the second half.
A rough start, early aggression here from UT Premier, and it finds everybody.
Whoa.
Okay, the clapback was good though, Mateo. Well, he found 2. And to win this round, he'll need to find 5. Gonna swap over Grab himself a nice little Gaia skin. Unfortunately, although that was happening, Psycho was dialing the headshots, getting the homing rounds going. And eventually we'll sit the player, Mateo, down. And we find ourselves match point here on Breeze. Another best of one, just a reminder. So this is the only map that we'll get here. But for UT Premier, they're not going to be out just yet. They won their first matchup against Gas Money, so they're going to be waiting to play the winner of Gas Money and Demon Dogs from that elimination side of Group A. So 11 in a row is what it's going to take, or else that's going to be the lay of the land. And we talked about this composition maybe being a bit stronger on defense. I'm saddened by the fact that we don't get as many defensive rounds, but UT Premier, they're not done just yet. They force up everything they could in this one, and they're starting to make it hurt. It's all up to Aaron and Psycho to answer back. As they start to fall, it's only up to Psycho with 49 health.
To deal with the crossfire as well. Has a good wall placement that he can work off of. But Mateo might be able to just pop out of the perfect timing if he pushes through that. So it's not the best situation in the world. And yeah, it's going to be a straight up crossfire setup from UT Premier. The Psycho has to push through with no utility that can help out. Maybe he can get Poison Cloud on the left and swing on the right. Something like that.
Fish takes him down. He heard, I think Fish had a Marshall at one point and swapped over to the Spectre. So he knew somebody was in that close left corner. And well, that somebody in the close left corner ended up taking him down. So another round put on the board. And now we finally get to see it. This should be some of that momentum rolling forward. You have better weapons by far over the Sheriffs and the Marshals that SMC are looking to bring into this one. Actually, just Sheriffs really across the board. And this is where we're going to start to see that the defensive side of things, right? The double controller, the information you're going to get from your double initiator really start to come to fruition.
Definitely a good start, a good response to a bad start, I should say, from UT Premier. Keep themselves in the game, keeping the economy in their favor, but completely leaving up the B site. Mateo, the lone ranger over here, as the rest of the team's trying to rotate through, but gets fallen. And while the rest of the team's rotating in mid, is Aaron on the lurk, which we've seen him come up big on so many occasions doing exactly this, and he'll be on a great timing and make a big impact for the team.
Actually, just missing out on that timing, but he only had the Sheriff. So how good would he have been in that situation? Psycho with a upgraded weapon to the Spectre is eventually going to fall. The Bulldog proving to be just a bit too much. And now this lurk that we talked about finally looks to come to fruition. Unfortunately, it finds nothing but a bit of damage. Oyasumi, they get this diffused, and it's another round. Hey, 11 in a row is what they needed, and they've started to bolster it up here. Looking at the economy, though, I'm a little worried. Fortunately, not everybody went down there, but they did buy up into that one. So this is a bonus round in a round that you really can't afford it to be a bonus round.
I may have cast cursed Aaron a little bit, but I honestly didn't expect UT Premier to go on such an aggressive tempo through the elbow. I thought they were going to be a little bit more position poised and try to make their way back into it with the superior weaponry, things like that. Teams with anti-ecos typically do so, and they didn't. They just had aggression and confidence, and I love seeing that as something that gives it a little bit of a sliver of hope that they can make a comeback happen. And honestly, yesterday, a crew made a 11-1 comeback of their own happen against Sonics, literally yesterday. So we've seen this happen in competitive play at pro level. UCP, they could do exactly the same thing here.
Ooh. Okay, good timing to punish there. BCJ, no help to try and net that orb. The Scared Pro gonna push aggressively. Now will dash away. Was hoping to get some more, but with that tailwind expiring, forced to look elsewhere. Now the numbers advantage. Not only the numbers advantage, but damage as well onto Psycho. That Viper not in a great spot. Neither is Riku. Nice shot there from Scared Pro. Has really taken this bonus round into his own hands.
Fish as well, popping off a bit. Aaron, though, trying to answer back. Scrounge alongside of him. There's the last two are left alive. He gets the 3, but Aaron now, Scrounge has fallen. Left completely exposed and alone. Has to reload the Vandal, and all this audio is being heard by Papega Pig. There's a nice swing timing to get this to a 4-12 scoreline for UT Premier.
And most importantly, reset that economy, right? The Sheriffs, they didn't get a whole lot done the last time we saw them for X set. Now, dang it, for XZ. I looked at Aaron's name. I said XZ. It's Psycho's Money Crew. Guys, it's not XZ. I promise you, it's not XZ. It's a completely different team. The players are wearing those glasses with the mustaches and the nose, and they're just pretending to be something else. The last time we saw Aaron on this lurk, I think maybe he was a little apprehensive to what he could have found out towards mid as well, because he just had a sheriff, right? You have to go headshot to headshot to headshot. Now, if he does that same thing and he finds that same value or that same near value, he can spray him down. He actually brought the Spectre into this one, so there is still hope. Oh, and it's just, well, it's just stripped away. Never mind.
Nice shot by Scared Pro, who honestly, watching the perspective earlier, looking really shaky going into the end of the first half, but coming to this second half on the defensive side of things, definitely seem to be a lot more in their comfort zone. You said that the team composition should be looking a lot better on defense, which I agree with, and I think it might be more of a comfort as well for the team overall. Scared Pro showing that.
Scared Pro also showing that he's got maximum dodage in the operator scope, as big as it can get. As the Viper's wall, the toxic screen goes up, the fragment goes out. This time, not a whole lot of value garnered off of that one. The suppression, the shock darts, everything tossed at the feet of Oyasumi, and we say goodnight to the fade. As now the retake, it's a tough one. Shorty inside the smoke, operator still in his hand. Scared Pro gonna toss another cloud burst, and Fish is here to bail him out. Eventually, the Marshal will be enough to get it done, but it's 20 HP, 40 HP just about combined, and yeah, that proves to be just too little even inside the pit, and UTP hang on for another.
Still alive, still kicking. We got the operator back in their hands as well. Surely I didn't quite confirm it, but I mean, they're all there, so I'm sure they did it. But yeah, I mean, they are making a comeback happen. They have a Cosmic Divide and Viper Spit to work with here. Psychos didn't work out for Psychos My Crew that time around, but it wasn't the best of buys for them, to be fair. They do have ultimates to work with, though, the Null Command and the Hunter's Fury to lead their way into the A site, which is oftentimes where we see those being used. Seems to be where they're positioned for. The challenge for two members of UT Premier would be there to answer, but with a Hunter's Fury, that could be a death chamber for these defending members.
Fish is really starting to come alive. The operator in the hands of Scared Pro too, looking pretty darn good. But those kills, they're traded right back in that next shot.
Oh,
it goes wide. Information on top of information. Confirmation on top of confirmation from Recon Bolt to Neural Theft. Players are spotted out, and that spike is planted. So one creeping through halls, one slowly working their way towards mid, and oh, the Hunter's Fury onto Scared Pro. BCJ goes blind, and he makes it happen. It's now a 2v3 here for UT Premier to try and hold on. Util just about full. Mateo gonna wait for his teammate. He's also got quite a bit of util for himself. Flash queued up. Spike continues to tick. BCJ to take down Oyasumi. And Mateo, now the last one alive in a 1v3, and it proves to be just a bit too much. It's Psycho's Money Crew storming their way through Group A here and finding themselves sitting pretty, as they've got some games to watch later. Well, UT Premier, Chad, they've got a game to play later.
yeah, they do. And Psycho's Money Crew, they came to the point where they're up 12-4. It only takes one at that point. I mean, they're up 12-1, really, and it only takes one at that point. They kind of just went a little bit scrappy and kind of sent it a couple times. YouTube Premier proved that they are a defensive side that they at least need to play up correctly against and try to stack some utility against things like that properly. So Psycho's Money Crew were forced to adapt on the attacking ground and have to show up. But it was like that ticking clock coming through, and that's how Valorant works. Is comebacks are so hard in a position that UT Premier is in because of the ultimates primarily. Eventually, Psycho's Money Crew is going to be able to get a full buy.
Yep.
They'll have ultimates to work with, and a team that experienced, they layered that so well off of the initial trades on top of it all to just completely capitalize and finish off the round. They did that in a way where the two people going for the trades were the two people who didn't have ults. The three people left alive after that, when it was the 3v3 situation, were the three: the Null Command, the Hunter's Fury, and the Neural Theft. So they even had the people initially taking the peaks, being like a very strategically wise choice to be made.
Yep. Wise choices all around, which eventually does lead to qualification. And as for us, Group A still has some time to play out. As I said, UT Premier, they're going to be waiting to play the winner of Gas Money and Demon Dogs. And I think that is also what we're waiting for here on the broadcast. We want to try and close out Group A for you guys to see that second team that will qualify. So you get to sit back, relax, and wait for that matchup to be ready, just as we will. And what better way to sit back and relax than by experiencing a Mavix gaming chair? Guys, I mean, seriously, you just have to do it. It's the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and a local host. And all Mavix gaming chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. You guys can get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. You see it there on your screen. And, well, not on your screen, but something that we're going to give you guys is if you use code NSG55, you can save $55. So please shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. And while you do that, we're hopping away for a quick break. When we come back, Group A will conclude.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Well, we've also got to check in. There was the Valorant Chicago LAN called the Chicago, what were they called? Chicago Scrims, Chicago. But it was awesome. ZMMB, the Zero Marksman Black, win another one and cement their spot at the very tippy top of our Summer Champs leaderboard. Native Gaming, the new roster, takes second place with most notably a win over Oxygen Academy, who have been absolutely slaying a lot of these. So that's really exciting for Native Gaming as well, and it's going to put them nicely in the points, I think. What do you think about it, Paul?
Firm tier 2 team.
I mean, Oxygen Academy, you know, they're Oxygen Academy, quote unquote, but that's just
I mean, that's
Redux
really
is, Redux is 15 still, so they don't want to like pay for a full like actual team. Oxygen, the organization, right? Oxygen Academy are really good. Redux is cracked. Verdi's really good, right? It's impressive to like come out and immediately beat a team like Oxygen Academy as a theoretically tier 2 org like Native Gaming are looking like they're going to be. Definitely a good debut for them.
Yeah, it's nice to see. The Zero Marksman continues
Nice to see Zero Marksman doing well though. Yeah, like I mean, we've been watching them. I say watching all that we survey for quite some time, and it's nice to see them, you know, consistently doing well and making a name for themselves. So like, go you guys.
The Zero Marksman players are hungry too, dude. Even when they win, they get on Twitter like, I'm not done. No, I can do better. I can do better. That wasn't a good series for me. I can do better. Like Jonah 6 is particularly a guy who does that, right? They are hungry on that team.
I mean, this is a team that's positioning themselves as to be the next guys up in terms of either players individually to be recruited to teams or if an org's looking to do a full swap. Certainly positioning themselves very nicely, and it'll be really cool to see what they can do at Summer Champs. So, yeah, there's also the all-9 number 9s. Take a look at that one. Lenny Time win it. The New York FU still can't actually get the dubs in these. The New York Fury, as they're supposedly known.
I can't say NYFU without smiling.
It's the New York fuck you. It is.
Yeah,
you
it really
just can't
is.
help it. They just really chose some interesting branding there. That is going to be Lenny time taking the dub here. I
Let's
see
go.
the elation here. Talk to me about it, Paul.
I love Lenny time for one reason and one reason only,
it
and
mocking?
that is Ferbsa. No,
Oh, no.
Ferbsa.
Okay.
Ferbsa is a collegiate player. He plays on Northwood, which is one of, if not the best collegiate team in all of North America. They are so good. Ferbsa, a flex player for them, right? He's played like Cypher, he's played Reyna, he's played Sova at times. Now he's fully like leaning into this jet role, not only on like Northwood, but here for Lenny time too. He looks so good on jet. I am loving. If Ferbsa has a million, you know, that whole copy pasta, that's me. That's me right there. Obviously, yeah, a lot of like mocking is another really good reason to like this team, right? They're a team of very vibrant personalities. They're very fun to watch.
Which makes them marketable.
It makes them marketable. And I mean, they're all free agents. So somebody, Gen.G.
There you
Gen.G.
go. Hashtag sign Lenny.
That's just a new thing. You just get every time you like a new team, you're like, Gen.G, get in here. Get in here, Gen.G.
Gen.G, you can only go up at this point. Come on.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. ZMMB absolutely clowning on everybody with their 21,200 points. Oxygen Academy still very nicely placed. Where did Native Black get to? 4200. Wow. So they're rising up the leaderboard. They're just below T1 at this point. If they continue competing in these events, opens and lands, obviously got a chance to just rise up as we start to get towards the summer champs at the end of the summer season. That's in August. Very exciting. So lots going on there. Now let's take a look at the next lands that are coming up. I think next up we're going down to Texas for a little Georgetown land. That's this weekend. So that's the next one coming up. Be sure to tune in to that one over in Georgetown. I'm sure some of the teams that we've just looked at on the leaderboard will be competing as well to earn more points and get ready. Then we've got Bakersfield coming up after that and Denver as well. So still 3 more lands. Actually 4. Oh, we've got another one going on in Fullerton in July. Man, we just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling here. So if you got a land coming out near you, come out to lands. They're so much fun. Lands are awesome. We love it. And that's your Summer Champs check-in of the week.
Spacey ship.
And we're right back at it. 2 best of ones down, a handful more to go, and we find ourselves here at our third. Just a reminder, my name is Sandra Metro. I'm still joined by Chad Atlantis, and we're going to see one familiar face that we've seen on the broadcast as we take a peek at how our bracket played out. And that familiar face is UT Premier. We just got to see them, but they're going to be running it back. A rematch here for the decider for Group A between UT Premier and Gas Money.
Yeah, so just looking at this, we don't have a ton of information on players for narratives, things like that. However, we did see YouTube Premier probe a really good fight on the defensive side, especially. So clearly a team that's very confident on the defensive side of things. Players like Pepega Pig were consistently getting good frags throughout the whole game. Fish was very ambitious with getting some opening picks as well for the team. Scarecrow really started popping off a lot more, showing up a lot more on defensive side. So we'll have to see going into this next match how they look. Which should be in a favored position considering how the last match went. But we've seen many times that a team will win one map but then lose the next. So there's no reason to call out Gas Money, and maybe they learn the lessons they need to learn and come back strong to make the counter play happen against YouTube Premier.
Yep, the counter play is, I believe we got our maps ready for you guys, or well, our map ready for you guys, and it's something different. We're not going to Ascent, we're not going to Breeze, we're going through the whole thing. Listen, we have 7 maps. If we don't get 7 different maps in these 7 different best of ones, I'll be a little sad, but we're headed out towards Icebox. I think the most important thing about this one is Gas Money are choosing to start on the attacking side. So aggression seems to be the name of the game for them, as this is UT Premier's pick. But I don't know what the map that they played originally was. I would imagine it's banned away. So although this is a rematch, it's a different look in this best of one.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things turn out. Icebox is one of those original maps that in the NA, every best of 3 for the longest time was basically Haven, Icebox, and Ascent. And Icebox with changes, some teams started just practicing and trying other maps. Haven and Ascent still stay as mainstays. But Icebox is still one of the more common maps, and these teams, I'd have to imagine, are still going to be very confident and comfortable going into this one. Pepega Pig back on the KO. Fairly similar roles to what we saw in the last map from UT Premier on Breeze. Fish going from Astra to Viper, Oasumi going from Faye to Sova, Scarecrow going from Jet to Chamber, and Mateo going from, I believe it was Viper, over towards Sage. So it's, the way the agents handle is pretty much the same. So they're still sticking to the roles. So they should still be looking really good, and still a very defensive heavy team with no clear entry agents on the roster.
Yeah, this is something that I think we just saw recently over the games that were played yesterday, where we're running without the duelist. We kind of have that KO to play that pseudo duelist. We have the Chamber that's going to fill that similar slot to what the Jet would do in being your opper. And you mentioned it coming into this one when we were talking about UT Premier, right? Scared Pro with the operator in his hands. Me likey Scared Pro with the operator in his hands. Now, every 3-4 rounds, he's gonna be able to get a free one. So I think this Chamber pick is a scary one, and the aggression doesn't stop just because he's playing the Chamber. Unfortunately, punished early. Hadzaris able to take him down, which means 4 players left here. And it seems UT Premier want to try and play that retake. Peg, hoping to get something, and he does. The spike should be planted as the shock dart goes wide. The fragment lands at the feet, and it does a bit of chip damage. What more can they find? As Matty Ice going to play around the ice wall. Up on the ropes. Bubbles going to fall. Peg, 3 kills on the round. And Shibuki, what do you got for us, buddy? Flashed up, takes down one. Another flash comes through. He'll find the next. Unfortunately, can't quite find the diffuser. Shibuki will eventually get confirmed into the back pocket of Fish, and the round goes the way of UTP.
Off to a great start for UTP. Looks like they would be a defensive favored team, especially with how they played last map and composition. So this is going to be a great first half for them to start off on. One that would be much more of the comfort side. One that their play style and compositions favor. Because if he coming off of a map loss, you need some confidence back for your team, right? So going into a very strong first half, carry that into the second, should be a good look for them.
And a different look here from the attacking side, not out towards A instead. Aggressive here mid on top of the tube. Mateo not only has the wall in two, but he's holding the angle top two, but it's not Mateo. It's Oyasumi finding the kills there. The Marshall body shots. They can get the job done when you're armorless. And in this full save here from Gas Money, that's exactly the case. Bubbles steps a foot forward, playing behind the boxes. Spammable, wall bangable. We'll see if they look to search this way as teammate's been spotted. And Pogmaker, see if he lives up to the name. Maybe he can make us Pog here with a nice classic kill. Instead, the Sheriff comes around. Oyasumi finds a third, but finally Bubbles making waves. Unfortunately, it's only one. So a near flawless round for UTP. Either way, the anti-eco gets scooped up.
Try and make waves, end up making more like just ripples as the bubbles popped at the surface there. But a little bit of a look from Gas Money that I'm going to be paying attention to is their timing was a little bit off for where they peaked. They kind of got one person looking for information, and when they fell, another person peaked a little bit later, not the same timing to try to get a trade off for themselves. So if those little timing issues are a thing that's consistent, might have just been an eco thing that they didn't really care, but if that's a consistent thing, could be a world of trouble for them going for the rest of this map.
Oh, Peg has the close range weapon, needs to take the close range angles. That's exactly what's happening. And although Scrounge isn't here, that doesn't mean that we lack the fragments. We see it get tossed on out, and just swimmingly here is the bonus round. Gas Money completely cut down.
Yeah, we're talking about confidence boosters. That's definitely one of them. If you win a bonus on top of it all, UTP is feeling it right now. Fragging out. Fish, deathless still. Oyasumi and Pig. They may not have clear entry agents and duelists that are supposed to be just getting this frags with the team. But the initiators, man, they can come up big, and that's exactly what they're doing. Holding a great mid control right now as well as UTP. You don't want to go to like default. They're not doing anything crazy like they did on the bonus, which sometimes you got to take those big risks, and that really worked out for them.
Even into this, understanding that it's, I mean, essentially another anti-eco that's going to lead into what could be a bonus round. Maybe a little miscommunication there. Players out towards A. And the pistols. Really no match for the rifles that come into this round. I think it's only one Spectre in the hands of Scared Pro. The rest of the team bolster up a pretty good economy. Bubbles is able to steal away some of that economy. Asad Zera also going to find his way into the kill feed. Nice shot there. A headshot onto Mateo. Oh, and that one just over the top. It takes one of the hairs off the cowlick on the back of the head of the chamber, but not enough to secure the kill. And as I was saying, I think this operator was flexing to the last round, but they said, hey, guys, we don't need it. They're going to have pistols. Just buy light here. Make sure that you can spam out a pistol user. And now we get that operator online. With that economy, I mean, near max for just about everybody.
Skipper going to set up for aggressive early pick, which probably will not come to any fruition. Now that they're pinging at Gasman, I wonder. Cover going out. It won't be coming out too much anymore, but that does cover Shibuki's Shroud Step, that dark cover, and Oyasuma was not ready for that whatsoever. Nice early pick coming out from Gas Money, who definitely want to win this round to stop that momentum that UTP has been generating.
Yeah, round 5's, like we said on Breeze, right? Where you can turn that tide, you get that second full buy round. You can finally get your feet underneath yourselves. I really like the use of that dark cover. Landing in the same spot that it would always land. And look at that. Shibuki actually just sticks it from the shadows. It's not just for information.
Wow.
And now the defense, they're corralled here on this site. As Pepega Pig wants to fight back and take down the Omen, there's just nothing there for him. 3 kills on the round for Shibuki, and he's completely made it his own.
What a massive round from Shibuki. The plays from the dark cover concealment, as well as running with that from the shadows. The risk was so much reward coming from it. And this position for Matty Eyes up high, so much for Fish to have to clear. And as a Viper, it's so tough to do exactly that. Gas Money coming back so strongly, so much thanks to Shibuki.
A very, very brave and ambitious ultimate, but it pays off.
Yeah.
This solo mission into the back lines. And they get the job done. So we just got confirmation that the last time these two teams met, it was on Bind. So this is absolutely confirmed. A different look at what this matchup could be. And we'll see if the outcome is any different than a 13-6 in favor of UT Premier. Good 0 point. Gonna spot the aggression for Pega Pig, and Shibuki's right back at it. This time it's aggression out towards Long B. A long-range fight goes the way of the Omen once more. Gas Money, they get that early pick.
From Hot Sands to Metallic Tundra, they're going across the world on this day, the maps that they play. Resurrections are available, as well as no commands, so literally the same ultimates. The player advantage going to the Gas Money, of course, as he go and play for B-Site for the second time so far this game. The last time it was on Eco Round, and they didn't have a good setup, not good utility, no weapons really to defend, but this time around they have a player advantage. They'll be able to get a spike plant, and they'll be able to get actually set by a post plant, but they don't have any hard flank watch utility, so therefore that's why you see Shibuki physically watching the flank themselves, which is good that they're doing so because 2 members UTP coming in now.
Oyasumi first up, the high ground. It's lost. Matty Ice the next to fall, and this flank it's starting to pay off in dividends as finally the kills get traded back. Pogmaker still looking to get something underneath his belt. This Pepega Pig, the last one standing, and a standout performer cuts off the ability. Now it's all about the rifle fights, and Hadzeris refuses to give up anything. No shoulders, no cheeks, no nothing. As he dashes away to safety, the time was played too damn good. And Gas Money put another on the board. Now, can they survive the explosion? Yes, they can. So the economy, a little bit better going into this one as they hang on to those rifles. But Chad, the dance around the clock, most importantly, that was huge.
Yeah, that's what was like my concern on that eco round, but it's like, okay, maybe sometimes it's just an eco and they all have good utility, so post plant like it's whatever. Maybe they just weren't really zoned in the moment, right? Which I feel like you should be on ecos, but nevertheless, I was going to look at that moving forward, and they did exactly what I would want them to do on those situations, is playing the time perfectly, jiggle peeking off of each other, and not aggressively taking the shot by themselves without the capability of a trade. There was times that Pepega Pig could have looked to get a one quick frag here and there, but couldn't quite do so because the jiggles were just a little bit too strong from Gas Money.
And now it's 2 in a row. Things starting to look up here. Dark cover again expended out towards mid. Okay, Hunter's Fury, and instead it's actually Pepega Pig to fall to Hadzeris, who pushed aggressively up towards Belt and spotted the KO as he was walking out. Scared Pro now in a tough spot. Should be scared in his feet. They're spotted out just under the Cloudburst. Hadzeris now going to go aggressive out towards the spawn. Mateo going to make that one hurt, but he's traded out. OP Bubbles gets one from the grave. Now the 2v2, making a 1v1, because just like that, 3 kills for the Jet before they're finally silenced. And Pogmaker, the jaws will drop in the 1v1. And the imposter's been taken down.
And Pogmaker has had 2 kills so far, but those are two very impactful kills for the team, and it's been very consistently providing really good utility for the squad as well. So it's exactly a good case of why you should not just look at scoreboard to see what the impact is for people in the games. Right now, Gas Money on the nice little swing in their favor right now. Holdzera being one that you could look at the scoreboard at and saying, yep, they are definitely fragging out right now, but it's not going to be this round unless Resurrection comes through and they pop off now. Comeback story. A mid-round comeback story.
A mid-round comeback story. And right here, if you're any Sage player saying, give me some return on investment, okay? Let me see something out of you. I just res you. I used all of my ult orbs to get you back. You got to give me 7 ult orbs worth of something here in this round. Once more, we go from the shadows. This one on top of the tubes, and I mean, it's heard. It's absolutely heard, but the call out wasn't there in time. Oyasumi also gonna fall. Shibuki steals away the round, and there it is. The comeback arc. It happened here in round 8.
Hazeras finishes around the final kill, but really the person we gotta look at is Shibuki yet again with this insane triple kill pop-off performance with very creative positioning and movement on the Omen, which is exactly what you always hope to see when somebody locks in this agent of paranoia with the shrouded steps, the dark covers, doing exactly what we want. Shibuki 976. Look at all those assists too, man. Those paranoias, things like that coming in strong.
Yeah, the paranoias have been pretty spot on. And there it is again. That's exactly how the round 6, maybe, I think it was, had started. After the round where they got the pick out towards mid, the next one following is a pick out towards long B. Just no respect given over to the power of Shibuki here for Gas Money. And, well, the wrong angle's being held. Mateo's going to fall. The A side's open. And, I mean, you got to get your rally caps out. You got to do something to hope that Oyasumi can get this one back in a 1v4 and just to share it.
And another 3K for Shibuki. This player definitely seems to be the one that's they're making the biggest impact for me right now, that's for sure. Not only are they the top frag, highest assists, they also are getting opening frags with team. They're doing very creative plays that definitely are ambitious and reckless at times, to where if UTP is able to adapt and recognize to it and shut them down, but so far that has not been the case. And therefore, if that's not going to happen, then what would stop Shibuki from continually to do exactly that and find success as they have been? A timeout coming through, which now we might discuss what they can do about Shibuki. But if they can't figure that out, then I think this might be that comeback story from earlier in the day kind of situation. The macro comeback of you lost the first map, winning out the losers and getting the revenge to qualify out of groups could be the case right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing in this is either playing a little bit safer towards these spots where you're starting to get picked apart, right? I think one of the indicators, just that we've seen previously from Shibuki as to where he is playing or not, is a high dark cover out towards mid means that the Omen is probably looking to TP on top of tube, and it's kind of learning that small stuff to figure out how do we stop this guy from getting first blood, because that is the key to victory here for Gas Money, or at least it has been. And so hopefully that timeout gave him just enough clarity. It also comes at a great time because they're here on a full buy, and with this, it's a heavy lean out towards A. 4 players here. Now they're going to back away after tossing out Recon, Dart, and Knife for information. Meanwhile, Scared Pro, the operator in hand, has been locking down this B site, but they're giving him nothing.
Honestly, if a player like Shibuki is going for reckless plays, trying to get initial picks, going for the initial peak when you don't have information where they are coming from makes it so much easier for them to find that success. Now they know that trademark comes through, but Shibuki still finds a frag anyway onto Oyasumi.
That's tough. They hear the audio cue of the trap about to go off. And unfortunately, Shibuki still gets the kills. Mateo, though, has been the player to try and battle back. This is a very scary resurrection. We'll see if it comes to fruition, but it would swing numbers back to even. The 2 players here on the angle. Operator Wasn't given anything at the start of the round, and now looks to be given nothing here at the end. It's a shock dart instead to get Fish low HP. Elorb gonna be used. Barrier still available. We'll see how that one plays out. Speaking of barriers, there's one to stop this push, so they have to go out through the rafters, and it's being held here. Everybody from Gas Money working together to try and secure this round. And again, they can just play time at the end of the day, but instead it's a beautiful crossfire. It's the spike planted in a very tough spot here for Pepega Pig. And if he wants to get the dub, he has to get the kills, and Shibuki still alive means that's not possible.
Who else to close out the round but Shibuki getting a 3K to get the final kill of 1v1. This player has just been so consistent. It's literally like every round's being 3Ks. It's insane. This is happening, and off the timeout, they couldn't even stop the initial frag either. This is literally the Shibuki show right now. Opening rounds, closing rounds, 3Ks left and right, causing disruptions with movements, catching UTP off guard in positions they're not expecting. Even when they do expect, they lose the trades anyway. The rest of the team as well, just as a unit, stepping up for sure and capitalizing on these opportunities that Shibuki creates for them.
Zeris now looking to create some opportunities with the knives. Speaking of knives, 0 point taken down, so it just reveals that somebody is still hanging out in spawn. So you see UTP wary, getting too aggressive there. The owl drone out towards the B side. It spots a player. They take down the trademark. But is this the call? Right? Are they looking to hit this? Gas Money seemingly looking to back away.
Cover going out. Didn't like the feel. Shibuki didn't get the opening pick yet. So let's hold on until the magic can happen. But all in reality is UTP not giving up that ground, not overexposing. You lose that first frag, but no look man comes in, forcing it back to the members of UTP from B site. Even just a little bit, the wall will help them on their way in. The spike will get planted. They'll get another post-play opportunity.
Now Hunter Shuri used at a really good time. Shibuki not having a good time, however, does 120 damage. Not quite enough to take down Mateo, who's got himself a weapon upgrade. Now looks to rotate elsewhere on the map to try and help his team in the retake. But Hadzeris, while this is happening, while the rotates are coming through, everybody's just getting cut down. So Mateo, he's finally made his way to the party. Unfortunately, everybody started to leave. They've grabbed their keys out of the basket. And now he's being kicked out. Time, it's starting to expire. Here come the house owners who said, hey, what are you doing here? There's no party here. It's everybody's gone. You need to take your leave. How did you even get access?
He did that, but there's some clues that party did happen. There's like a couple solo cups over to the side. You know, there's some stringers still hanging off. Some frags went the way of Mateo before the round concluded at the very end. And Shibuki twice now, while we've been giving all these praises, has fallen on the initial contact in the post-plant situation while on flank watch. So that's like the one weakness so far that we've really seen on the second side from Shibuki that UTP might be able to figure out and capitalize on, or they'll just challenge Shibuki instantly on the start of the round, which is where they thrive, and Shibuki will find 2 kills per the par that we've seen so far.
I think there was a flash that was perfectly timed over the top, and it didn't catch Shibuki, but it caught everybody that was pushing on the side of UTP. But I'd have to go back and look at it to see if that was the case, because that's what it looked like with the fight onto Scared Pro. And now the conditioning in just that last round alone seems to be enough that if Gas Money are cutting noise, it's starting to buy these rotations.
And deep in the defending spawn right now, this is going to be a definite cutoff. I don't know if UTP is going to be expecting this.
No, they weren't. And there he is, the 3K master.
And
yeah, Shibuki with 3 O's is what it needs to be, because 3K, 3K, 3K. He's got to at least have 3 letters of some kind, maybe 3 I's at the end of the day, because he's putting the crosshair between the eyes. The Hunter Shuri, that's going to split the uprights. Good for the field goal. Unfortunately, not good for the frags here on the retake. 7-5 all that UTP can hope for. Now the players are revealed as they push onto the site. Nobody revealed on the opposite side. Instead, they put their bodies on the line. And Bubbles here to capitalize 8-4 for gas money. They elected to start on the attacking side, and clearly they did so for good reason.
This is how the first map went on Bind. It was an 8-4 run. However, things went the other side of things. Went for UTP, but we'll have to see if UTP can make the comeback happen. And on offense, with this composition, it's going to be a little tough. They don't have the way of just exploding onto sites, things like that. It's going to be a lot more of a map movement pushing off members of gas money. And one thing I will say is when Shibuki was on the back foot, had a little bit of a hard time in the first half on those post-plant situations. So might have a little bit of a similar tough time on defense. Might not be able to pop off as well when they can't be the one dictating tempo on offense.
Oof.
That's some info.
That's some info.
We like info.
Yeah. Cat's out of the bag. They know that it's a B lean here, and they're going to stay with it. And Bubbles here to capitalize. One out towards mid as well. Fish was hoping to find a lurk after tossing out the poison cloud, but immediately punished. So 3 players left here on the attacking side. The wall goes up, and it makes for an awkward plant. Now needs to plant a little bit deeper. Good rendezvous to safety here from Scared Pro as Matty Ice slowly bringing up the rear. It is a little bit late to the party that was now retaking place here on the B site. They said, hey, the owners are gone. The house is vacant. Let's throw another. And now it's a tough spot to be in. Low HP for 2 here on the side of UT Premier. Recon Bolt won't reveal on a player just on the opposite side. It's Mateo here fighting alongside the wall. The trusty sidekick of the Sage. 4 kills on the round. Gives it the way of UTP.
That's kind of amazing that Mateo didn't die there. I'm going to be honest. The second kill coming in as a little bit of a bait that they didn't fall off from the spike, which almost everybody does in that situation. But beyond that, when the swing comes through, stays alive. A little bit of assistance from the team to keep that time to kill a little bit faster, but still, great round from Mateo. Player you mentioned earlier, being the one that's been stepping up and trying to hold it strong on the defensive side for UTP, and looks like they can do exactly that on offense, if not better.
Bubbles doesn't get spotted by the 0 points. He does get spotted, however, by his robot companion. I guess they're not really companions, but they're the same. Counterpart. That's a good one. They were manufactured in the same place, and they know of one another. They're just not friends, unfortunately. And that just shows it there. It's a good classic kill coming out from Pogmaker, and another to follow here from Hadzeris. It leaves Shibuki in not an undoable situation. A tap onto the spike to try and get around. This would be the player to kill. It was Mateo, the only healthy member, had the rifle, but does not go down. And now this comeback getting a little scary. It's definitely a possibility. This bonus round is also a bit stronger because Mateo bought a Vandal in round 2.
They were ambitious buy, and it worked out in their favor for sure. And yeah, I think the lore is that it's 2 universes, and basically every person in one universe that's good has a bad version of the other universe that crosses over, and vice versa if it's good, and then there's a bad one, there's a good one. So yeah, it's just an evil robot.
Yeah.
This is basically the lore. Good bot, bad bot.
Spike down mid.
Which is which, you decide which one you're more a fan of.
And then it has the, the individual, the existential crisis of, am I the good or the bad robot? How does that play out? We do know that Shibuki is a good ghost. The Omen looks pretty good. Unfortunately, only finding 1, so not Mr. Multi-kill here in this round, and as Fish looks to back away to play the post plant. Hogmaker a bit too quick on it. So the bonus round, although it was a bit stronger, was not enough to be secured by UTP. And it's gas money back in the win column.
All right. UTP, do they go A site now? Been a bit of a B site favor. Question that gas money is going to be asking. Shibuki crests over into the 20 kill range. And there it is, A site. Classic strategy. Go left. All right, now let's go right. Try to throw him off, but if you do that, they don't get thrown off. You know, they went B side with just one jet.
As Shibuki died in that last round, makes this one hurt. You saw the Omen only with the Judge. And he's out towards mid. It's not the best angle to be fighting with the Judge. Oh no, Maddie spotted on top of wall, forced to give up the position. That ponytail, that pesky ponytail, fortunately will survive. Mateo, though, finally starting to battle back. We go 1-for-1 as Bubbles falls to the util of Pepega Pig. And just like that, as we make our way onto the site, the wall goes up, the res comes through, the numbers swing back in favor of UTP. And Pogmaker, he's worse for wear. He could definitely use a heal, but the Sage is down. Now finally, that spike to be planted. No command available on the opposite side. Shibuki finds a weapon, looks to sneak on over. 0 point to reveal some information, but with a rifle in hand, it's so much more than what the Judge could have gotten done. And Shibuki pops off once more. And now in the 2v2, Hadzeris and Pogmaker need to try and get it done. Unfortunately, not the case.
Shibuki, I'm pretty sure they didn't clear Ninja, and Shibuki just teleported past it. Just surely nobody will be here. Pogmaker might have had the info with coverage. I don't know if they got there in time, but nevertheless, UTP are able to close out that round. Their post plans have been looking really good. The way in was a little bit slow overall, but definitely we're covering the angles properly and coming out from those trades, knowing they have a resurrection available. Just play to their strengths, essentially. Mighty Ice a little bit far away from their own as Bubbles picks up a nice little stinger. Not as strong as it once was about a year ago, but these days, so do a job a little bit closer range than this. That's a little bit further away than you like to be.
Yeah, I feel the frenzy recently has been the new stinger. The way that players are making this frenzy work is beyond me. That's exactly what we saw. Maybe it just looks good in the hands of Shibuki in a round like this, but either way, damage dealt. So Sage taken down, so no heals on the opposite side here for UTP this time around. But the A site still on the menu. The Frenzy Dink is there. The reload comes through, and it's more damage from Pogmaker. Not quite able to find the kill, but he gets good damage. Onto two members on the opposite side here. And, well, there's one kill confirmed. Just sneaking around the corner. Oyasumi won't go down. The high ground taken. Eventually falls. Like Caster cursed him literally in the moment. Now Hadzeris in a tough spot with just the Bucky. And it finds one. But it needed to find three and a defuse. UTP inching closer and closer to tying us up here. A lot closer of an affair here on Icebox. But we're not done just yet.
Definitely not, especially with these ultimates coming through. A big buyout coming out as well. Will Zeros be able to get an operator in hand? And no armor, though. Glass cannon option. Definitely risks taken by this team here and out. They have Hunter's Fury, no command from the shadows, a Blade Storm. I'm not stoked about the glass cannon operator option, but we do know operators are good on this map for jets and chambers. A little bit of info gathered, but it's going to be a mid execution from UTP, something we haven't quite seen just yet, and it doesn't seem like Gas Money is even predicting this whatsoever. Nobody's positioned in kitchen at all. It's going to be a late rotation from Matty Ice, who just has to hold an exit doorway. They have no info at all, but now the stage wall drops. They will now know. And they should be reacting accordingly. And there it is, down to the death tube. There's going to be so many tags from this Hunter's Fury. Pogmaker making jaws drop, as you said before. With 3K of their own. Gas Money in the forefront of this round.
Yeah, that is, I mean, absolute best case scenario. We almost got another best case scenario for Oyasumi. Matty Ice and Hadzeris almost lining up for the collateral. Recon Bolt. That one's going to be a quick flick from the tour de force, but it was an ultimate use, but at the end of the day, punished by Matty Ice and Gas Money. As soon as they get those rifles back, they make it work. But most importantly in that round, I mean, it was Pogmaker. You mentioned, right, that they didn't quite have the read, but that long hallway of kitchen proved to be, well, just that, too long. And it allowed for that Hunter's Fury. I mean, there's no wiggle room there.
Yeah, not at all. It's literally a kill chamber. And they don't even have chamber on the team. Yeah, bro, couldn't make things happen at the very end there, but little bit of a dire situation. The Viper's Pit is available for UTP. They can get onto the site, maybe with assistance from their own Hunter's Ferry. Then they can set up a really nice post plant situation, which they've been fairly successful overall in, especially on this A site. There's a Hunter's Ferry leading things through.
Unfortunately, doesn't find much, but a couple of clear corners. The operator now back into the mix. Is Pepega Pig gonna find the first? Oyasumi there for 2, but they're traded right back almost immediately. So the numbers never escaping gas money here on defense. They keep things doable, and most importantly, they delay. They stall. The spike is down, and it's not in the safest spot to be retrieved, especially with that operator still creeping around the angle, but they're gonna cut noise for now.
This is good for gas money so far. The Viper's Pit player and Fish has fallen, so they won't be able to use that ultimate this time around, but Mateo still holding the line so strongly. Bubbles falls. Player advantage for UTP. Bladestorm is available, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Shibuki, though, has been the big playmaker so far. Can they get another 3K now?
Pushes on up. Spots out 2, but eventually falls himself. And I mean, you mentioned the operator before. Not really in a great spot, and it's one of the worst weapons to have in a 1v3 like this. But it's just going to be that save. Still a round up. Oh, and just escaping some economic damage as Oyasumi shows himself for just a moment. Will back away. And gas money. They hang on to the operator, but they concede the round. And we stay within 1.
Yeah, good save call there. Shibuki had to go in, deal with a crossfire setup, and that's just a little bit of a tough situation overall. Donating the operator to Shibuki, trusting that they'll be able to be the ones with the best hands for that, while Holdzeras will have their own Bladestorm to work with. Yeah, I think that is the best call if they go for just an eco here. No, they're going to force up. Not buying for the next round. You will have to deal with a Frenzy for Bubbles and Stinger. The Bladestorm is fine, but Bubbles is not going to enjoy this round.
No, not at all. Especially because they're on the wrong side of the map. Right, that Stinger here on the rotates. Maybe in the close corners, you could hope to RNG and get lucky. The barrier orb immediately taken down. Over the top, though, goes Pepega Pig, and Matty Ice is ready for it. Now the Bladestorm lines up 2 and cuts him down. A Scared Pro is hoping to battle back. It's a left click instead of a right, which means Holdzeras will find himself buried. And now in the 2v2, this Stinger just turned into a Phantom with the low HP of Scared Pro, and they gives himself up. Now a 1v1, and it's Shibuki here on the A site, and Oyasumi says, I'm headed elsewhere.
Shibuki knows this, already rotating instantly. This is a 1v1 to determine if a lead is kept for gas money, if it's all tied up for UTP. Very similar trajectory from the past for how they got to A site, but great job by gas money to be able to clutch things out to make this a 1v1 opportunity for Shibuki, but it's going to be a lot of guesswork. Oyasumi has the Recon Bolt to be able to get some information, but depending on how they use that, could give away the position themselves. Shibuki with an operator hand as a reminder. Make this even tougher. Dark covers, though. Can cut off some angles, make it easier to work with.
Rope heard, the drop heard, the tap on the and those footsteps also have to be heard. Shibuki lands the shot, but doesn't seem to have the time. So Oyasumi plays the clock near perfect with just a second remaining. I mean, that was, well, I guess what can you do in a situation like that for Shibuki? But a lot of information given over between tapping the spike, watching the angles, ADSing, making steps after tapping the spike. It made for an easy Oyasumi to just sit and wait.
Yeah. Oyasumi play that as perfectly as you possibly can. Honestly, they held the Recon Bolt because they didn't want to give away the position of where they're playing for or anything like that. I mean, maybe there's a world where you just have this crazy cross-map lineup, but most people assume that you're playing for yourself. Tied up, UTP bringing the heat on the attacking rounds. The Viper's Pit is still available if Fish can get onto the site successfully, but so far has fallen to the wayside on their entries. While they've been overall good for UTP, not for them themselves, but finally it goes down. The plant is dropped, and a save run for gas money as well. This is going to be a nightmare for a retake.
A nightmare of a retake. Early one spotted. Pega Pig able to convert a 1-for-1, but good damage on the opposite side as the wall gets spotted, so they know they can't just push through the pit this way. They'll have to go around the long way or up and over the top, and that's where your toesies get spotted. That's where your little feetsies can be seen, and that's exactly what Mateo's looking for here. Recon Bolt reveals nothing. The clock continues to tick, and it's starting to become a problem here for Gas Money as they push their way on throughout towards the Alt Orb. The bodies start to drop. A weapon retrieved for Bubbles, but he doesn't even get to fire a shot. And after a back and forth, after an 8-4 half, I believe, for the side of Gas Money, they're letting it slip away here. And we finally see our first lead for UTP.
Comeback, the dream is happening. They're the ones that 8-4 first half back on bind, and they closed it out. But this time when they were on the back foot 4-8 on Icebox, they didn't let that advantage that Gas Money generated for themselves go to their heads. They came in, kept the confidence. What? 5 hits, man. But what can Gas Money do with this information, right? They're rotating through, pushing for mid control, using the owl drone to push out as well. The dark cover tried to cause some disruptions, but the dark cover low-key griefing the owl drone there, so they couldn't see Fish hiding off to the side.
And with that orb, no command online, I feel the safest person or the best person here, the best angle to be had is Hodzeris out towards Snowman. Has the operator. Dark cover comes down. UTP, they're looking to play this teeter-totter strategy. Want to work it back and forth. The cross out towards mid, though, is being held.
All right. 5 from Gas Money is 0.0 from UTP, but still just as valuable information, knowing they can just instantly take yellow control. Wall is dropped, but spammed out, so they won't have a safe plant. I believe they still will be able to get a plant just the same, but Ozzares is still here. If that wall just drops in time, but it will not. Enough gas in the tank for Fish. Keep it up.
Yeah, near perfect to really set up everything here in the post line. Good recon bolt, though, from Pogmaker. The cure is the first as a wall goes up on the opposite side, and now they're looking to play the long angles around yellow. The operators here, the dash to safety. Bubbles to fall as Ozzares trades it out. The spike is being diffused. They have to try and stop it, and Maddie gonna hold it down as Oyasumi has nothing for the 2 players remaining. Falls himself, and we're all tied up at 11.
You think we're hitting overtime here, Tanner? Because it kind of feels like we might be hitting overtime. These teams are slugging it out. We see Gas Money making the reads and figuring out some adaptations they need to do as far as just, let's play back. Let's not give entry frags. Let's play the retake because we're pretty good at that over on B side especially. I think A has been a favored spot for UTP overall. I really like seeing that they're going back to what's been working for them. Shibuki and Hazeras has not been very consistent at keeping control over here, to say it easily. And Shibuki, we know once they're on the back foot, haven't been able to hold angles as well as we like to see. It's when they are making the plays happen, which they could be doing just right now. With that paranoia, at the very least, we'll be able to get out safely and allow opportunity for Hazeras to find the first frag.
Yeah, great information. Shibuki almost wasn't punished for the positioning. Now will eventually go down. The resurrection going to put numbers in favor of UT Premier once more. Through the toxic screen and too many targets, Oyasumi falls. And well, that resurrection, it means absolutely nothing in the reload. The ammo, the magazine goes dry. Scared Pro going to look to get aggressive. The backstab just around the corner. The resurrection now numbers for Gas Money. But the spike is planted. So the third man here for UTP is that clock. It is the time. From the shadows, looking to reposition here. Shibuki, who died earlier in the round. And oh boy, inside the walls was Mateo trying to hide. And it doesn't quite work out. So it's Gas Money to re-secure the lead. And what is the economy looking like going into this last round for UTP?
As far as ultimates go, not very good. The ult command just went online for Bubbles. Most likely nobody's going to get ultimate for UTP this round. That'd be insane if they did. The economy is not looking great either. I maybe cast a curse at overtime for us, Ken. I'm not going to lie. might have secured the bag for one team getting a 13-11. It looks like it might be Gas Money because operating hand for Holzera's Pogmaker does not have a rifle in hand, but I'm sure they'll be grabbing one surely. Yeah, there it is. Ooh. The default for UTP, but we'll have to see if we can get a frag or two because it's the default for Gas Money as well, and they've proven that their retakes when they have players up are really solid.
Good timing for Oyasumi. Delayed by just a moment, so he doesn't take the damage from the shock dart. Also misses out on the spray. Threw the poison cloud out towards mid, and that default has now come to be a lean towards this B site. And well, 3 of 5 they were spotted here on this lean, and now you're in a tough spot, right? Because you cut noise and just re-exec. What do you do here for Gas Money? They are saying, hey, they're not coming back to A. Shibuki's got the best position, the best seat in the house. And meanwhile, out towards B, the wall up on Snowman lets you know that Gas Money, they want to play the positions that they've garnered for themselves. So we'll see if Matty Ice can get some value. No command at arguably one of the best times to do it. 30 seconds left on the clock, which means it's working now against UTP. Zoyasumi hoping to cut off some of these rotations. That spike needs to get planted, and they haven't even crept up just yet. It's blue for 2. Oyasumi's able to steal one back with 13 seconds on the clock. The operator falls. The next one up is Matty Ice, but he's just so icy with it as Bubble lines up 2. He'll find 3. And Gas Money in round 8, they had themselves a comeback round, a redemption round. Well, here in the lower decider, they get themselves their own redemption arc. They take down UT Premier and they qualify for the playoffs here in Group A.
It was a bit of a roller coaster of the final round there. Where we're looking at Oyasumi finding some success on the flank, gets 2 kills. We're like, oh, this is looking great for UTP. But then suddenly, everybody at UTP lines up. Bubbles just mows them down on the site. They can't get the spike plant because they're all dead in the final seconds of the round. It was just an instant turn in the final moments of that map to allow Gas Money to close it out 13-11. They're able to clutch things up. I gotta give a lot of props, even though they had a little bit of a struggle on the defensive side. That was more so highlighted for people like Bubbles instead and Hodzeras. But Shibuki on the offensive side looked like an animal and has been such an exciting play style to watch that definitely threw off UTP's the game plan on defense with a team composition that should be looking really good on defense. So they had to make a comeback happen. Enough rounds were won by Gas Money that they had enough time to make the adaptations themselves and make the victory happen in the end.
Yep, like you said, Shibuki unleashed on the attacking side, which garnered Gas Money 8-4 at the half, which was just enough rounds to have going into their defense to eventually close things out 13-11. But a very solid showing. Heroism on both sides, or heroics, I should say, on both sides, with Mateo doing everything that they could. Unfortunately, they just fall short. So we say goodbye to UT Premier, but we say thank you, obviously, for joining us for this. Without you, the prize pool would be a little bit smaller and the action would be a little bit less. So shout out to UT Premier for showing up. Shout out to the teams in Group A, Psychos, Money, Crew, and Gas Money. So, hey, the Money Boys, the Money Ballers. I wish I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say that second part. It sounded cooler in my head. And then I put pen to paper and it's
still morning for you, man. It's fine.
It is still morning. I'm groggy. I'm still waking up. You know, I gotta go get the tea. I gotta crack open the energy drinks, whatever it is. Fortunately, you know, I can take a walk after that one because we've got ourselves a nice little break here. But when we come back, we're continuing it here in the GSL groups, the best of ones. They don't stop here. They continue just after this short break.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. It's 16 frame, and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Before I played Valorant and like other games, I was very competitive in chess.
That I am not actually down bad.
I'm also single, and like I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty handsome, man. Like my voice not like
So everybody knows.
You know, just making sure you guys know I am single. 15 and single. I'm a hot shot. You know what I'm saying?
I wear Crocs when I play. In my own home, and people think that's weird, but I don't know. I just like my Crocs.
I have to 1v1 anyone in Valorant. 10Z zombie. I need to prove a point.
Yay, sir.
Yay. That guy don't miss.
Probably Redux that we just played. He was talking a lot of shit. It really pissed me off, but you know, whatever.
Best skin in the game currently, Tree Vandal.
Best skin in the game, Prime Vandal.
The Prime Vandal. It's a classic.
RGX knife.
The most I think about LAN for a fact is just shit talking. I love shit talking. Are you serious? Play the ball! I don't know how much it affects the people that I'm playing, but I love yelling at them. I mean, it's all lighthearted at the end of the day. Like, I'm super cool with everyone that's here. I have like no bad intentions, but I just love yelling and getting in their heads.
Connecting with people and showing off that I still got it.
I love the environment. I love the hype after winning a match, and I like what's online.
Seeing my teammates mainly, and playing against other people that I played in ranked.
Spacey shit.
longer of a break as we got things settled, but we have finally found ourselves a matchup, and, well, we're going to be jumping on into Group B. My name is still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Chad Lantis. And, Chad, we got ourselves, I think, one of a handful of the teams to really watch for this tournament, that being BBG Academy. They're going to be taking on the Texas A&M Maroon Squad. So, TAMU, another collegiate team, they're trying their hand at it.
Yeah, as we're looking at the brackets here, we see Texas A&M, just like in Group A, it's this collegiate team making it through to the winner's side of the group side. But in Group A, we saw the fall from grace from UT Premier. Perhaps Texas A&M can have a different story. However, I will say, when against BBG Academy, it's going to be just as tough, if not potentially tougher, than what they went against, what we saw at least in Group A from Psycho Mighty Crew, because BBG Academy is, as we're going to go to see the rosters in just a little bit, they're pretty much the entire actual roster of BBG Academy, which is a team that a lot of people who watched Valorant for a while definitely is familiar with his name.
Yeah, absolutely familiar with the names on that squad in way of Con Artist, Blackheart, Kev, Fireball, and Frey. I think I want to say shout out Fireball and Fireball's family. I think they're pretty vocal about the support on Twitter, and we always love to see that.
Oh,
so
yes.
Shout out the Fireball Ops fam. On the opposite side, I don't know if that is Aggro. I think it might just be Aggro, but a couple of names that we kind of know. I feel like Aggro and Noble are, even Damn actually are some names that I've seen kind of popping around and playing in a few of these smaller tournaments, if not on Texas A&M, maybe somewhere else. I think the name that stands out to me most here is Aggro, if that is, unless that's Gaggro. And so it is Aggro. I just got confirmation that it is that player in Aggro, and somebody who's kind of bounced around a little bit and made a name for themselves, I think, in just the collegiate scene alone. So definitely somebody to watch here in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely players that I like seeing that in collegiate teams and even high school teams out there sometimes that they'll show up in events and actually play under their collegiate team sometimes. And sometimes they're like, well, that's our collegiate team, but we're also gonna go play with our other friends and try go and make splashes as like a kind of like a semi-pro team or something of that sort. So definitely players who are not going to just completely get washed or anything of that sort. They're definitely very skilled players. And as we see, speaking of players, Frey going into the Built by Gamers Academy roster, it's a performance coast because they don't quite have a solid fifth currently. They're doing trials and things like that. So going to the LAN, come on, Frey, let's fill up the roster here a little bit and see what we can make happen.
Yeah, they toss him into the fray.
Yeah.
And now he's gotta, they gotta try and get it done here on LAN. I think this is gonna be a fun one. I think BBG Academy as a team, one of those things where when there was a main roster, it's kind of like how we look at maybe TSM and TSM Academy. Sometimes we're like, okay, BBG Academy is BBG, right? This has kind of been the squad that really did have a lot of success. Now they're the only standing BBG roster in BBG Academy, and they get to continue pushing forward for their success. Con Artist was also a part of the team that just won one of these previous LANs, I'm pretty sure. So just bouncing around, obviously making sure that if there is a LAN opportunity, they're going to be there for that LAN opportunity. It just means a whole lot to be able to do that. And I love that now we're kind of getting into that summer break time for some of these collegiate players, and they can probably invest just a bit more into the competitive scene outside of what they do for school. As we take a peek and we head back to the dreary land. No, I'm just kidding. We head back to Ascent. And although this is a map that we're expecting to see a lot throughout the day, I think they're giving it to us, Chad, in a good digestible amount. They're not just shoving dates down our throat. You know, they're giving us Ascent every 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, spacing it out the dates that you have, it's definitely nice so it doesn't get overwhelming, that's for sure. So we still like Ascent, just not too much. And the dream of 7 best of ones that we're casting today, 7 different maps in the pool Valorant, it has died, Tanner. It has fallen off. We still have a chance of seeing all 7 today, though, because there's the best 3 at the very end of it all. So maybe we can bring up a couple of new ones then. But yeah, anyway, we have Ascent coming up again, something that definitely BBG Academy is going to be very familiar with, and something that Texas A&M should be as well, because every team pretty much scrims Ascent 24/7.
Yeah, this is a map that you need to know. I feel like this map is a really solid one to Well, I guess for tactical shooters and the way that some of the mines come into the game, it's a really solid map to say, hey, let's just get started on Ascent, right? Because it's the map is very gameplay focused. All of them are very gameplay focused, but it's almost strictly what you have to your character in way of weaponry or in way of utility versus some of the other maps like we talked about earlier, where you've got to worry about teleports, you've got to worry about 3 spike sites versus just, you know, the normal 2. So I feel like everybody kind of builds their core or can build their core around Ascent and then start to branch out, which in way of tactical shooter, in way of best of ones, that might be, well, what we see for the rest of the day. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. No more Ascent. We got to see the splits, the Havens, the Binds coming up here soon. Hopefully we do, as Aggro locks in that Jet. Nothing really, I was going to say nothing really standing out, and then I look at the glaring purple mark, or purplish pink mark, down on the bottom left of the screen, and Fireball is actually bringing out the Reyna.
Yeah, I'm excited about that too, because the very first time I ever saw Fireball play was way, way, way back before the BBG Academy days, and he basically played Reyna all the time. Like, literally, like, every match was basically them on Reyna, and they popped off. They definitely got recognition for the name. They definitely were fragging out by doing exactly that. Lots of lurks, the normal for Reyna, a lot of multi-kills, big plays, things like that. And once they went to BBG Academy, that was kind of when Reyna kind of fell off in the meta as well. And of course, you want to play to win, play was the best. So we haven't really seen much Reyna Fireball ops of old for quite a while. So this is very exciting that we'll be able to see this come back, as I've been seeing Reyna pop up a little bit more here and there lately.
And so what do we lose in gaining that Reyna in the flex position versus a Sage or another Initiator, right? Because the inverse on the opposite side is that KO, you know, and that feels like a lot of util. You're really putting a lot of weight on Fireball to get it done on the Reyna. And you talked about it at the start of the day when you were talking about Ascent, Chad. You said there's a lot of thin walls, which means there are a lot of walls that this Reyna Lear does make it. It clears the gap, it clears the distance, and it can actually get some value. So we'll see. Fireball's got to make me, at the very least, a believer, because I think I would like to have, you know, you see it right here. This 0 point at the start of this round is going to be huge for information for the B-site defenders, and 2 of them are spotted.
Yep, found the Reyna as well. And that's really is. You're not going to have as much safe information to work off of, and not as much hard denial of movement from the enemy team that KO provides. It's going to be a lot more just aggressive. We're going to go in and take a fight with full confidence, and that's what Fireball is feeling right now. It's full confidence that we're going to come in and just smash you. We're the favorites in this team, on this lobby, I should say. We're the favorite team, and we're going to try to prove that.
Oh, man, too much given over to Kev. He's able to punish 2 kills with the Sheriff. 1 was stolen back, but a 2-for-1 favorable here for BBG Academy. As that door gets closed, the player has already made their way up into main. So all 3 are here. Suppression out, gives some information over. Frey going to be hanging on to 1 Nano Swarm. So still 1 to play with. BBG Academy slowly chip away at the door. Trying to finally knock that one down. Maybe waiting for some of that util to come back up before they fully expose themselves to the attackers turn defenders here on this site. The drops come on down. The right click good for the headshot. Damn is there for the trade. The crossfire is huge. 15 HP in a dream as Kev continues to reign supreme on the server. 4 kills on it, and they pause for the fist bumps at LAN.
Part of the LAN hype is you can actually give those fist bumps for your teammates. Get those noise, you know, call us going in on the server. And then shout out to Kev, somebody we didn't really comment on, but still is playing that duelist role. Will be going for aggressive peaks themselves, and got that very first one to start off the entire round and closed out the round just as strongly. BBG Academy, they lost a few along the way, but still will be able to have the momentum in their favor to start off this map.
Couple of Sheriffs up here, so definitely opportunity for damage in the eco round for TAMU Maroon. All about finding those opportunities, and Aggro puts himself in a really tough spot. Oh, okay, well, there it goes. It all comes to fruition. Dale is able to steal one back, not before Fireball trades it out. And, well, I was getting there. I was gonna say that Kev had walked up, or actually not, Aggro had walked up alone on a solo mission, nobody there to trade, and before Aggro had actually died, there's a pretty nice lineup. So I guess even if there was somebody there to trade, maybe they would just get lined up and taken down like we saw here in the main. But it was just the anti-eco round. Okay, I thought for a second we were getting full Vandals, and that just lets you know how the team likes to play. You know, they like to play the tappy, they like to play the strafey, but damn, maybe looking a little bit more run and gun, maybe a little bit more spam, as he's rocking the Phantom. But a good 0 point once more. It finds the defenders here. 3 bolstered up towards the B site for BBG Academy. And okay, just behind the drone, out comes the aggression. It's Noble to find the first. Fragment push the other defender away, but Frey is eventually able to cook one down. That's the robot to fall to the Nano Swarm. And the Sheriff in the hand of Fireball proves to be just not enough. And with 29 HP, Frey also meets that same fate. Kev now, Kev's got an opportunity. Find themselves in the top 10 plays. The web gems are looking to come on through. He finds 2 of 4. But Kev will eventually, or Dale, excuse me, will eventually answer back. And Tamio are on the board.
I'm really interested in seeing when BBG Academy will start actually adapting to not be next to that B main wall that Noble has been throwing that 0 point every round immediately and getting information from it. Shutting down the Killjoy utility, just like right there. You got the Killjoy that said, you know what? There's no Killjoy utility to stop us from going through B main, so let's just float through, and that's exactly what they did. So that's why you see Frey holding a little bit further back positioning instead, and therefore the 0 point did not quite catch them, and it's going to be harder for Texas A&M University to actually make it on the B main. They're going to a little bit more of a default and posture towards A instead, which is exactly where you see Blackheart and Fireball setting up at. The trade underway. Not too bad for attacking team.
A good response from Fireball, though, just to be there, find that trade. You know, I mean, you called that perfectly, right? When did they get a back away for that 0 point? It was this exact round that they did, right? Frey backs away. The wall bang spam is actually coming from the Radianite boxes versus being right up on the wall. So the answer was there. Unfortunately, just didn't really mean too much out towards B site because all the action is taking place here on A. Through. Oh, no. Fireball pushes through, but he has to reload. And he's going to be punished for it. Recon Bolt goes out. It's just on the outside of the dark cover, and the spray from the Odin. It gives up the position, and damn goes huge. Con Artist to fall. And now Frey left to pick up the pieces. And, well, he doesn't. They spill once more, and we find ourselves tied at 2.
Not going to lie, a little bit of a blunder situation where Con Artist is spraying through the smoke and not a lot of info to go off of. Gets sprayed back by overwhelming numbers of Texas A&M University. Not realizing you have 5 bullets pushing through a door like that is also a little bit rough. I feel like if you look at the door, look at the smokes. I know you're tracking mini mapping and on comms. Just give a little peek. See what your clip is like.
They try to shoot down the 0 point, but will they be expecting this close? You have to go right now if you're Fireball, and that's the call. Unfortunately, too many targets to worry about. The judge only finds damage, won't find the kills, and well, the only ultimate that was online for BBG Academy has now been taken off the board, and there's a handful on the opposite side. Lockdown Hunter's Fury, and
nice.
Well, no command. It's available for Noble, but it will be available in the next round. But look at this. Aggro has crept all the way up, living up to his name and punishing Blackheart, not expecting on the angle. Is still forced to turn around and try and help his teammate out. It's Kev to get things done with just the Marshal. And a Sheriff on the site for Frey. Won't be enough to turn in that kill onto Aggro. And Tamu, okay, they start a little bit slower. They concede the pistol round. They lose the anti-eco. But as soon as they get these rifles, they look damn good.
Texas A&M University. Yeah, they are watching each other's backs. Like you saw Noble there as Dill was going for the owl drone, was just watching the corner, covering each other's backs, going with nice rotations as well, getting angles for themselves, and on good timings. It's very synergistic, very coordinated. For BBG Academy, they've now have to respect the fact that they can't just go out there all willy-nilly and just taking fights and just come out on top. They need to actually play up properly as a team to take out Tamu.
And now we're starting to get these ultimates online. It's Con Artist to take down the robot that was suppressing the abilities of the team. Resurrection available, though, so Noble gonna be back on the table to try and fight with this squad. A 5v5 still to ensue. With all that noise being made, with the Hunter Shuri bot out, I mean, that opens up. Ascent is their oyster, right? That lockdown can be so huge now that that Sobalt is out of the way.
Yeah, lucky for them, were able to get the resurrection as well, so it's still even numbers. But yeah, like you said, lockdown is going to be huge, and that's generally going to be better for the A site with the setup here, especially since Killjoy is still at B site. At least I have a good idea of it. That's been the tendency, at the very least. Fireball is still being tendency, trying to play for tree control. We'll have to see if Dam is able to timing this properly to take advantage of Fireball's aggressiveness.
Oh.
Nope.
Fireball just ready for it, was forced to walk away from the lockdown, had to go deep, and meanwhile the attacking side haven't quite gotten this spike down. Tamu in a really tough spot. The door will be closed and the site is theirs, but it seems like it's only theirs by proxy. Just because they're standing on the site does not mean they own it. And Frey, well, Frey reminds us of that.
And BBG Academy making the adjustments as you would expect a team of that caliber to do, realizing, okay, they've proven that we have to respect them a bit, and we can't just go and just take any fight we want. And they actually maintain a little bit more composure, swing off each other, respecting the utility that TAMU has to offer. Played around that lockdown really well, to be honest. Like, they used the Hunter's Fury for a little bit of advantage earlier on. Lockdown came in, they just had Fireball push out from Catwalk, and Dam just couldn't quite win up that trade, which is a huge cornerstone for how BBG Academy were able to win out that round. But this time around, that 0 point does hit because it goes deeper to find Frey. And no Killjoy utility, but it doesn't matter. Kev can still hit those shots.
Kev still hitting this shot. No cloud burst needed, no tailwind or updraft. Finally, updraft comes through, and eventually Kev goes down, but not before claiming a couple of bodies from TAMU here, BBG Academy. They want that lead that they had previously, and they will eventually get it back one round. Now the lead here for the defense is 3 stand as they close that one out.
Like the through the half adjustments of Noble's 0 points to see if they can find Frey's body. Essentially on the B site, it seems like every round is like, you're gonna be close or you're gonna be far. Where am I throwing the 0 point? Looks like they're positioned to do basically the same story this time around.
Recalling my bot out of charges. Get out of my way.
Ooh, Frey goes back into boats. Couldn't quite tell if he got hit by that 0 point or not. Right on the edge on the map. Either way, Spikes dropped back towards spawn, playing a little bit more of a default aggro through the name, pushing up aggressively. But that's exactly what BBG Academy is looking to do through mid gates as well.
And aggro falling asleep on the angle just a bit. Fireball will secure that kill. Put BBG 1 player ahead. Blackheart on the jump peak. Finally gets the information that they were hoping for. And for BBG Academy, this right here, it quite possibly spells a 2-round lead, right? The buy is not great on the side of TAMU, and now the numbers, they're starting to dwindle as well. Slowly but surely, the wood that is TAMU that's holding them up, starting to be chipped away at. We've got some expert woodworking, but some expert sheriff work here. The detective still on the case. Oh no, the recon bolt. Oh, it actually did get blocked. I thought the cloud burst missed. It didn't matter at the end of the day. Again, the rifle's proven to be just a bit too strong. And BBG Academy, they do get that long-awaited 2-round lead.
Back to where they started. They have their own Killjoy lockdown to work with, but the Hunter's Fury of the enemy they are faced with as well. Dill leading the charge of the team, and will need to lead the charge as far as utility acquisition for this round. They can find that lockdown. Frey jumps the gun a little bit. This time around, though, Noble is on the other side of the map. No hide and seek with that utility this round.
Yeah, I guess what's interesting, and I would imagine what's being picked up, I'm gonna hold that thought here, is Blackheart gonna be faced, try and take down the drone. Hunter's Fury, okay. Only 2 pings means that the Hunter's Fury doesn't quite find its mark. Blackheart Blackheart, though, did take some damage before leaving this site, and he's left it into the very capable hands of Kev, who's playing just behind the dice. But, I mean, we saw at the start of this round, whereas when Frey was getting too far on sidewalk, he was losing range of that alarm bot. And the way that that alarm bot's been out towards mid, it makes for easy 0 points. You're almost 50-50ing as to where this Killjoy is going to be because Frey has to stay in X area. And there we see it again, perfectly on top of the Killjoy, whether he's close, whether he's far. Now Frey, I mean, has to just get out of dodge. It shots through the wall, and Noble will finally close out the kill onto the Killjoy, who held things down for just a moment. Allowed for some rotations to come on through, but it's only 3 players. Here for BBG Academy, try and retake this side as that spike gets planted. The angles are starting to be cleared out. Dark cover. Oh, we'll keep this one safe, but for just a moment it falls, and aggro will follow. Now Dill low HP, the next target that could be taken down. Dan plays a close corner. Hungry Hamster needs to eat. That health doesn't look great. And I mean, we're not going back and forth. We're going BBG Academy, closing out everything. Both players stuck here backside. The util's not the best, but Fireball just going huge here on the Reyna, and there's way more time than you would have hoped for TAMU for this round to close out. BBG Academy, they just walked in and made everything theirs.
And what a round for Fireball. You saw on the POV there, shouts to Mel on the observing, showing that he realized, you know what, I'm going to check my ammo before I go onto the site this time around. It does exactly that, and 4K happens. So as long as he has bullets in his gun, he definitely has the capability of popping off, that's for sure. Nice frags found. And honestly, BBG just dismembering the members of TAMU, who kind of had positions that were a little bit rat angles on the site and were a little bit one and dones overall. And the other members of TAMU didn't quite swing as they needed to get the trades happening and keep the numbers in their favor on that retake. So fighting a little bit of 1v1s, 2v1, 2v2s definitely allowed BBG Academy their way back into that site. Kev's finding their way back into another first blood, but aggro answers right back with a rifle of their own. It's not the best bias of TAMU, but still a buy to work with. And a numbers advantage as well.
This should be expected. There is a world where it isn't. And, well, that's the world that we're living in. That is the world that we are living in. As Hungry Hamster cuts it down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, the spike's on the opposite side of the map, but Fireball didn't get spotted by the 0 point at the start of the round. Crept into Wine, and that was enough for TAMU to think that they were safe. And I mean, sure, there's a lot of time on the clock, but this feels very difficult for Hungry Hamster.
Now we get to see the guesswork, the reads, the foresight predictions. Neither player has any utility to be able to gain information for each other. Only thing they know is where the last position of each other were 30 seconds ago, which you could be anywhere by now. But Fireball does have advantage. He has the spike control. The doors drop, so it numbers it down to essentially 2 angles. And with that sound of the glass shattering, gives them the timing and finds it truly. Closing out yet another round is Fireball.
Yeah, that is... You have a little more time. You know, you maybe add 8 seconds to the clock. You can take the long way around into heaven. You don't have to make that audio cue. But that was just not afforded to Hungry Hamster. And Fireball was ready for that exact cue. Basically just ready to play. I either hear the plant on the A site, or I hear the glass, or I'm peeking up towards heaven. So played well by Fireball. I don't know if it's the Reyna that's making me a believer, though. I think you put Fireball in any other agent, and he's still having the same exact showing that he is here. As we're going aggressive out towards the A site. The ults are coming down. The Empress is on. The lockdown, it's unfortunately in the wrong spot for the defense, but for the attackers, it clears out the A site. Look at Dam. Dam is still out towards main. He's going to be late to helping out his team, and they didn't care about the lockdown. They just wanted to stop the push onto the site, and they've delayed the plant and started to find the frags behind it as Blackheart flicks from head to head to head, and Frey will put the icing on top to close out the 8th for BBG Academy.
BBG Academy reading TAMU like a book. Frey, it might look really weird that he just dropped the lockdown instantly on the round like that. It was on the other side of where the attack was coming from. But reading the fact that Noble had the null command, just predicting, oh, they're probably going to pop it instantly and try to rush B side, which would be a pretty good call. And that's what Frey was expecting. So they dropped the lockdown before they get suppressed. But Nevertheless, they planned for the possibility of an A site fast take. They all played off a site so they don't get caught suppressed, and they made the retake happen instead, and it was beautifully done.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Well, welcome to the B site aggro. On the menu, our chef special, the con artist Odin. And look at the rest of the damage it's dealt to the team. Somehow manages to sneak away with low HP like this. Will eventually be closed out. As Kev just looking to get crazy with it. 9-3 also on the menu, but on the opposite side. And that's where we find ourselves at the half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, BBG Academy came in as the favorites. TAMU proved that they could, on an individual level of mechanics, trade back with firefights, things like that. But BBG Academy, once they realized, okay, we can't just take every fight. We need to play as a team, use actual proper calls. They've looked incredibly clean ever since then, and have looked insanely dominant. Therefore, it seems like TAMU just needs to get some more practice time in the books for their offensive side of things to figure out how to take apart a team of the caliber of BBG Academy. But perhaps on defense, you can find some success. It may be a little tough, though, with the double duelist composition of BBG Academy. The Jet can just force an entry on any site with a Paranoia lead and Lear as well. Fireball can do a lot of lurk options instead if you want to go to a default, or just go for the flank through the spawn or something of that sort. Go for numerous angles to take the site. But instead, they just send both through mid and see if they can find a frag.
Okay, okay, Dill making the frenzy work here. Picks up the first two, and I think there's a bit of apprehension with BBG Academy expecting to eventually run into some util, and there was just nothing. Instead, they run into the bodies here of TAMU, and they've started to reel it back in. The pieces now are starting to scramble on the opposite side, and aggro is forced to take down the turret. Low HP. A couple of bullets from the frenzy should be enough to take down everybody. And aggro is left with 8. Has the dash available. Blackheart will give himself up for just a second. The tailwind will expire. The shock dart forces him forward with 34 HP. He's low himself. And aggro has fallen. The pistol round, I mean, it was a scramble, but it eventually goes back the way of BBG Academy.
I love seeing that play from Blackheart, realizing, oh, it's a 2v1. They're all on site. I'm just going to send it and jump as far around this corner as I possibly can to throw the distraction. And that's exactly what worked out. And they're able to disrupt the aim, get the shots in. Now they're able to turn a little bit of a rough start of a round into a victory nevertheless, showing that they can still clutch up when it needs to. Deal with another frenzy in hand, but a bunch of shorties for these members of TAMU. And we'll have to see if they guess right around these corners. But so far, it seems like that's not going to be the case. And BBG Academy playing really far back with a very default heavy positioning, expecting some risky business from TAMU to try to pull out a stinky win.
Yeah, they are expecting the sneaky stuff. Unfortunately for Dam, that shorty doesn't seem like it's going to get the value that it had hoped for up towards mid. 3 players work their way up towards catwalk. The Paranoia going to cut out the lights and force the dash away. And maybe I spoke too soon. Damn. Still on the angle, and here it is. Finally, the value. He sends out both shots, has the knife in hand, and Kev is there to answer back. Now wants some more as he tosses out the cloud burst. The looky here works, and Dill the next to fall. And now the rest of the round is probably not going to be nearly as exciting as the start of this one, unless the hungry hamster starts to bite. 3 kills for the Killjoy. You got to put the hamster down or they'll bite you every single time. Now the 4th inside the smoke, and there it is, the thrifty round.
Wow. A hungry hamster 64. That sounds like a Nintendo game. And they're stepping up massively that round. I love that. Looking ahead, say, no, we're not out of it yet. Remember what we did those early rounds of the first half. We're still here. We're going to sneak through. BBG Academy did not expect him to be there and did not expect him to pop off with all those headshots. That's the beauty of Valorant a bit, is that no round is free. Nothing is free. Things like Sheriff, you can buy for 800 credits, and that's so 1 click to the head, close to medium range.
Valorant teaching us that There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as a free round. It's life lessons here as Aggro also teaching life lesson of his own. Says, hey, sometimes when you give somebody an inch, they're going to take a mile. And, well, there's the inch given over to Con Artist. This Aggro falls. No ace for the Jets. No flawless round for TAMU. And, okay, I mean, it gets even less flawless as the barrel shows inside the dark cover. Noble is able to close things out and start to really hang on here. This now, 3 rifles, okay, and then some. I was going to say, this right here is about to be one of the strongest bonus rounds you could get, but they're opting to buy into it. They want to make sure that they don't concede any more rounds to BBG Academy.
Let's see what Aggro can pull off with his operator as well. Just how it popped off, that's for sure, with the 4K. And got a little overheated. Want to go for the ace. Just threw themselves forward, no info whatsoever, while very weak. And Connor was able to successfully punish them for that. But still, power potential is there. The playmaking potential is there for TAMU, at least on an individual level. See on this attack with Tempo is in favor of BBG Academy with rifles in hand, and how they can handle this. And how they can handle Hungry Hamster 64 is still holding down to B site so strongly.
H64 alongside Aggro, Damn, and Dill. I mean, the Hamster just staying alive and eventually getting his. The rest of the team rotates well. And they close out another for TAMU. I mean, hey, what a way to really start to show up. And for Aggro, who at one point I think was 5-12 or 4-12, is really starting to come online, now starting to flourish. And this is where things start to get scary. It's an eco round for BBG Academy, so this one should be, I don't want to say free, because we already saw some craziness from the Hungry Hamster, but there is no Hungry Hamster on the side of BBG Academy. There's just players. There's no hamsters. I don't think anybody can be equated to being a hungry animal over there in way of names. But this right here should be a 7th for TAMU, and now you're really starting to get worried as that Jet continues to keep that op in hand.
Yeah, if Hungry Hamster 64 keeps up this pace, maybe they're the ones that become the 5th roster member for BBG Academy. Can't beat them, have them join us. Oh, okay. Now that they're able to shut it down, it's still up in the air.
Oh. And your one driving force was the knives, and Dill. Well, Dill's going to stay as a whole, won't get cut down to spears. And that 7th will be picked up. It was Hungry Hamster maybe getting a little ahead of himself, but either way, another round for TAMU. And bolstering economy means for the next 2 or 3, not only should there be an op in the hands of Aggro, but there's going to be rifles for everybody else. BBG Academy, they're on the inverse. It's shaky every round from here on out.
Dill has been doing a little bit of a quiet rise to the top of the scoreboards. Highest kills in the lobby right now. Still behind 3 rounds. Being able to do that is incredibly impressive, especially doing that on a Sova as well. Character known for frags. So how things translate as they're going to have to transfer themselves through mid, dealing with this alarm bot, which should give a lot of information to TAMU. We'll shoot it out. It won't be vulnerable, but still gives off that information.
And the beat crunch is just about in full effect. Pushing through the market, though. The Hunter's Shuri going to come on through. Tries to cut him down. It does good to find some damage, but now they need to be able to convert that damage into kills. Oh, no. Aggro going wide, but he gets the resets, and he starts to pop off. A 2-for-1 thus far, but the B site, it's not yet conceded. Look, there's 2 defenders still here. Hungry Hamster going to fall. Dill the next up. Now, well, Dill should be able to close this one out. Frey, the last one standing, and there it is. As they tried to push onto the site, they're answered by the rotators. And hey, damn, you mind joining us here on the B site? He was slowly rotating over, and that round was just over. But we're back to this economy thing here, Chad, and it's every single round that matters here for BBG Academy. They never got their feet under them in way of economy, and it's another round that should go the way of TAMU.
Yeah, this is actually getting into a danger zone. BBG Academy, despite being overall favorites going into this match on paper, could be an upset. We could see the first upset of the tournament here, where, yeah, TAMU actually is looking great on defense. Damn had a slow rotate, but that's because there's not full information that BBG Academy is committing to B site. They had mid control, and like 1 or 2 people at B main. That's all they really saw. They didn't have confirmation, but now BBG Academy has confirmation that Damn is in wine, and Damn doesn't seem to be aware of it. Not using utility to get themselves out of it. They saw the barrel of the gun, Damn has no idea.
And Dan was just hoping to have another leisure round hanging out over towards the A site. That won't be the case. It's all 5 here. Gonna crunch on it. Damn still gets one. Con Artist falls. Noble to find the next. They look to take the site. The weaponry again isn't the best, but the sheriffs are finally starting to do some damage. Oh, the thing got close. It must have gone through the wall. Wanted curved the sheriff bullet, and it wasn't enough to take down aggro. And that is one you wish you had back if you're BBG Academy.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked that Dan was able to get a kill when they saw the barrel, like 100%. They saw it poke around the corner, and I figured the paranoia to have him play was to cut off an op hold so they can swing through and try to punish the person in wine, but it happened off camera because there's a lot going on at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know how Dan was not quite suppressed enough or overwhelmed by utility or whatever on the swing. They able to just poke out and get a kill, and took a while before Fireball finally took him down, but nevertheless, TAMU, they're 1 away for tying up this game after a 9-3 first half.
Oh, and Hungry Hamster. I mean, is this the Killjoy player or is this a Jet player? I don't know what's going on. This guy's getting so aggressive. Just doesn't seem to care as we go lockdown here out towards the B site for BBG Academy. No real answer in way of destroying, but a lockdown of their own. This Venn diagram coming on through, it's going to completely stall this attack or maybe get it split up across the board, and that's exactly what it does. 2 players out towards the site. Good spam. Finds 1 player dead on the side of BBG Academy. And the spike, although it looked like it was leaning out towards mid, is finally starting to come back this way, and the players on this side are starting to open it up, but here comes the spam once more. Dill does not give up, refuses to let this site go for free. A no command pop as Frey will fall, and it's only the 2 players who are now stuck on the site, and this spike is in the worst possible spot. The crosses are being held. The operator has the angle here, and this suppression, I mean, it doesn't allow for anything. Blackheart needs to be careful. You cannot give a shoulder. You cannot give too much. Finally, the suppress has subsided, which means you can get this dark cover out. You can look to grab that spike. Aggro gonna push aggressively, and instead of finding Blackheart here, we'll find his teammate and Kev out towards the stairs. And the cross from the spawn ties us up at 10.
Very impressive hold there by TAMU, recognizing the spike was down. They had 35 seconds to work with there. Pop the KO ultimate, the no command a little bit earlier on, just to stall for more time as well. And on that cross, Aggro's decision making there to one-way smoke left side and swing out right while the rest of the team will also look right, realizing these members are at the site itself. That was so smart. And then falls off, realizing they'd be exposed. And while Blackheart was trying to punish this, couldn't get there in time, and the other members of TAMU were ready for the firing squad setup in that gateway. And TAMU tying things up. They are making a lot of really good plays, and Hungry Hamster definitely getting some aggressive looks as a Killjoy. Could bite them a little bit later on, but so far has gotten away with it for the most part. And anti-eco round. The turret gets the kill even. The Fireball answers right back.
Yeah, okay, no harm, no foul. Still only a sheriff here, though, for Fireball as he plays the angle. Yeah, good spam from the Odin. The turret was able to close out the kill, just as Dill does onto Fireball inside B main. And the 3 remaining, I think, are all spotted here out towards Catwalk. Noble forced to back away, just under 40 HP, but he's doing a good job stalling. Suppression there as well. So it's only the sheriffs now that really matter for 2 of these players. The BBG Academy and the rifle spam, it doesn't quite land. I mean, Noble is playing with fire, putting his body on the line there. And well, at the end of the day, it seems to all have worked out. Noble now the last one standing. Classic out. Rifle follows. A team ace for TAMU, but most importantly, a lead.
I'm very impressed with the individual self-control from this side of TAMU. We talked about aggro the 2 rounds before with that first frag after one way and one left and peeking right, getting it and getting out. Just now, we saw Noble dancing on a knife's edge, honestly, around tree. That was insane. Like, I figured Noble was dead once they got paranoid and forcing the corner towards barrel, but somehow was able to get out and then kept just jiggle peeking and playing footsies around those corners, keeping those members of BBG Academy there and having to respect his presence. Even gets the kill at the very end of it. Incredibly impressive.
And a reminder that this is just a best of one. This is not an elimination match, but it is only a best of one. So whoever takes Ascent is going to be qualifying here into the playoffs for Group B. And the loser has to try again down in the lower for the elimination bracket. They're going to be playing the winners of the I-Cup and the Legion. I saw some Legion fans in the chat earlier, so maybe things will come to fruition and we catch Legion on the main broadcast. But it's all about who we see join them between Tamio and BBG Academy. Full rifles in hand, just about full utility. Blackheart takes down the alarm bot. This now turns the attention of the defense. There's 3 players stacked up here on the B site. And Kev's got an operator. Unfortunately, he's got a dark cover blocking him though.
Here.
Woo! Noble's footwork, man. You know how long he can last here? The entirety of BG, almost the entirety of BG here in his face.
Oh, no way he lasts much longer, right? Tagged up, finally taken down. Card Artist will secure with the Hunter Shuri, but Dale's rotated. The B players are now here out towards the A site. All 3 are here, in fact, and Util aplenty. Unfortunately for Killjoy, couldn't quite get the nano swarms. Back the turret, still across the map, so it's all about the rifle there. For Hungry Hamster, it's all about the pings, maybe the wall bangs, the spam. It's getting damage, but it's not quite converting that damage into kills just yet. And being a player down, a kill is something you need. Right off the rip here in the retake, a 4v3 as Kev falls. The upshot goes wide. Hungry Hamster looks to do it again. He wants some more. Let this guy eat, and that's exactly what happens. As the recon bolt reveals, Con Artist peeks out for the kill onto one. We'll find the next, another reveal, and through the smoke, we'll do it once more.
Wow.
4 kills on it, the clutch to Con Artist, and the round to BBG Academy.
Hungry Hamster hitting that shot on to Kev was insane. The paranoia coming out, perfect timing. The swarm out of the site, clearing it out, but I thought it was going to be over at that point. It's like, wow, what a great retake. That was beautiful. But then Connor's like, don't worry, I'll just VAC everything.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just kill everybody through a smoke blind, just guesswork. It's fine. That little bit of a luck factor for Built by Gamers Academy to win out that round. Just the nature of things, but obviously still good predictive work on where the positioning was as well. And dang, this is an incredibly close match. Built by Gamers Academy, I wonder if he predicted this to happen. I wonder if he had enough foresight on these players. As you mentioned at the start of that, you've been seeing some of these players like Dam and Noble and Aggro showing up in some other teams, not quite collegiate. But sometimes, you know, teams like Built by Gamers Academy might not be on the radar. It might be caught by surprise by these up-and-coming young guns.
And the up-and-coming young guns, and again, kind of what we pointed out for the collegiate teams, now they have more time to focus on the tournaments like this as the
Yeah, it's summer.
Yeah, it's summertime, baby, so they get to focus on things outside of what they're doing specifically. I think schoolwork alone, but also those collegiate tournaments that are taking place, and now kind of taking a break for what could be the summer. So the off-season work proven pretty good here for TAMU. 11-11 is where we find ourselves, and leaning out towards the B site is where this next fight looks to take place. As Noble tosses out in the flash, we'll find the second kill on the round. And I mean, his team is here to help him. Sneaking through the smoke was Aggro. So now 4 players bolstered up just here on the B site, and 1 coming on the rear as Noble finds 3, robbed of the 4th, but the player spotted out. Surely they know where Kev is at. Says Aggro takes down his counterpart. TAMU pushed themselves to map point.
This offensive half from TAMU has been so, like, they have clear practice put in where how they, beyond how players like Noble and Dill individually popping off and Aggro, everybody really, but even like how they're positioning and rotating on timing, accounting for possibilities of fakes, so not over-rotating, but also once they get enough information that they can justify a hard rotation, they're there instantly making that call. They're there on crossfires for each other. Very oftentimes they're there for trades as well. It's very, very impressive, and definitely a treat that this could be that first dark horse that we look at of the tournament.
The qualifying round here for TAMU. And we start it with a quick hit out towards A. We go 1 for 1. A nice reveal and a nice frag. An even better one on top of it with Hungry Hamster. But Fireball's here to trade it back. A 2v3, but a direct 2v2 here on the side. And with that, TAMU going to back away. They want to play their numbers. being one player ahead. Fireball pops the Empress on. Out comes the Whirly Bird. It's going to get the information on a Con Artist who needs to try and back away. Cannot get revealed, cannot get pinged. The shock darts come out. That won't land. Instead, it's Fireball to take a bit of damage, but can still heal. Can dismiss, can devour, can get that health back online, but needs a kill or an assist. As that spike gets planted once more, the reveals come through. The flashes come out completely blind as Con Artist, and now it's all up to Fireball, and he is caught off guard and backstabbed. And just like that, TAMU, they battle back 9-3 at the half, and they find themselves in the playoffs.
The first upset of the day happens in group stage so early as well. It is still morning for you, Tanner, and we already see an upset. What a treat we have at this Georgetown LAN presented by the Nerd Street Champs. Couldn't be happier, man. Texas A&M Maroon coming up massively, and it didn't look like there's some rounds early on that BBG Academy started losing because it seemed like it might be a little bit of hubris or something of that sort, where they're just like, oh yeah, we're just taking fights and we'll win. They did make those adaptations quickly by BBG Academy. They started winning rounds on the offensive side, but once Texas A&M Maroon went to defense, BBG Academy couldn't figure it out. They couldn't find a way of shutting them down, and it was just an insane comeback from Texas A&MU. They just that was very impressive. All I gotta say, on an individual level, especially players like Noble and Dill really stepped out to me. But even on a macro level, everybody was playing their roles and doing the part properly.
Yeah, it felt like on the attacking side, because they were so solved by BBG Academy, they didn't really have that momentum. They didn't have any of the real confidence until I think kind of the player of at very least that got the half fired up. Hungry Hamster, right, has that crazy showing with the Sheriff, picks up I think 4 kills or 3 kills on the round, a round that should not be lost by BBG Academy. And from there, you started to see that snowball effect, but not just from Hamster or Hungry Hamster alone. Everybody on the team started to do their part and really started to get that confidence that they needed and will need throughout the rest of this tournament. So super cool to see. Obviously, the BBG Academy guys, they still have life in the tournament. We just saw the bracket. They're going to be playing either the winner of Legion or I-Cup down in the lower round 1 that they're playing now, but we'll catch them in the lower decider. And I would imagine that's where we're headed. But before we get there, guys, we have to remind you that you need to experience Mavix Gaming Chairs. You just have to. If you're not doing it already, you're absolutely wrong, right? Mavix Gaming Chairs, they're the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local hosts. And you're seeing the talent put on today. Well, they're all sitting comfy in a Mavix Gaming chair at LAN, just so you know. And also these chairs, they feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. And you can get yours for as little as $22 a month. You can do that today, by the way. And you can also save $55 if you use code NSG55. So while we hop away for a quick break and we get things set up in the lower decider, please go shop at mavix.com/NerdStreetGamers, and we'll catch you guys on the other side.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Spacey shit. Spacey shit.
Welcome back, Valorant fans, to the Nerd Street Georgetown LAN, where the players find themselves seated next to one another as they duke it out in Texas. And well, here on the desk for myself and Chad, we're going to be looking at how Group B closes. We just saw a crushing defeat. Well, crushing in way of maybe crushing your hopes and dreams, but not so crushing in way of the closeness, I guess, of the game. 13-11, TAMU take down PBG Academy and send them to this lower decider.
Yeah, very fantastic and very impressive performance from Texas A&M Maroon. Definitely was a close game, but considering that PBG Academy were the definite favorites going into it, the fact that they went dark horse mode and came out on top is very impressive to see. PBG Academy, though, on the rematch up against Legion, they are going to be coming in swinging. That's to be said at the very least. They are going to be coming in with fire full of blazing, and on the backs of Fireball, they'll be going to get somebody named Fire Skull. So we'll have to see which fire burns the hottest this match.
Yeah, we get to see which fire burns the hottest as we pull up the teams. PBG Academy, the one that we just saw, Con Artist, Blackheart, Kev, Fireball, Bray, Con Artist. I swear I can say that. Every time I spit it out, it doesn't sound like Con Artist. I swear I can say that. And then on the other side, we've got Yex's Gumi, Fire Skull, Not Extinct, and Purge. Now, I don't know if that means that it's not extinct or if they aren't extinct. Right? Not extinct. Hey, I'm not extinct. I'm still here to play. I'm not the dodo bird. Chad,
hey,
I'm angry about something, and I think you know what I'm angry about.
I'm going to give you, before we go on to how you're angry about Ascent again, I'm going to give you one last pass because we have 7 more minutes of morning time for you, Tanner, over on the Pacific Coast.
Yeah.
His name's not Instinct.
Dude, not extinct. I was reading it.
There's an X in there.
INSTX.
I feel you, man. It throws you off. There's an X in there for some reason. I don't know why there's an X in there.
Oh, man.
Hey, man, it's okay. Sometimes you just get played, you know? Sorry.
Well, actually, the reason I was saying extinct is because it segues me into hoping that Ascent goes extinct one day because we head back out to it, our third of the day. Yeah, not Instinct. Man, it really was that X, because as I was reading it, it's one of those things where is it a word that starts with not and then is followed by something, or is it no and then followed by something? You know, it's again, I've got the early morning pass, like you said, 7 more. It's now 6 more minutes, so it's not lasting for much longer. As maybe the viewer's attention span as we ramble about extinct or instinct is also not lasting for much longer. So fortunately, we're about to jump right on into game. Ascent once more, a map that we're going to be very familiar with throughout arguably the rest of the day. But BBG Academy, this is the team that is familiar to us coming into this one. And we've already seen that Fireball burns a little bit brighter and a little bit stronger than Fire Skull does, as they met in the first round in the upper bracket. And now we get to see it once more. I'm going to ask the producers and try and get the background on what that game was in way of maps and how it played out. But it's a rematch. And I don't know, BBG Academy, they might be riding on the upset train, headed the wrong way.
Yeah, all we know is that it was a 13-7 match, is really it. That information, the information about BBG Academy, which most people would know at this point as being one of the premier teams at the quote-unquote tier 2 level, the semi-pro level, their academy roster, of course. Definitely a team that has performed really well in the past, but still looking for a fifth set player on the roster. They're bringing in Frey, who's their performance coach, and saying, hey, we're going to need you to perform, coach. And he hasn't quite stepped up to the level of being a starting member so far, but at least is filling the role well enough that they can still be competitive. And going into the other side of things, as far as Legion, a lot of players that are relatively not very known, but just like we just saw from Texas A&M Maroon, that doesn't mean you can't win the game. They just not got the upset over BBG Academy, and we'll have to see if Legion can get that upset themselves, as we saw that actually happen in the Group A earlier on. The team that lost the first map, they had their rematch in the lower finals and got the victory then, and were able to make it out of groups. So we'll see if Legion can do the same. Right now, I'm loving this composition, by the way, from Legion. It is very unorthodox, but it makes a lot of logical sense. They have the breach flash lead-ins with a fade, noise cancellation, things like that to just cause a lot of disruptions. So as Yexus goes in on the Raze blast picking underway, you don't need the cloudburst to cover your entry, which is why everybody goes with the jet over Raze usually on descent, because everybody's blind, deafened, like everything's just like going against them, stunned. So the Raze can just throw themselves onto the site and have a lot more effectiveness, while the utility of otherwise the default situations will be a lot better as well.
Yeah, I think the ability to garner some extra information too from your duelist, having that boom bot to toss it out in some of these areas, clear out tree room, clear out catwalk, even inside B main for early information, and the paint shells also to just be one more thing that can deal with some of the util that you're going to see around the map, right? Paint shells out towards this sidewalk area, that's taking care of the Killjoy utility. If you're expecting somebody to be playing inside pizza, you throw some paint shells that way, maybe you catch the alarm bot with that as well. So I like the idea of the Raze. We get to see the compare and contrast between these two teams, but most importantly, we're here in the decider of Group B. Winner moves on to the playoffs. Loser goes home, and Fireball continues to burn bright here in this series. They'll find the first, but it's Instinct to pick up 2, and well, Fireball and Frey, they are now extinct here in round 1.
Hey, good callback, by the way. Just like Instinct is now extinct. We'll continue on. Conrad's falls to Purge, but we're going to find ourselves, after all this wordplay and trades, as a 3v2 advantage for Legion with the post-plant situation to start off this map, which is the map that BBG Academy just now lost in the upset game. So they're already familiar. They already have some reps with this roster on this map, so they should be able to come back strong, but it's a little bit of a tough start so far.
You guys are getting the real-time updates on the scoreboard as things are happening. Shots to the wall. Blackheart, low HP, still only rocking the classic. Jumps up and taken down. It's Gumi to find the kill onto the Omen, but ultimately it's Purge to close out the round, and the Legion have got themselves a pistol win.
Love me some real-time updates, man. I've always liked it whenever people have, like, if there's a lot of teams playing, you can only stream so many. You just have, like, the banner that shows, like, the ticker, the tracker that shows the updated scores and how games go on. It's one of those, it's the little things,
My favorite watch party streams are the one where somebody is just showing their friends list, and you just see.
Oh yeah,
you're
watching
like,
matches.
Morgazi, hey, 9-4. Okay, they're winning. They're winning.
Let's go. And there's no delay on that. All you can see is round numbers.
Yep.
So you get info faster. But speaking of when you get info faster, Legion pushed up in B main, but had to fall back due to not feeling comfortable in the presence that they had. Instead, they get play for A. That's the first frag, but will they rotate and commit that rotation? Depends on how well they can get side control.
Yeah, they've got that control okay, and a nice kill. Maybe not expecting Yex to be up this close. Can toss out the paint shells to try and keep that Jet at bay. Nice fault line. Gonna find 2, maybe 3 members of BBG Academy and slowing things down in way of rotations. The Sheriff in hand, though. This could still be damage as the door closes. Fireball tries to spray that one away. And cutting noise for 3 BBG Academy. I want to try and regroup and push out towards A main. A classic, a shorty, and a Sheriff is what is going to be staring down Fire Skull. And I think the shoulders were spotted. The spray is just too good. 2 rounds in the shorty, though. 2 shells. We'll eventually find Fire Skull buried across the world. It's Fireball. We go back and forth once more. Frey's got himself a weapon. Has himself a turret, but only has 48 HP. And that clock is ticking. The high-low from 1 player standing, 1 player crouching. A scary round, but Legion, at the end of the day, they reel it back in.
Costly win for an anti-eco, but one nevertheless. And looks like they might be investing into a Vandal. Like really just sending it for this round, which would be interesting. Might have actually got Trey, because I saw it pop up, but maybe they didn't buy it. I don't know, but nevertheless, they're going to have to deal with a bunch of Vandals and Phantoms on the side of BBG Academy, light armor, but that shouldn't be that too big of an issue, considering the fact that they have to deal with Spectres and Sheriffs for the most part. Now they have better utility to work with as well. I see Frey fully setting up towards the B site, and we saw last game, Texas AMU was able to shut down Frey because of Noble's 0-point usage. But this time around, there's no KO to shut down Frey. There's no suppression whatsoever. So that lockdown, that utility on B site is going to be so hard to deal with. Just like Purge is going to have to deal with the fact they couldn't get the kill onto the flashed enemy member. Connor swung through and put them down.
BBG Academy finally showing signs of life. Fire Skull 1 and done with the Sheriff, and the last player noted up towards mid, or top mid, I should say. Now creeping up into main, gonna be met by Blackheart, who's got the rifle. Shoulders are showing, the paint shells are there, and the space has been conceded. Unfortunately, it's been contested on the other side. Con Artist 3 kills on the round, putting their first on the board, I should say, for BBG Academy. Finally getting things swinging. Now, okay, I've got a question. You here, Chad?
Yeah.
Is it Yexes or Yexy?
I was going with Yexes, but I don't know.
I said Yexes to start, but the more I see it, I feel Yexy, but so who knows? Basically, what we're saying here on the desk is you're probably going to hear both.
Yeah.
I can't get it out of my head.
I can see a wild world where it's like Yeeks.
Yeah, seriously.
Even though it's one Yee. You can also see a wild world where Frey transfers the utility over towards A site, but that's not going to be anytime soon because with the full buy-up, Legion hasn't quite executed on B. So we'll have to see if how they deal with that utility once they actually get over to there. And Frey's just going to hang out in the meantime. Wait for the turret to give that free first peek. Chill in boats, drops a util, cover speedway. That might be the forecast of what we see in just a moment.
Few ults just around the corner. Orbital strike online, and again, oh, here comes that orbital strike as Con Artist just dodges out on it. Now in an aggressive position with no ammo left in his rifle. He's forced to switch to the classic, and Frey will cook the Rays, and just like that, this delayed hit that had done so good for Legion to buy out utility, eventually it goes awry, and they look to head elsewhere. But all 3 defenders were noted here on the B site.
Nice lurk by Purge. Bring it to 2 versus 2. Make that 2v1 as Legion now suddenly, after a very scary start to this round, have an advantage in it. Spike planted Frey on the rotation. Purge will be there soon enough, and it'll be a bolstered up post plant with advantage.
Frey is healthy. Purge is not. Gumi's not doing too bad. Oh, but right into the stun. Frey gets hurt on the drop down, and Gumi perfect on the swing. The phantom headshots would have been enough at the range that both of those duels could have been taken, but they escaped Frey, and the round will go the way of Legion, who, again, upset train. I know that we are very early here in this one, but what we saw from BBG Academy on their attacking side it didn't go well. They gave up a 9-3 lead in doing it, so they need to find a few more here on defense at the very least.
Yeah, their attacking side looked far less effective as their defensive side on the last map. It might have been a compositional thing because there's different composition they have to work with now than the last, but it should be a very similar story overall. Anti-eco coming through. The Nightfall didn't give them what they wanted. They didn't decide to commit to it, which is very interesting to see, especially since there was a anti-eco situation. Breach was there to position, but they dropped it and walked away. Gumi able to have an answer to people Football Gamers Academy trying to be a little more aggressive and get some more map control, some more information for themselves. It's out alive. It's a rotate through tree though, after all things said and done. Just kidding, mid play.
Yeah, Frey is still set up on this side, so we'll get that early information. Prowler does good to clear out Pizza and Market. Frey now going aggressive. Oh, no, I'm not too sure what Frey was looking at. Maybe trying to ping something out towards mid. The alarm bot got taken down. He turns around. He gets backstabbed from main. And this is not a round I don't think that anybody was expecting BBG Academy to win because of what they brought into it in way of weaponry. But you would at least hope for a bit of damage. And that even seems to be escaping them.
Last player standing.
Hold on, just Kev. Legion committing a Nightfall for this round as a reminder, so they still have a good utility ultimate-wise into the next. And they have a flawless round as well, so the Kami's going to be doing just fine. There's a lockdown, Hunter's Fury, null command for Football Gamers. You can buy up now. Operator in the hands of Kev, light armor, but that shouldn't be that big of a deal. So, looking at what they have, Football Gamers, this is their moment that they need to make a comeback happen. There's Tour de Force, a showstopper from Legion, but utility-wise, certainly goes advantage of Football Gamers. They've had time to make their reads. They're still choosing not to call a timeout for some reason. I feel like this is a perfect time for tech timeout. But I feel confident in their abilities to adapt on the fly.
Outline and Boombot used to make sure they can waltz their way into A main. The haunt comes down and it reveals nothing on the site, which it makes Legion feel confident that they can just push on up. And look at this, Fire Skull planting on the dice, so not actually going to get delayed.
Wow.
Yex is, unfortunately, he's actually the one who takes the damage and eventually falls to the Hunter's Fury there. And the Tour de Force actually gets turned off. Lockdown comes through. BBG Academy 5 alive to take this site, and nobody is even close. They could just jump onto the defuse, and that's exactly what's going to be happening. Rolling Thunder comes on through, trying to stall, trying to delay. Frey gonna hop right back on, but he's taken down through the smoke, but Fireball starts to cut him down, and the Tour de Force is back, but the shots, they're just going wide. And Purge cannot stand tall enough. And just under 6 seconds left as that spike gets defused.
Yeah, they had to use everything and lost 2 members along the way, but they still were able to get the round win nevertheless. They're able to recover that operator, like keep it in the hands of Kev, I should say. Keep this in a competitive range of rounds as well, but Showstopper is still available for Legion. They still have a pretty good buy-up overall, and they get all the utility they want, so they're pretty much in the same spot they were in the last round, except they don't have to deal with as many ultimates for the side of Legion, so back to the races. Beast site though. We saw Frey's setup work very effectively beforehand, and here it is again.
Prowler's out, Recon Bolt taken down. Oh no, Connor's in a tough spot. Oh, it gets even tougher. The Prowler's running him down. The Showstopper not quite able to find a kill, and it's Instinct instead to fall. The op shot lands onto it. Con Artist picks up 2 Yexes. Gonna try and sneak his way out to the dark cover, but Fireball says no way, Jose. And Fire Skull now needs to burn bright with the Prominence burn. And I just don't think that this one's doable. A very tall ask here of the Brimstone, and Blackheart will close it out.
Sometimes in Valorant, it's not about getting the kills, it's about staying alive. And that's exactly what Connor did. Realize he's in a terrible situation. gets out just in time, hides behind logs, can't get punished easily by a showstopper or other things unless members of Legion overexpose themselves to try to punish that positioning. And that's exactly where the Built by Gamers Academy members were covering for with the crossfire angles, especially Kev shutting down the members of Legion coming out of market, trying to punish Karnars. So just staying alive like that was huge for the team, and then got some kills of his own beyond that as well. So massive round from Karnars, forcing a tactical timeout by Legion.
Timeout called. Any timeout is better than no timeout. I'm going to say it because it just came top of mind. We have not had a technical issue since the start of the show.
On, dude.
It just came top of mind, and I thought it would be wrong if it's already cursed because I thought about it, right? You never think about the 16-0. You never think about the 13-0. If somebody thinks about it, it does not happen. It does not come to fruition. So because I thought of the technical timeouts, I had to. I mean, it's just no extra harm in me saying it, right? That's how it works.
It's like it's the reverse of making a wish, man. Like if it goes in your brain, a wish, it's a positive. You can't say it out loud. A curse goes in your brain, it's a negative. You don't say it out loud.
So what if well, as I was saying it, I actually blew out a candle too. Does that make it worse?
Was a star falling from space? Like a shooting star?
Yes, that was also happening too.
Okay, if a shooting star is also happening, then I think to get past that, it's 12-11. It's not 11-11.
Yeah, 12-11, not 11-11. So almost everything lined up for that to be a curse, but instead it gets neutralized, and the Boombot actually finds a kill. Unfortunately, the Phantom of Blackheart proves to be just a bit better, and while we were kind of fumbling our way through how luck and curses and wishes work, Legion, unfortunately, were stumbling their way through this round. Not necessarily having the best purchase coming into it, and, well, they were punished accordingly.
Still a winnable situation for Purge because these members of Built by Gamers are a little bit further apart from each other. So they will get information quicker to be able to respond more effectively. And once they find out where that last member is, as they just now did, they'll be able to converge and use those numbers to their advantage. So as it was a winnable situation, Purge got the first frag. That situation has passed. The time is gone. The information was given, and the round was won. Built by Gamers Academy, able to tie up this game.
Yeah, I think to your point, if Purge would have found that kill onto Fireball out towards mid, that would really open things up and kind of give some options for the map as a whole, because that's your early rotator. You still have to deal with the 1v1 out towards A, 1v1 out towards B, but you take down that person right in the middle of it all, and now you're not dealing with what we saw there at the end, right? The 2v1 inside B main. So unfortunately, it doesn't go his way, but it was just the save round. Now we'll see Operator in the close angle. Oh, the jump peek spots the up. And now Purge is saying, guys, we got to go elsewhere, and Kev unable to capitalize on that momentary peak coming out from Purge.
And this is their big buy run after the technical timeout as well. Last one was pretty much a save, so this is the one that they really would have been discussing for. And their answer right now is just jiggle peek for B main, see where the operator is, rotate over, and try to get control over mid with that orbital strike, trying to punish somebody who's pushed forward ahead. But that punish is not going to be good enough as Karnars finds 2 before going down.
Karnars has just been allowed to do the most disrespectful stuff. When he escaped to logs, he found 2. He survives here with 27 HP and finds 2 as well. And now the scramble out towards the B site here for Legion. And from the shadows, gonna be popped, I think, canceled here.
Yeah.
Frey expecting somebody to be pushing up towards the stairs, but there's nobody here just yet. In the util, there's nothing to delay. Incendiary seemed to be queued up for just a moment. But with that spray through the sky smoke, they say, hey, there's a defender here. Let's go elsewhere.
Yeah, they don't have enough information to work with from Legion to be really confident on their rotation. Frey, I feel like, should be watching for spawn. There it is, the jiggle peek. Doesn't quite create a kill, but at least gets information so they can answer quickly and assertively by Blackheart, who has the crossover, walks away, but the timing actually might work out better for him now. The first frag, the door drops, but the frag is there. Blackheart with 3K on the round and gets Built by Gamers with the lead for the first time this map.
Welcome to the server, EBG. Welcome to the server. They were sleeping for a little bit. And it has been the heroics from Con Artist in finding these kills in situations where you should just not be allowed. You know what it is? Every time the orbital strike gets used, Con Artist gets 2 kills. So for the rest of the game for Legion, he just can't use the orbital strike.
Good call. That's good pattern recognition there, Tanner. Signs of a high IQ. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it's not quite the 506 or whatever we saw in BCT, but you know, my IQ's up there.
506 IQ. Hey, man. It's better than 505. Con Artist, good for 2. Keeps happening.
And a cloudburst from Kev, right? Just to say, hey, man, play around this. Let me try and help you out the best way I can. I can't put my body on the line. I can't trade your death. But I could absolutely give you something extra to play with or to play around.
Very important to be always looking out. I mean, that's a great call where a lot of players think, oh, I can't get through a trade you because I'm not positioned. But like, you could have still sent utility my way, done something for us possible. So fire some shots, something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, make them scared. Do something. Help me out here. I think that was actually a really cool play. I think that's the first time that I've directly seen something like that. And I don't know if it was to help or to harm, right? If they were just kind of being silly and tossing out the cloudburst. But that's exactly what a Jet would do in that situation, right? If it wasn't Con Artist and it was Kev, finds 2 kills and now needs to get out of dodge, he's throwing a cloudburst down at his feet and he's trying to find ways to get on out of that. And that's exactly how that worked out for Con Artist. Cloudburst down at his feet, looks for ways to get on out. Oh! Unfortunately, it's a quick exit for Instinct and Gumi as they get lined up and taken down. The op from Kev trades things out, a 1 for 2 in that direct trade, but overall a 1 for 4 as Fire Skull falls and Purge is left to pick up the pieces.
A very aggressive peek from Kev. I was wondering if you'd even be able to live through it. We got the collateral instead. Purge not able to do much beyond the single kill that they would get before the final death happens for the team. Last round of the half, BBG Academy looking as strong as they did, almost as strong, I should say, as they did against Texas AMU. But we'll have to see going into the next half how that will look. Figure it out on attack themselves, and they come back with something that happened. A lot of ultimates online for both these teams. In the last round of the half, big buy-ups built by Gamers Academy, Odin in the hand of Blackheart. A little scrappy buy from Legion with the ultimates, with the Rolling Thunder, the Nightfall. I honestly feel like you just kind of send it and let it happen, you know? Stack a ton of ults. I'm too impatient. That's a big part of why I'm not a gamer. I pro. I'm just like, we have all this stuff. Let's just send it, guys. See what happens.
And I think it's that exact mindset as to why Legion aren't doing that, right? Because they're probably expecting BBG are thinking the same exact thing. Hey, these guys have all these ultimates. This spells a quick hit, but instead it's picks around the map. 1 for 1. Ooh, Kev gonna go up top. Not quite ripped out of the air, so he lives to fight another moment here in round 12. But 8-4, 7-5. That's where we're about to find ourselves. Things subside here. It's an attack out towards the A site. The spike is here. So is Kev with the operator. Nightfall comes down, but does that even matter? It does enough to miss the shot. The knives won't matter just yet as the Sky Smoke pushes them back. And Instinct getting aggressive. The Incendiary keeps them at bay, and all 4 players here in the defense up top towards Heaven. They weren't expecting the aggression. A 2 for 1 in favor of Legion. A resurrection should still be available as Purge survives the shot, but won't survive the knives. And just like that, Fireball is back on the map. A beautiful flash. The shots don't land, and Fire Skull only good for 1 of 3 means BBG Academy find 8 at the half.
A little bit of a rough start for BBG Academy, but they had a strong finish for the defensive half. This is almost exactly the same story that we saw from the last match. We'll have to see if they can change the story, be in their favor this time around, though. If they can figure out what was lacking on offense, which honestly, when they were going against Texas AMU, a lot of their offense was a little bit more defaulty. There wasn't like a lot of elaborate plays that we really picked up on. It was a lot more of the default, or just go onto a site and use basic utility, try to clear out and swing through. But Texas AMU were able to set up good reads on rotates because timing wasn't very diverse from Gamers Academy. So the defensive team wasn't really thrown off by it. They had easy reads, it seemed like, and they were able to set up and get crossfires, things like that happen. See if Billboard Gamers can figure out how to disrupt the flow a little bit this time around.
It's quick towards B. The spike here in tow. Fire Skull forced to back away. The door will be closed, and only one defender on the site. Might mean an early exit for Instinct and an early entrance here through the dark cover, and Gumi's actually going to fall. Instinct still holding it down on the site, though, as Fire Skull trades things back. That's 3 kills the way of Legion. Make it 4 in a 1v2 for Con Artist, who's top fragging for the squad. That Headhunter's just too strong. A 5th for Legion. They grab themselves the pistol.
Yeah, great round. Great start for Legion this time around, and again, it's a little bit more of the standards, like we're just going to drop some util and push on the site. Do any push pulls, making sure the defensive line is spread thin with some distracting information, things like that. We'll see if they make adjustments later on. It wasn't just a pistol round, to be fair, and this will be an eco as well. You stack up over towards A site. Legion, thanks to Instinct, doing basically what we saw from Noble last game, from Con Artist from the first half of this one. Just staying alive and managed to get some kills in the meantime. Heroics.
I thought we'd see a situation where BBG Academy would be awarded the plant. But a quick rotation, Sky Smoke, Incendiary combo right in the front of A main. Keeps them huddled inside. Swap classics. Now's the Headhunter to try and do it again. 4 targets. A bit too many for Purge to really single somebody out and try and find the kill. Now we'll switch on over to the Ghost, and it's Fire Skull. Take down Blackheart. Will find the next onto Fireball. And Kevin Frey, they're starting to do some damage. The classic backstab. It's not bad. The run and gun is just a little better. Now Con Artist playing the recon bolt. They've got the map split. 1 in Hell, 1 in A main. Kev trying to sneak his way on through with the Cloud Burst of Prowler right to the face. Valorant is a horror game. You could not convince me otherwise. It's damage on 2, but it's around a Legion.
I mean, if you're stuck in a core like that, the other team has plenty of util because they haven't quite used any yet. And that's what a strong hold as well. There's literally the smoke. This basic little bits of util from Fire Skull able to completely stall out and allow the rotation timing for Legion. It's kind of like the issue what we saw from Billboard Gamers last game. It was just the timing was in favor of the defensive team, and Billboard Gamers couldn't disrupt it well enough. But this time around, they have the ability to buy up and get some util, things of that sort, and we'll see if they can make those adjustments. It's the same story as what we came in here, same story we're still waiting to see the conclusion of. It looks like your curse, Tanner.
No, this is tactical, dude. I'm pretty sure this has to be, right? It's tactical, dude.
9 seconds. People are running around, so I feel like they're going to start anytime now. I don't think it's going to be a long one. Here it is. At the very least, our 2 technical pauses today have been very short. So we got to be thankful when we can.
True. Yep. Gotta count our blessings. We'll see what BBG can bless themselves. Ooh, Fireball almost gets caught with the knife out. He goes back to it and will eventually be punished. This is the buy round for BBG Academy, and it starts like that. It's a tough one to digest, to kick things off. Incendiary goes down, dashing on through, and the spray from Fire Skull, but he's about to get backstabbed, or is he? The classic comes out, and that's not enough to find the kill. Instead, it's Kev to capitalize. And a 3v3 is where we stand as that spike slowly works its way onto the site. They've got to fully clear this one as well as that door closes. Gonna be taken down nice and early. Instinct a little too quick on the trigger. He pushes forward, the only one to do so. And he'll be taken down, but traded out was Con Artist. Now in the 2v2, 40 health. And these rifles from this bonus round for Legion, I mean, these SMGs, they basically become rifles. You don't need a whole lot to be able to take down the 2 remaining members here. The flash comes through. Frey just completely blinded up, and Yexis pushes his way on. 3 kills for the Rays. No paint shells needed at the end. And the round to Legion.
Wow. Winning the bonus is massive, actually. Like, getting that first frag onto Fireball was huge. A lot of util for post-plant stalling and combat effectiveness lost because the KO is gone. Kev dashes on site to make the entry happen, gets the frag, was traded back by Instinct, and honestly, a couple really key trades that happened from Instinct as well as Yex being able to take down Kev and Connors like that. They were able to force a 2v2, and with a Breach who has flash in hand and a Raze who's very willing to swing wide, it's definitely a dangerous combination to deal with.
Well, it's fast once more, BBG Academy. They don't just want to lie back and take the beating, so they buy up what they can. They get themselves onto the B side. They do so successfully. Turret goes down. Spike looking to follow, but they're expecting the orbital strike. That never comes out. Legion feel like they don't need it to be able to retake this one. No, finally it does come through. It's going to go out towards back of the site. Oh, on top of it, too. The Nightfall cuts off the noise, cuts off the sound, rather, and things get a whole lot dicier as we play around the boxes. Blackheart now trying to battle his way on out. He's on the top side of the site. He'll find the next as the Jet and Kev slowly creeping on up. The health is low, and PBG Academy have done it.
Wow. I feel like Legion had too much confidence in the ults there. Like, they just completely gave up sight. Like, oh, we have so many ults and we have the economy advantage. We can buy up, they can't. So we'll just completely give up sight. If that's the case, we'll sack towards A. Gamble, read wrong. All good. We'll just spam all of our ults to be able to get back on site. And I know I called for that to be done before, and they didn't do that. That's the reason why people don't do that, is because if you guess a little bit wrong on the exact positioning of some members, such as where Blackheart was, then things go really south really fast. Blackheart, honestly, just gotta give him a lot of props to just be able to hit really amazing shots in that moment.
No way, okay. I say no way Fire Skull lives in a situation like this, and he does eventually go down. Blackheart sticks the ult, and that's the spike they have to commit to be here in BBG Academy. And Instinct is still here. He's back sight, and this player has called this position home more times than once. Now, unfortunately, it's not a very safe home.
And now they're gonna have to call it the grave. But Billboard Gamers Academy, they figured out that they can just swarm around the site with utility, and Legion either is going to give up completely and allow themselves to just make some rotations happen for flank options, or they'll be there and stand their ground and try to withstand the pressure of this utility. And it seems like Legion hasn't figured out how to really stall effectively. They have a chamber who can give you some information on the trademark. That's basically it. If Fire Skull is in the wrong position, can't quite do the sky smokes very well, I drop the molly either. Faye doesn't really have a true like damage molly. Breach doesn't really either. You have a Raze for some paint shells, but it's a lot of guesswork on the defensive side from this team and region.
What's happening, man? What is happening? The Stinger down towards mid. It gets a couple of kills. Fire Skull answers back with 2 of his own as well.
Right here.
What is going on?
Shambles. It's all in shambles here.
Important piece, though, is Legion couldn't get any weapon upgrades there. The White Gamers Academy were able to hold down tiles, not donate anything over, but they are still down a player. They have a lockdown to work with, though. They can buy a lot of time. So much guesswork. You don't expect reach in there.
No, they absolutely did it. Now Frey's in a tough spot because he's got to go out and get the spike. He'll grab it. 40 seconds on the clock. Has a lot of time to play with. Also has the lockdown. I'm wondering if we get that right off the rip. We'll see what the answer is, as both players going to rotate out towards B main. If the Aftershock is still available, oh, they're coming out here to get the weapons. Absolutely huge. And yeah, that lockdown, you just can't afford to use it because of what the Aftershock means to that. But both players spotted. Umi looking to be first to contact here. Rifles in hand. Frey should know. They both swing out in the spray. It's not good for both. Only one. Fire Skull, crowned king of the round here. 2 with the Sheriff, 1 with the rifle, 3 on the round, and an 8 for Legion.
Yeah, clutch that one out as a thrifty. We asked which fire player is going to burn the brightest, and it's definitely looking at Fire Skull right now, at least for that round. And overall in the game as well, it's popping off.
Yeah.
Love me some big brimstone plays. Big fan, big fan. Ultimates online for Blip by Gamers coming around. Do they have that lockdown still? They also have the null command. They can push on the site and just shut down any holds. But that's the thing about Legion still. We kind of touched on it a little bit there. Is just this composition for defensive side isn't good at holding. It's good at retaking. So the null command just pushes them off, and they'll just make the retake happen afterwards if it can live long enough.
Yeah, and I mean, this is PBG Academy just doing it again. Hey, let's fast to hit B. This time we got to try and find a way to make it work. As the X's tries to sneak away, Instinct there for the trade, but Con Artist steals it right back. So they minimize the damage that the Fade can get done here for Legion. And now the player advantage is in favor of PBG Academy. Okay, both pieces of utility, nothing going to be sent out for the lockdown. And they're expecting somebody to push aggressively here to try and see anybody sneaking out, but they'll allow for safe passage to escape. And what do you do with this one? Time already chipped off the clock. Recon Bolt looking to reveal, and it does so successfully. 8 HP. So Purge will find himself. A shock dart won't quite close out the kill, but a player out towards stairs. There's a second shock dart to finally do it. And Con Artist finds himself 4 kills on the round. The momentum back in favor of BBG Academy. And did they just do it again? Just hit B fast. It's 50-50 really at this point.
I literally was about to say that I would love to see Legion call a timeout, and they do exactly that. They need to discuss what they can do about B site, because it's very obvious that Built by Gamers Academy has figured out that blow in the water, sensing the prey of just B site hits are effective. Let's just go and do that. And compositionally, it's so hard because they don't have a Cypher tripwire setups. They don't have a Killjoy with the narrow swarm and turret setups, things like that. They have to do a lot of very fast information gathering to figure out where to position and take a fight. And Fade does not do well when on the back foot. They don't have any hard hold utility that's very easy to set up and just kind of leave it there and we'll just go elsewhere. They need the Brimstone nearby. They need the Raze nearby. It's so hard for them to actually hold a site like B the way that Built by Gamers were able to do with Phrase setup. And as far as retakes go, it seems like Built by Gamers has a really solid understanding of how to properly set up retake post-plant holds. As smoke work that they have was to get on the site with a lot of players and use that for crossfires, and they actually effectively swing for each other and punish over peaks from Legion trying to make a retake happen. So it's definitely a tough problem to solve. I think the solution really is that Legion needs to go and be a little more aggressive on defense, take the fight to them, and that's exactly what they're seeing of them going out through mid.
Yeah, the gamble didn't quite land how they were hoping. The last time we saw this aggression out towards mid, it was with the lesser buy. They ended up winning the round. This time they've got the full buy. And now they're looking to corral this attacking side of BBG Academy. Inside to say site. X is going to go aggressive. Nice stun on the Blackheart means the Odin isn't quite as effective. And Blackheart falls. So a player down, but still a site to be retaken. X is going to go up on top of the boxes. Purge just dodging out on the shock darts. The door's closed, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. It seems to be online at the best possible times, but Kev gets 2 huge kills to try and hold things down. Wide goes uncleared, and now Fire Skull needs to pick up the pieces. This Sheriff has been his trusty sidekick as he shows himself to the turret. The information garnered the spray through from hell to heaven. The Angel has fallen, and BBG Academy pushed themselves to map and playoffs point.
Perhaps it's a little bit of inexperience, who knows, but they didn't quite clear certain areas properly. The showstoppers popped, but they didn't clear wine yet, and when the orbital strike was dropped, Yex's angle was basically everything that they could see to use a showstopper on was already being covered by an orbital strike. So I like the plan to use these stacked ultimates for the retake, something they tried before as well, but coordination, just like before, wasn't quite there to cover for all possibilities. And because of that, Built by Gamers just were able to find those moments and those locations to work with to still hold on to that post plant now on that match point.
Wow. The aim punch, the slow from taking damage. And on top of the incendiary means that Blackheart, he's got himself cooked. Now the Nightfall comes down, the stun comes through. Gonna find the stun onto Frey, but how much more can they get? There's no sound cues, but your eyeballs, they still work, but the eyeballs don't matter, especially when a bullet finds its way through them. And Legion, hang on. We are in Explosive territory. This is a minefield that we're walking on here, Chad.
Yeah, it seems like Legion's like, all right, we'll go a little bit aggressive. If we guess wrong where they're going to position and plant for, then we'll just go for a retake. And the retakes are just like, throw all their utility and try to blast onto the site and see if it works. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't, because the nature of that involves a lot of guesswork, where if you guess right, that's so much utility set the correct way that there's no way you lose that. But if you guess wrong, then you have no utility anymore, and you didn't quite account for that position. They just now swung out on you from the backside or something of that sort. So built by Gamers Academy, because these are kind of like 50-50 rounds, it feels like, with how Legion's adapting, you have to imagine that Built by Gamers will eventually get the round win, but you know, sometimes you just flip heads 3 times, right?
True. Looks like we're searching for something. Anybody through the smoke? Oh no, Frey's gotta go. Frey in a really tough spot, and there's really nobody here to bail him out. He's gonna try and run a gun across as the Prowler gets in his way. Purge will finally take him down. Con Artist, though, goes huge out towards mid. The problem there, though, is that was the spike. So now with 2v3, but the advantageous position, it fuels in, well, favor of... What was I even talking about? BBG Academy. They get it done. They close it out. They qualify. They didn't need the spike at all. They take the fight to Legion. They win the rematch. They do it on a different map. And I don't know if I would say they do so convincingly, but they definitely looked a whole lot better in way of kind of working their way through the chaos in a similar approach to their attack on Ascent, but they just made it work better.
Not as dominant as you'd expect based on BBG Academy's past results. It might be because they have their coach kind of play in for them, something like that. Hard to say. It could be just LAN jitters as well. I don't know quite the extent of their experience on LAN. I believe some of these players have played it before, so it should be completely foreign. But who knows? There's a lot of factors that could go involved into why they're having a little bit of a harder time in the group stage than you'd expect. However, I will have to say that I have to give a lot of credit to both Texas A&M Maroon, who performed individually incredibly well and very coordinated, as well as Legion, who, while they didn't have a composition that can withstand on defense very effectively, I like that they tried adaptations of just being a lot more aggressive and being more explosive. And it kind of plays to the strength of the composition. It requires a lot more gambling and guesswork, but they just kind of realized, you know, this is the cards that we were dealt, that we kind of dealt to ourselves in a way. But this is what we're going to play, and we're going to figure it out and make it happen. And it didn't work at the end, but it definitely was exciting to see how they were trying to find the solution to the problem.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was the first time that we caught it, but right there at the end with Frey inside B main, it was the first attempt that I saw at the team trying to work to their advantages, like you said, tossing out that C's and then putting the paint shells on top of it, right? So when you're in this this very chaotic, maybe fast-paced game, and you don't have as much time sitting down together and kind of working through the inner workings of your composition as a squad, it does take some time. So really cool to see the adaptations towards the end and them kind of feeling comfortable with what they were uncomfortable in, and now they start to branch out. They try and put these pieces together. The hunt goes here, some of the retakes with the Nightfall and the stun, the paint shells and the C's, just some stuff that it just takes time to kind of work that stuff out to make sure that everybody is on the same page. Unfortunately, though, for Legion, we do have to say goodbye. But again, we would love to say thank you for joining us. Obviously, without teams like Legion and the other teams of sort that are playing in the tournament across the 4 groups that we have, we wouldn't have 4 groups, and we wouldn't have a larger prize pool, and we wouldn't have an event today, right? We have some stuff that may or may not be canceled because people aren't showing up. So for the teams like that do go out early, they're just as important as the teams that are pushing their way all the way through. So for that, thank you. And well, for that, congratulations to BBG Academy as they find themselves eventually into the playoffs as the 2nd seed of Group B. But that is Group A and Group B down now. We're expecting 7 best of 1s, which doesn't mean all of the best of 1s for the rest of the day. Group C and Group D. I would imagine we're jumping into Group C to see how things are shaken out there. And of course, that is going to happen after we get it all set up for you guys. So we're going to jump away. We're going to rest and refit. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got some more best of 1 groups action just on the other side.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Spaceship.
Back at it again here for the Georgetown LAN for Nerd Street teams, working towards the $3,500 prize pool, but most importantly, working towards Nerd Street champs towards August. My name, just in case you need a reminder, it was a bit long of a break, is Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Chad Lantis. And Chad, now we are kind of changing our look from Group A to Group B. And what comes next? Group number C. Let's go ahead and have it. We can take a look at our bracket because we're jumping in a little deeper, kind of like what we did for Group B. We're jumping into this winners matchup and then should be following it through the elimination decider right here. This is our two teams, Fluid Gaming and Wings Fan Club, duking it out for qualification.
Yeah, Push and Pretzels couldn't quite push that P hard enough to get the victory, but maybe they can do so through the lower bracket run. And yeah, like you said, it's best of one, so it's going to come down to just a singular map, which we'll find out in a short amount of time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. And looking at Fluid Gaming versus Wings Fan Club, Fluid Gaming, a lot of the members here, as you see now, a lot of them are from, it's basically Knights Academy, NIGHT Knights Academy, not the Pittsburgh Knights, which was like very confusing that they go into this literally two pronounced Knights Academies, but it's Knights on the roster you see, and then put together a team, being the IGL of the team as well. And honestly, Nathan, Zero Cat, Nothing, and Prime MCD all step up and performed really well to the point where that team has made quite the splash in events such as Nerd Suite Champs.
Yeah, they have been making quite the splash. They've got themselves, I feel like, you know, kind of just looking through their history, some of the some upset victories. They do pretty solid in the best of one landscape, which is where we're at here. And they're going to be playing that Wings fan club, which have a lot to show, obviously, for us here as our first look at this squad as a whole. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait to get it out there. We've got Nathan. We've got Nothing. It's Nerf or Nothing. It's Nerf or Nathan. I can't wait to get those out. I promise that's going to happen. So we can take a peek at the maps and see where we're headed, or the map to see where we're headed, and the bands there. And we get a nice little throwback. They take us away from the jail that has been best of one Ascent, and they take us out to the beaches, and finally we get to vacation once more, Chad.
So in the past, it's been Ascent, Icebox, and Haven. Today, it's been Ascent, Icebox, and Breeze. So we're still getting a very familiar 3-map pool to look at for these best of ones, but it's the one they're looking to be most comfortable for. And looking at Wings Fan Club, they did basically the same thing. A player named Wing that went ahead and the team's named after them, basically, just like Knight had Knights Academy. Yeah, it's also a little bit of a story of a relatively unknown players looking to make a name for themselves and a lot more of a splash themselves, as Knights Academy did that for themselves, and now maybe Wings Fan Club could do the exact same thing.
Yeah, we are up in the winner. So winner of this best of one on Breeze is going to qualify for playoffs. So make it to tomorrow. I don't know if that quite makes it in the money, but you're definitely pretty close as a whole. The loser of this one will still have a chance, and we have the opportunity. I think both decider elimination deciders have been rematches. There's a world where it's not a rematch, but that's just kind of how the day is played out. So there's a world where we go down and we have a brand new matchup with one of the teams that we follow along here in this one, or another rematch for qualification down in the elimination decider. But Breeze is in front of us. Breeze is our stomping grounds. Before we get there, as we get things locked in, okay, so we are one player out. We are without Nothing. So now it just feels wrong if I say it's Nerf or Nothing. And Tupperware is actually filling in. She plays for the Immortals squad that has been making waves in the Game Changers. I believe they were previously Light Up Sketchers, then picked up by Immortals, and they've got some Game Changer stuff coming up here very soon towards the end of the month. So a good time to get some officials in.
Yeah, I mean, they had like a 6-player roster. Tupperware was in there alongside the set 5 of the actual team that was before. Tupperware coming in, definitely a very skilled player, and we're wondering, like, is she going to come in and actually play, or is she just a sub? But I'm glad to see that she gets to jump in here and show her abilities, because she is definitely one of those women that definitely is incredibly talented from what we've seen in the past, and definitely not surprising whatsoever the Immortals picked her up. So we'll see what she can do on Breeze, and eyes will be on her as well. Being the jet on Breeze is typically, like, you look at this person who would be the opera, things like that. Nathan will be doing a very similar role, and if Knight locks in that Yoru, which would be crazy not grabbing Viper, so it makes sense that they go back to that. Typically, like a Sentinel player, things like that anyway, and IGR role makes sense that they go into a little bit more of a little bit less explosive role as well. Yeah, overall, it's going to be a great composition for both teams at this point. Almost, it is actually a mirror match, so there you go. It's pretty much what teams have determined to be the optimal meta pick team composition for Breeze for a few months now. Some people do other things like Cypher instead of the Chamber, especially since the trademark nerf came through, things like that. But generally speaking, this is what we see.
I think, listen, I know Eric Appleson as a very strong collegiate player. I want to mark him down as a UH Premier player. I think that's where he's coming from. So really cool to see another collegiate squad or collegiate players just intermixing to really make something work, to get out here and to play at these lands, especially with the collegiate season coming towards a close or coming towards an end. So Eric Appleson, definitely somebody to keep their eye out on, or keep your eye out on as we kick things off. I believe our 5th? Is this our 5th or our 6th? Our 6th best of one on the day. 6 out of 7, I think.
Yeah, 6.
My math Does serve me. Okay, there it
Checks
is. You don't
out,
do math
confirmed.
on desk, and this is why. You're seeing exactly why. Because maybe you missed the action of Steve-O. Aggressive here for Wings fan club. Pushes up, finds the first two. The recon bolt reveals nothing, and it allows for Steve-O to push up even further, but he'll back away as that spike gets planted. And now, only 3 remaining for Fluid.
Make that even less. Knight, though, trying to answer right back. Nearly gets Eric Appleton as well. A player that I remembered as well, as you mentioned it in the past. In collegiate pass. Finds the frag. Nathan falls at the very end. An almost flawless first round of this map. The best of 1 for Wings fan club.
Damn, Steve-O really opening things up there. Explicit Titan obviously having a fun round with the Headhunter, as Chambers do usually on the pistol. Now we jump on in. And unfortunately, on the defensive side of things, when you lose and you don't get a whole lot of frags, well, if you only get 1 frag, your force isn't great. I think that this force right here in these Sheriffs might actually really hurt the squad going into their full buy in round 3. So I think they're expecting a lot in way of these Sheriffs. Hopefully get some extra credits. Ooh. And Nathan spotted some credits, but Eric Appleton is going to walk away. Won't be disposed of just yet, but Tupperware pushes down. This is a weapon to be had here. Okay, things get a little dicey as now this attack towards the A side, it's kind of corralled.
They found my trap.
Spike has been planted. It's 4v4, 4v3 make that, and it's still bad weaponry on the side of FLG. Yeah, they just can't find a lot of success so far. The no armor makes that Marshall so hard to deal with. A lot of information is given the way of Wings fan club, and with very little to work with from Fluid Gaming, Zero Cap 1v3 situation will need some 3 heads to be clicked to win it out.
Almost. It looked good for a second. Not
It did.
quite. As Limon Wei?
I'd say Wei.
That's
W-E-I
Wei?
is pronounced Wei.
Limon
yeah.
Wei. Okay. LMW. You know, those are the tricks right there in casting to not really trip up over yourself. I think we're kind of at the point with Nerd Street. We're all fam here, right? And it's okay. Like, you're going to see our flaws. We want to let you guys see our flaws. But when we're not around fam, that's when we break out the LMWs. You know, that's where we break out the ETs for Explicit Titan, because sometimes when things are popping off, Explicit might be too hard to rip on out, as it seems like they might have themselves the tour de force online. So once this suppression subsides, it's a pretty potent buy with the operator in hand here for Wings fan club, but it's immediately taken down. Nathan the better chamber this time around.
A little bit of a little risk there as well, going away from the range of the rendezvous. They wouldn't have a way of getting out that fast if the got caught out, but that risk turned into a reward for Nathan. Keeping mid control was physically given up, but Wings fan club certainly does not know that information.
Limon Wei, the next to fall. Nathan, aggressive here. Outside of his own rendezvous, will find the kill on Eric Appleton, and that's actually the spike down as well. So Steve-O now having to double take. And Nathan just kind of wanting to nest egg on top of this one. Out comes the jet. It's Nathan to fall. Steve-O now wanting to retrieve this spike, but has too many angles to worry about. Will eventually do so. Weapon swapped as well. But, I mean, this B side, it's got defenders all around it. If you want to rotate back towards A, you have to do so through spawn, and that will be heard. So it's a B hit. The Spectre from long range. It's prime. Be traded out. Larry falls. Steve-O stands. And the spike plant, this is going to be allowed. Now a 1v3. Knives online. A relatively healthy jet. If anybody could do it, it seems like Steve-O might be the person. There's the first Knight to fall. It'll take the ace for the round. And the 4th kill just escapes him. It's Zero Cap. And it's the first round for Fluid.
Great first round overall for them to win. Definitely was a little costly for it being it's a bonus situation, but they'll take what they can get. I mean, honestly, in a best of 1, you're not going to be like, well, we'll get them next map. That just doesn't happen.
Right.
Yeah, Zero Cap, top of the board there for the team. Steve-O, though, as you said, if there's somebody who can do it, would be him. Has had a fantastic start to this game. Opened up beautifully that first pistol round, continued it on, and Explicit Titan doing a very similar situation. They have their own buy up this time around. Nathan, 2 away from the Tour de Force. Doesn't buy up right now, but not positioned to go for an orb either. You're going to completely rely on the Headhunter this round. Big control. Goes the way of Wings fan club thus far. Tupperware has a cross set up, as well as a couple other members of Fluid Gaming, but position-wise, especially with Nathan following, no more trademark to be used on B entry. A lot of respect has to be given by Fluid Gaming.
Hey, you heard the burst there coming out from Prime MCD. That was the Bulldog to find the trade kill.
Out of charges.
So 1 for 1 across the map. Damage traded onto both sides as well. So nobody really too healthy at the end of the day. Okay, Knight playing with fire there again. Dancing on that knife's edge where you don't want to get revealed and taken down through that wall. And speaking of through the wall, he walks through his own. The toxic screen, and Eric Appleton is punished for it. But Larry out towards the tunnel is trying to answer back hero. 1v2 with both players just around the corner. Well, the targets, they're too spread out. They're not lined up, and it's zero cap once more to close us out, and we're all tied up.
And 2 rounds in a row is Tupperware and Zero Cap vibing in a 2v1 situation, closing out cleanly. Zero Cap's got the kill both times, and Tupperware has been right there both times as well. It just happens to go the way of the KO. Speaking of which, the null command is available, as well as this Viper's Pit. So Knight is going to go over towards B site as per pretty much the usual. Go over towards B as a Viper. Not positioned to drop the Viper's Pit immediately, though. So interesting to see if they're planning on saving that because it's an anti-eco situation. And likely use that for the next round.
Yeah, I think that's a smart comm, especially with these knives. Well,
what?
Okay. All right, Nathan. Nathan gonna sit down too. One of the most important being the knives that were online.
Yeah.
Now something that you just don't have to worry about.
That should be the round, too. Tupperware finds another frag, gets information on Limon Way, and at this point, Chambers and 2, but nowhere nearby to be able to provide assistance.
Enemy remaining.
And now in a 1v5 situation, spouted out as well. It's gonna be a flawless anti-eco from Fluid Gaming. No ultimates used. They got 2 more online because of it.
Ouch. Well, what I was going to say is a good shout, right? That, you know, Knight is going to hang on to that Viper's Pit because it is an anti-eco. You don't need to use that ultimate. If you have plans to use the null command, right? You see that Steve-O has the knives online. You're thinking, okay, we're just going to ult this guy when they're looking to hit the site and the knives will be gone. And then the op shot just made that whole point that I was trying to make. It just completely null and void because the knives were taken down in that op shot. Larry, too, to follow. But a couple of ults on the opposite side. Now that we get back into the thick of things, we've got the Viper's Pit and the null command. It just wasn't in time. So the pit goes down. The shots start to land as Knight will take down Steve-O, decapitating the Jet. And some more just around the corner, but this attacking side, they push right through the pit. They completely disrespected. The Hunter's trying to try and clear things out. On the outside of the pit, Knight will go and he'll find his second kill on the round, but he's traded right back, and so is Eric Appleson. The Hunter Shuri to land true, believe on way. With the kill onto Zero Cap finds this round a 2v2, a Hunter Shuri on the opposite side. That can be played for post-plant, but that's the most important thing right now. That spike is down, and there is no plant, means there is no post. Instead, it's Prime MCD to go up atop the wall, and now they can just nest egg right on top of it as Explicit Titan.
Wow.
It's a bit too far away.
So Titan, he definitely expected the team to get the plant and played for the post plant and window immediately, and now nowhere close to be able to get this. We'll have to eventually push onto the site if they don't choose to save. But I feel like in this situation, it is winnable. I don't think a save is a bad call, but I think going for it is a fine call as well.
30 seconds left.
It is going to be a crossfire with that shot as well. Both members of Fluid Gaming looking laser sighted onto this doorway. Whereas the first point of contact in the swing from Prime MCD, just in case the kill doesn't come through. Yet again, Fluid Gaming very clean on these 2v1 situations.
Very, very clean. And it's been Tupperware. Tupperware's been the one of two, and I think the 3 situations that we've seen, and it's really tough for Explicit Titan, right? He flicks onto Tupperware, hits her for 120, tries to flick for the next kill, expecting somebody to be playing for contact, and 120 obviously just isn't enough. So something that you're kind of shaking your head about, your head in your hands for it, saying, dang, that was almost cool.
Yeah.
As we always look for the rule of cool. We always look for the rule of cool. You know, we might have given him the round just in way of coolness, even if he had lost it after finding the kill.
Yeah, we've played enough sports games as kids that give you bonus points for doing style tricks and stuff like that instead of just racing, so we understand that logic. Entry site, not a good buy, but they're swarming on, and frags going the way in trades. It works out, but the frags, finally, thanks to Nathan and Knights, shutting them down. 2 players are within, 2 players saying a word that starts with N, and that word being no.
Yep. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's nerf for Nathan, right? It's nerf for Nathan. That was a bad one. That was a bad one. I'm gonna get it again. I'm gonna get it again when it actually matters. That stings because Fluid. I feel like at the start of that round played it a little interestingly to give up the site to where you have to kind of fight back into Wings fan club, who have the lesser buy. They Sheriff, Spectres, whatever it may be. They want you to come to them and fight in these close quarters. So I thought a little weird that they're giving it up, but on the opposite end, Wings fan club, they overpeak. They give a little too much to what are these longer angles, and it's the operator, it's the rifles, it's everything that Fluid Gaming has to work with. And speaking of Nathan, we'll take down his counterpart, Chamber Diff once more. I believe it was just a rifle in the hands of Explicit Titan, but it still doesn't feel great as the A site on the docket. A flash through. Tupperware going to be sat down almost immediately, but Zero Cap is there to trade. It's not on to Larry, instead it's on to Steve-O, and Zero Cap wants some more. He's not done just yet. 2 more targets just around the corner. There's the third, and with 30 HP, robbed to the 4th as Limon Wee hangs on in a direct 1v1, but a player coming up through the mid door, 70 HP, and a Dream puts the Sova in a very difficult spot.
It's interesting. Dropping those snake bites in a way, it keeps Limon Way trapped to the corner until they can position properly for this hold. They know it spikes down, and eventually, after that ping goes through, Knight just gets the swing happen, which was a little bit risky, all things considered. There's no crossfire setup if Knight goes for that. So, nice that they were able to win out, though. Had the confidence behind it. Nathan, though, I gotta give credit. Not top of the scoreboard or anything of that sort, but if I count it right, is that 4 and 1 for success rate as far as getting the frag, like winning the duel for mid control so far? Yeah. Definitely the player that's keeping a lot of map control for the team thus far, and that's been huge. It's allowed Fluid Gaming faster rotations on sites, a lot of them better holds, and makes it harder for Wings fan club to actually not only get site access, but do so with enough people alive to set up a proper post plan.
That's a tough one. Tupperware not quite ready for somebody to push out on the angle quite like that. The Owl Drone actually going to find the tag at Zero Cap. He wanted to try and push that ultimate out, so that way if he died, he would be resurrectable, but it works as intended. You can't just pop it in combat. Go 1 for 1 directly after that, but still a player ahead of Wings fan club, and they're playing the post plant, right? They want to play the long con here. They got the Viper's Pit down. That's the only player directly on the side. Everybody else, they're off. The Hunter Shuri is available. It's lesser weapons in the hand of Larry, and a head Hunter out for Explicit Titan, but now the pit will fall, and it's all about the Hunter Shuri here at this point in time. Queued up as Explicit Titan gets taken down. Limon Way probably just going to get run down. The spike goes halfway. They're on the hunt. Limon Way doing just as much as you could expect here with the spike halfway. Prime, you had the time, but Limon Way going to be awarded the clutch.
Yeah, if Prime just went and defused as soon as the pressure was given and the Hunter's Fury was canceled, he would definitely have time because he got a half. It's a little bit of a panic in the moment where the decision just wasn't right. It's one of those things where it's like, in hindsight, obviously Prime's like, dang, I should have done that. Like immediately, like even probably in the moment, it's like, I should have done that, you know, and the hesitation came of like, well, now it's too late. Do I even like challenge or do I try to stick it? It's not positioned perfectly to hide behind the corner of the pyramid. I don't really know anymore. And the amount of way all his mindset was, I need to get there as soon as possible and start shot firing. Like I need to start shooting as soon as I can. So it worked out for them in the very end. And now the old command is working out so far for Wings fan club to get onto the site, but yet again, they're losing members on the way in.
And they want to hit it quick, and then once things go sideways, they look to slow it down. 4 players revealed by the 0 point, so a solid knife. It gives the information as to which side of the map they're leaning, and it was all 4 remaining here. Shock Dart not quite gonna make it over the half wall. Ooh, it's a snake bite. It's gonna land right at the feet of Larry. 28 HP is not a great spot for the robot to be. Shock Dart just at his feet. It's gonna force him forward, and Knight gonna come up with the kills. Another Shock Dart gets tossed out. They're traded right back. The initiators, they're gonna start to fall, and well, now the post plant gets to be played, but he's not out towards window this time. No, the shots will escape, and Explicit Titan will reel it back in and get the clutch.
Oh man, what a beautiful play by Explicit Titan. Last time they went for the post plant setup for B site, Explicit Titan was in window so early on that it cost them the ability to even recover the spike and properly play it on good timing. And this time around, didn't sit there in window. That's exactly where Fluid Gamer was expecting him to be, and was on an instant rotate through tunnel so fast that Blue Gaming definitely were not expecting it. Prime couldn't get the swing properly laid through, and Blue Gaming is still the lead. They'll at the very least be a tie going this half. They have ultimates to work with it, so they should be just fine. But we're definitely seeing some weaknesses in the game plans here and there.
This time the pit used out towards A. And it doesn't completely deter, right? They still want to try and find ways to hit A. It's single pronged. You can't quite push through like they did on the B site, but they're looking to go up and over through halls.
This worked out in pistol round. Evo popped off with a couple of kills before they even exited too, but nobody from Fluid Gaming's here to answer back for that. Definitely one of these angles on the Viper's pit. 0 point. Confirm they are still in the pit. Now they have site control. This is a weird, like, layered situation of these players on different teams. And Zero Cap shuts down Sivo. Massive first kill for this whole of the site.
And we go. Scoped rifle for scoped rifle. There's some expectation that the site isn't actually being hit here. So they're sending rotators over towards B. And
love it.
I guess at this
Great
point,
call.
it's too hard to tell whether it's the right or the wrong call, right? Because mid through A, mid through B, there's a lot of options still here.
Where's here for the cross? I don't think they're going to be expecting this.
Do they even have time now? 10 seconds? I mean, they got a boogie. They have to get there, and
no.
That's a spike down. The scramble for Larry. He's not even in a spot to be able to pick that one up. So the clock will run out. Time will subside. And Fluid Gaming, they're going to find their 7th, but that is a blessing right there for Fluid Gaming. That round kind of just given to them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the biggest part was Zero Cap took that opportunity for the team, made it happen by getting that frag onto Steve-O. I mean, they positioned as well as they possibly could, as far as not getting caught by surprise by that motion that Wings fan club was initiating. And when Zero Cap responded perfectly, get that kill, losing that entry player, losing those angles on site, Wings fan club didn't have any control at all. They thought, you know what, we can't get through this Viper's pit. We have one person on this backside behind the enemy lines with spike in hand. That's too much of a risk to go for. To try rotating around, that's exactly the read by Fluid Gaming. Spreading out, getting some more map control there for the cutoffs. Where Nathan is shutting that down, so the time ran out. And now in the final round of this half, they have that Blaze Storm activated. Hunter's Fury there for Wings fan club, which we haven't seen have insane results so far, but definitely can still get them onto a site, and they might be positioned to do like a B fake with the Hunter's Fury. No, they're going to go back, which I think is the right call. They're going to just use the 0 point in probably about 10 seconds. Not even do that. No fakes at all. Interesting. Just gamble, execute on A. Send it.
Yep. Cut noise. Full send. Drone goes out. Oh, the knives are going to be swapped back and right. Limon way. Able to find a kill with the Hunter's Fury. Not able to find much more than that. I'm MCD. One of his own. So the Zova's on the kill feed. Now looking for some more. The Pyramids, they just keep the attacking players safe. Zero Cap eventually able to trade one out, but Prime gets punished for the position that he's playing. He crosses back between the Pyramids. He will fall. The flashes go out. And a bit of self-flash there from Zero Cap. Only 2 players remain. And with this toxic screen, yeah, somebody's got to try and answer to this one. That spike goes halfway. All 3 players will now show, and the Hunter's Fury is no longer available for the post. The Limon Way has to put his body on the line, and Zero Cap is there to punish.
Switching sides.
Very impressed by Knight and Nathan and Zero Cap, I should say. I mean, Knight for sure, and everybody's doing great on Blue Gaming, whether in lead. But Nathan holding down mid control, winning out those pivotal first duels for so many rounds, holding out sight so effectively. Zero Cap as well. True to the name of the team, being so fluid across the map and responding very systematically and effectively to any variables that Wings fan club was trying to send their way, just analyzing the moment, adapting on the fly, and making the right call so often, like the time they took down Stevo, very in there, getting a triple kill with not only performing mechanically, but then like mentally, just figuring things out in the moment, which has been very impressive.
A gift.
Look out towards mid here. Fluid Gaming, they are going to double back. Oh, they made the footsteps. They bought the rotations, and, well, they did so perfectly. Explicit Titan, the only player directly here on the site. And he has since been removed. Nathan once more able to find that chamber diff. Good damage, though, onto Nathan as he was looking to cross on over. The ghost spam, it was solid. At the end of the day, still 5 players alive on the side of Fluid Gaming. That spike is planted. Bodies, though, they're starting to work their way onto the site. No way, Nathan, show me something, baby. Fortunately, the team is there to bail him out. The shots he missed, his teammates will hit. And now with only 1 remaining. Larry, you got big shoes to fill. Unfortunately, you just couldn't fill them.
Yeah, there's like size 40 world's largest shoes.
Yeah.
Can't even run on them. It's all good, Nathan. Like, the easy shots are the hardest ones to hit. Everybody knows this. It's just the way of shooters. It's the good ones when they count the most, that's for sure. Fluid win the first pistol round. We saw how that played out for Wings fan club, though. We'll see if Fluid can keep the lead going on. And now just trying to figure out where exactly do I want this rendezvous to go. Stairs control would be the play. 3 stacks over towards A. Or, just kidding. Very aggressive out. Doesn't commonly work, but it is an opportunity. One that is not playing out for them so far. And now it's just 1 person left alive. On the other side of the map, saying team, I don't think that plan works. And here we go. We'll see what happens.
Spike planted.
Are you familiar with the show Bully Beatdown?
I don't know if I would say familiar, but I know of it.
You know of it. Okay, so you know that it was, there's bullies and they would bring them in and they would fight UFC fighters or MMA fighters, and the bully would kind of get a taste of their own medicine. This is Bully Beatdown, but it's not that at all. It's just Nathan being the bully and just beating down Wings fan club. Like, that's kind of how it's been for the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, and also as far as the macro sense, Fluid Gaming mid control has been their thing. I think twice so far, per my scratch notes, twice so far, Wings fan club has really successfully gotten mid control. It's defensive side, and so far on offensive, it's been all Fluid Gaming. Even right now, where they're not really actively challenging for it, Wings fan club is just having 1 person postured a nest, and because of that, they have slow rotations on sites. Eric Appleton's left all alone, gets first frag of Nathan, which is massive, but falls after that. It's gonna be a slow rotate. 4v4, and it's gonna be a post plant situation, and Fluid Game should be able to get set up.
Good damage dealt. 1 and then some was picked up by Eric Appleton. It would have been nice if he'd have found the kill onto Tupperware. That really would have allotted more time for the team to rotate and more of a scramble for Fluid Gaming to try and get that spike down. But as we saw, 1 and done. Now that spike's planted. Recon Bolt to reveal 2 players. Toxic Screen still kind of being a nuisance. That one will drop, though, and as it drops, so do the players from the defense. Larry picked up his 1, but eventually gets answered back. And a 1v3, maybe a winnable one here. Explicit Titan, his position is noted. As Tupperware's gonna dance around through the wall, but surely, here come the lineups. And 11 health is not enough to tank anything here. So as the second one comes down, surely this should just come to time. The Poison Cloud doesn't even drop. Knight just finds the frag right through it, and Fluid Gaming will pick up an 11.
Wow, keeps the... Oh, man. That's one of those moments, like, in the grand scheme of things, they won the bonus, so it's not a big deal if they pick up the rifle there. But it's like, come on, you can do it. Just at the perfect timing. Yeah. Get to it. Yeah. The bomb's like, the spike's detonating, but the round ends like, that's one of those like just moments your senses heighten for sure, even if you're just watching. Anyway, Fluid Gaming, fantastic entry onto the site. A lot of it though, I think it has to do with the fact that Wings Fan Club is just not contesting mid control at all, so they don't have the ability to rotate fast and try to help their allies on site when they're down on numbers on the point of contact. This time around, they do finally go for that mid control. So again, Fluid Gaming not challenging for it, but because of mid control, they should be able to have a better answer for the site despite it being an eco round.
Tough there for Steve-O. Gives up a bit too much as he was reloading his weapon. Wasn't expecting somebody to be pushed up onto bricks already, and Nathan was there to bring the mallet down. Limon Way next to fall for the defense. And the long flank. It's here. They've arrived. Okay, and they've made themselves known. At least one of them have an explicit Titan. Now the second one known in Eric Appleson, and 1 kill is all they could muster up. 12-4 our score line. Wings Fan Club should have a bye coming into this one, but they got to show us so much more than just the weapons in their hand if they want to hang on here on Breeze.
Yeah, they went for the mid control there, but then they spread out so then played in positions that were kind of one and dones, and they didn't have the ability to really buy time for their teammates. They didn't have the ability to really play for the life very well or swing off for each other. And that, coupled with the fact that it was an eco round, made it even harder beyond that. So now it's match point. So they adapted. They're playing for mid better now. I love seeing that from Wings Fan Club. We have people to assist each other on sites, which I love that as well. To see if they can stall out Fluid Gaming long enough for the rotations, though. Viper Spit could do it.
Viper Spit comes down. The Jet goes up top right on into the Viper. It's Eric Appleson to fall. Tupperware nets one of the most important kills on the round. So the pit goes down. The 2 players there to defend will also fall, and the rotations have to come on through. Steve-O gonna walk their way here inside the elbow. Slayer to fall down into the spawn. It's the no command on. Now Steve-O's really just got to go after popping that one. Answered by Knight. An explicit Titan. Needs to find 5, but he's just run down. A flawless exit here for Fluid Gaming as they qualify themselves through the upper bracket here in Group C. We'll see you guys in the playoffs. And as for Wings Fan Club, they get to try again. Unfortunately, they won't have the second life, though, down in that decider match.
Yeah, impressive performance by Fluid Gaming. Tupperware got the most important kill on that last round to get that Viper instantly, and the pit drops, and they just swing through. They found the kill on Silver at the same time, too, so everything went exactly the way that they would want it to go there. 13-4, the most dominant map so far for this group. Fluid Gaming punching their ticket into the brackets, and the entire team proving to be very good. I mean, Knight being the IGL, calling the shots and just dictating, okay, we got mid control, let's make a rotation happen to here because of the indications that they've been giving. And they seem to always be there on site to support each other. They seem to always have a good execution that covered for certain angles as needed. They accounted for a lot of variables that Wings Fan Club tried exploiting, but just couldn't do so successfully. In the meantime, Wings Fan Club, they did start making those signs of improvement happen, but they're so far behind the curve on that map with not enough rounds to work with to make that trajectory happen. They just fumbled away and couldn't make it happen.
Yep. A tough, I guess, excuse me, tickle in my throat. And Chad, it's not going away. I need you to,
okay.
I need you to take us out, man.
I wasn't sure if you're setting up like a really obnoxious pun or if you actually were struggling like physically, but all good. Hey man, part of being human, it happens. Wings Fan Club will go down to the lower side. We'll see if they get the rematch against BAP. BAP, I don't know how you want to pronounce that one, but could be another rematch. We've seen all rematches so far when people go down to the lower finals, but Push and Pretzels could be the ones to push themselves into that disruption of the pattern that we've seen so far in Group C. Meanwhile, Group D, I believe, is going on at the same time as well. So Fluid Gaming, we'll see them moving forward. It's one of the teams that I was looking at as like, all right, they're going to be one of the favorites to make it at least to semifinals. And oh man, that might have been them, and Psycho's Fan Club looked really good so far. So those ones they've been crushing it. They've been executing really well, winning gunfights left and right, having really good foundations, everything of that sort. Everything's been doing great.
Yeah, and the teams that you just mentioned, right, are going to be some teams that we do see towards the end of the day. We've got one more best of 1 followed by a best of 3. I think that means that we're jumping right on into quarterfinals after we close out these groups. So we'll see if we hop back on board with the BBG Academies, with the TAMUs, with the Psychos, Money Club. whatever it may be, we'll have to see when we get there. But before we get there, before we jump in our next best of one, we've got a break. And just before that, guys, come on. Come on, how many times do I have to tell you to take your candy game to the next level? If you guys aren't already doing it, you need to start doing it now, guys. And you can do so with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. They have other stuff too. The delicious fruity chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. So please do power up with Mike and Ike. And while you guys are powering up, we're going to power down for a short second. And we'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
But we've also got to check in. There was the Valorant Chicago LAN called the Chicago, what were they called? Chicago Scrims, Chicago. But it was awesome. ZMMB, the Zero Marksman Black, win another one and cement their spot at the very tippy top of our Summer Champs leaderboard. Native Gaming, the new roster, takes second place with most notably a win over Oxygen Academy, who have been absolutely slaying a lot of these. So that's really exciting for Native Gaming as well, and it's going to put them nicely in the points, I think. What do you think about it, Paul?
Firm tier 2 team.
I mean, Oxygen Academy, you know, they're Oxygen Academy, quote unquote, but that's just
I mean, that's
Redux
really like
Redux is 15 still, so they don't want to like pay for a full like actual team. Oxygen, the organization, right? Oxygen Academy are really good. Redux is cracked. Verdi's really good, right? It's impressive to like come out and immediately beat a team like Oxygen Academy as a theoretically tier 2 org like Native Gaming are looking like they're going to be. Definitely a good debut for them.
Yeah, it's nice to see. The Zero Marksman continues
nice to see Zero Marksman doing well though. Yeah, like I mean we've been watching them. I say watching all that we survey for quite some time, and it's nice to see them, you know, consistently doing well and making a name for themselves. So like, go you guys.
The Zero Marksman players are hungry too, dude. Even when they win, they get on Twitter like, I'm not done. No, I can do better. I can do better. That wasn't a good series for me. I can do better. Like Jonah 6 is particularly a guy who does that, right? They are hungry on that team. I mean,
this is a team that's positioning themselves as to be the next guys up in terms of either players individually to be recruited to teams or if an org's looking to do a full swap. Certainly positioning themselves very nicely, and it'll be really cool to see what they can do at Summer Champs. So, yeah, there's also the all-9 number 9s. Take a look at that one. Lenny Time win it. The New York FU still can't actually get the dubs in these. The New York Fury, as they're supposedly known.
I can't say NYFU without smiling.
It's the New York fuck you. It is.
Yeah,
you
it really
just can't
is.
help it. They just really chose some interesting branding there. That is going to be Lenny Time taking the dub here. I see the elation here. Talk to me about it, Paul.
I love Lenny Time for one reason and one reason only, and that is Ferbsa. No. Ferbsa. Okay. Ferbsa is a collegiate player. He plays on Northwood, which is one of, if not the best collegiate team in all of North America. They are so good. Ferbsa, a flex player for them, right? He's played like Cypher, he's played Reyna, he's played Sova at times. Now he's fully like leaning into this jet role, not only on like Northwood, but here for Lenny Time too. He looks so good on jet. I am loving. If Ferbsa has a million, you know, that whole copy pasta, that's me. That's me right there. Obviously, a lot of like mocking is another really good reason to like this team, right? They're a team of very vibrant personalities. They're very fun to watch.
Which makes them marketable.
It makes them marketable. And I mean, they're all free agents. So somebody, Genji.
There you go. Hashtag silent.
It's just a new thing. You just get every time you like a new team, you're like, get Genji, get in here. Get in here, Genji.
Genji, you can only go up at this point. Come on.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. ZMMB absolutely clowning on everybody with their 21,200 points. Oxygen Academy still very nicely placed. Where did Native Black get to? 4200. Wow. So they're rising up the leaderboard. They're just below T1 at this point. If they continue competing in these events, opens and lands, obviously got a chance to just rise up as we start to get towards the summer champs at the end of the summer season. That's in August. Very exciting. So lots going on there. Now let's take a look at the next lands that are coming up. I think next up we're going down to Texas for a little Georgetown land. That's this weekend. So that's the next one coming up. Be sure to tune in to that one over in Georgetown. I'm sure some of the teams that we've just looked at on the leaderboard will be competing as well to earn more points and get ready. Then we've got Bakersfield coming up after that, and Denver as well. So still 3 more lands. Actually 4. Oh, we've got another one going on in Fullerton in July. Man, we just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling here. So if you got a land coming out near you, come out to lands. They're so much fun. Lands are awesome. We love it. And that's your Summer Champs check-in of the week.
Spacey ship.
Once again, we're right back at it with the best of one, but our final BO1 of the day, and we're finishing out Group C, which means Group D will be playing alongside, and we'll take a peek. I guess once we get to that playoff bracket, we'll know who from Group D made it on through. I know that you've got a fan favorite down there. I know We Live Here is a fan favorite down there, but you noted it in the green room before we came back from this break. We've got ourselves, yes sirree, another rematch here between Wings Fan Club and BAP to run it right back.
That's just the way of the road today. It's just whoever team loses, that's go to the finals.
Yeah,
has to rematch that first team of the day. But so far, it's 1-on-1 for the rematches. So as far as like whichever team won the first time, winning the second time, there was an upset in Group A. It was a revenge story, but in Group B, it was a 2-0 for Built by Gamers Academy. So today, right now, we get to see in that kind of weird narrative that you can try to establish of which way it goes. Will Wings Fan Club stay on top and get a 2-0 in their quote-unquote best of three, or will BAP be able to win it out, make the revenge story happen alongside Surge, Luffy, GC, the dad, Mother, and Daggle? Is Mother also the mother of whoever the dad is the father of?
All right, yeah, it's Surge, Luffy, and Daggle are the children of BAP, and then we've got GC, the dad. And no, I don't actually
family.
know, but yeah, it's a nice little family. We've got ourselves a nice little family, and unfortunately, they've already suffered defeat, but they got back on their feet, and now they get to try once more. The winner of this best of one is going to find themselves into the playoff, right? We've already seen 3 teams already qualify. We get to see 3 teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. 5 teams?
Yeah,
5 teams. We did 2 groups and then some. Okay, we've seen 5 teams. I need to stop doing math, man. I just need to stop doing math. We've seen 5 teams qualify. We're about to see our 6th, and now we get to see out of the 7 maps that we have here for Valorant, we get to see which one we're headed to. And I haven't looked quite yet at the Discord to see where it is. And it's Icebox. Okay, woo! So it's not the worst.
It's the big 3.
Yeah, that actually was our big 3.
Icebox, Ascent, and Breeze. So we have 2 of each at the very least today. It's 3 Ascents, 2 Breeze, 2 Icebox for this best of 7s. All good. Hey man, we get to be familiar with Icebox. I mean, Breeze brought us the warmth coming in. We need to cool off a bit. We'll go to Icebox. Makes sense. Look at that aerial shot. Beautifully done. Shout out to Nerd Street Champs for setting this up. This is an awesome aerial view. I'm expecting an awesome match because this is the last best of 1. And we go to best of 3s from here on out, where you have adaptations throughout the series kind of a situation. Yeah. This is the last one where you need to figure it out in the moment. But still, like we said, it's a rematch. So what's the play from the last time they met?
Yeah, I'm trying to see, get confirmation on what the map one was. The tough thing about these rematches is if you're the team that won originally and then you come into this rematch and you lose, technically you're 1-1. And if this was a best of 3 series and a best of 3 layout, then you know, maybe map 3 is your map. So in losing a map 2, obviously you get knocked out here and that just doesn't feel great. And I'm assuming that it wasn't Icebox previously. The game itself wasn't too close between these two teams. I think it was 13-5 or something of the sort. Unfortunately, I don't have the score directly here in front of me. 13-5 actually is what it was, and it was bind. Okay, so I was gonna say maybe if it's a close game and you lost a map, say they played Ascent the first time, and they're like, hey, we can shore up these mistakes. Let's take it back to Ascent. I could see that, but to switch up from binds to Icebox, as we get things locked in, we're not duelist-less, but we do have the Sova on one side versus the KO on the other.
Yeah, and we have the Raze as well, which I'm not sold on Raze being better than Jet as of right now. I'm actually more sold on duelist list compositions that has the double initiator instead of a Sova and a KO, for instance. I think that's better than having a Raze. But I mean, obviously Raze can use those the boom bot to clear out close corners, things like that. Can you shore up like behind generator or something with a paint shell? Can satchel up just like this and get high ground, especially pistol rounds where you're not going to be one tapped very commonly from those long ranges. Holding on Boiler, his mother's trying to get the first frag onto Larry, and Kitchen Control going the way of BAP so far, which might come out to a big deal for them.
I mean, Mother must be doing something that I'm not aware of, because it does not look like Mother's going to clear these angles, and then the feet just go up top, and the blast pack was just enough. So through the movement, they've got their way up towards this B site, but look at the defense just starting to cut the rest of the attack down shore. The spike gets planted, but now Mother, but Scooby-Doo their way on up. Okay, finds 4 kills on the round. The paint shells go out with 5 HP and a dream of very healthy Larry on the opposite side. No way, not expecting this angle, but they escape one another.
One bullet
left. Not gonna reload. Doesn't want to give up the position. Survives. Now the dance around the wall. The clock in favor of BAP. Round in favor of BAP. Mother, what are you doing?
Oh my God. Tanner, there is a very common phrase that said it's a word similar to mother, but I'm not going to say it on cast, but I think a lot of people know what I'm going for there. That's the time to use it. Congratulations. You earned that.
Mommy?
And what? Sorry?
I'm clarifying for the viewers that may not have known.
You know, if it's not clear by now, it might not ever be clear for you. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, what a round. What a round. That was... all the classic, by the way, free gun. Just comes down to movement and just understanding situations and figuring it out. Just like Explicit Titan figured out a way of getting the first frag, getting some mid control, which is something that Wings Fan Club had a hard time doing on Breeze up against Fluid Gaming, but this time around, perhaps on Icebox, it can do exactly that. A site is the way that they look to be taking right now for BAP, who's fell back a little bit, went back into a little bit of a default just to control and maintain their ground for mid control. Go from here. Now they have a good comfortability for that with the trademark and garage as well. They look to finally execute on A site, but only 2 members of Wings Fan Club are here to answer back on that 0 point. Calling out those both members. Mother has gone just by it. The paint shell doing enough damage. The Abric Aquasan not able to do much more either. All 7 kills for this entire game, all have been gained by Mother thus far.
Yeah, that is the case, and I mean, Mother's still fighting forward, right? Still healthy, gonna eat some of that decay, but the healing orb get them up to 80 HP. The shoulder's spotted. There's the 8th. Oh, the 9th, unfortunately, will escape. So that's gonna find their way into the mix, but there's the 9th. So 9 of 10. But I think most importantly, right, because that's a round that we expect to go the way of BAP, a showstopper online here for the bonus.
That's amazing. Of course, the dad stealing the glory away a little bit. We'll have a little bit of discussion later on. Might have to sleep on the couch there, but Mother nearly at 2 aces so far. Has a showstopper, like you said, which should make it, even though it's a bonus, I mean, with a showstopper, that's a giant rocket launcher. That should be a good way of entering and starting up this round, and might trade a couple lives along the way, but get some upgrades and maybe set like a 2v2 post plan or something of that sort. Could be the possibility here. Going to go and try grab some orbs. One went the way of Wings Fan Club with kitchen control, try and be attained by Luffy. Didn't find a way of maintaining it, but at least creates a presence of force Wings Fan Club to have to respect it.
Yeah, still a lot of time on the clock. So with that trademark being taken down early, right, you give up a...
No way!
That's not allowed. That's not allowed. 10-0 for Mother. As Daggle finally gonna find their way into the kill feed. Steve-O, you got to put the damage mitigation here for Wings Fan Club. Daggle gonna find a second, so it's not just the mom and dad show. Daggle will finally get a bit of the spotlight on them. And I mean, this seems like a save, right? Larry and Steve-O not really in a position to push their way into now a 2v4. So they're going to hang on to their rifles. And if possible, would we be able to take a look back at GC the Dad to see what that crosshair is looking like? Because I don't know if you spotted that. It was outrageous. Yeah, okay. That's real life.
Wow. Hey, man, you know, when you get older, you know, you've been a dad for a while, your eyesight gets a little worse. Can't see those pinpoint dots anymore. Something to catch your eye a little bit. Now winning that bonus by thanks of Mother going in and just winning a duel with the Spectre versus the rifle for some reason. Now they're forcing a tactical timeout because Wings Fan Club realizing, okay, what can we do about this menace of a raise that's just destroying us left, right, and center. We're trying to fight for control. I will say, though, when they got mid-control earlier, they completely fell off of it in that round number 2. Moving forward as well, they just need to figure out a way of working together as a team more. They seem to be losing out in these 1v1 engagements, especially from the explosivity of these members of BAP, especially Mother. So if they can figure out a way of either holding stronger together or falling off gracefully and working together and make a retake happen or something like that sort, could be a better call.
Are you saying apes together strong?
Strong. Together. Indeed.
Apes together strong. There it is.
Together
Work
strong.
together. Strength in numbers. I think that's something that we see kind of across the most successful teams, right? Is somebody usually is always in a position to make a play no matter what is happening with the teammate around them, right? You're having these jets push up with the operator, somebody there just in case the jet falls. Hopefully not in the way of the tailwind, but just there and working hand in hand or working in tandem. And it's kind of been the inverse, like you've pointed out. It's also hard when, I mean, Lady Luck is on the side of Mother, that's for sure. Had one bullet left in the Classic and was able to survive, reload, and find the ace in the pistol round in the 1v1. Wild. So this could easily be a different game. Finally, we get that showstopper online, and Daggle does Daggle things. Wants to find a 2K, will find a 2K. The spoiled, maybe youngest child of the nice family, just getting whatever they want.
BAP family. The BAPs. Like he's been playing it, it's 4v3. Save round. The investment into her Vandal was there, but didn't come out so far. But the Air Cap was able to pick that back up. The upgrades to the middle. You see the dad with that giant crosshair. You can't miss them if their entire body is inside the crosshair. And finds the frags, the perfect positioning. Comes running low, very late retake from Wings Fan Club forced them into a situation where they had to just recklessly rush it down, and of course it didn't work out. Enough utility was still there for BAP. They had the positions and they had the good timings to work off of each other, and that seems to be the case so far this game. Mother still deathless, 10-0, going to round number 5.
Wow. I'm wondering if, because again, the last time these two teams met, Wings Fan Club took the map 13-5. This is obviously a different map than there was before.
Revenge
and I'm
arc.
wondering if we're kind of seeing the, you know, the silly crosshair, the loose play. I wonder if they're kind of just throwing caution to the wind and just saying, hey, let's just send it, let's just have fun with it. And this has been the outcome.
Dude, sometimes that gives you better results. You don't play as stiff. You're a lot more loose, a lot more confident in your shot because you're not scared or fearful or nervous. You're just Going to the flow, but Mother finally falls the first time. Surge the perfect opportunity, come up big for the team. The fragment also on good positioning as well. Takes down Larry. Women Way was also so weak. You couldn't live for much longer. Now it's all down to Explosive Titan, who I believe might have an operator in hand, but either way, yep, there it is. And it's a 1v3 cross map. We're not going to make that happen. That's going to be a save.
Yep, forced to save again and concede the round. So BAP will find their 5th once the spike detonates. Okay, now crosshairs like this, when I see players crosshairs who have large gaps, it always makes me wonder, where are you aiming? You know, so maybe this crosshair, what if the top 3 lines don't matter and GC just aims with the bottom portion of the crosshair and puts that on their chest and it's a headshot, right? Or puts their head just on the top of the line. You know what I'm saying? Like, where are you aiming? That's the question that I always have for stuff like that, because that is, you know, like when I look at Dapper's crosshair, he plays with like 5 gap. And I'm like, dude, at long range,
yeah,
how are you doing that?
Yeah, long range is a nightmare. You basically have to ADS at long ranges. Which typically is not a problem because pretty much every weapon can ADS. And I will say, like, somebody who's getting older, my eyes are going like wearing off a little bit. Sometimes those super small crosshairs, man, it messes with my eyesight, and I feel like I'm like have a hard time really focusing on like, one little dot. So I need something a little bit bigger to really figure out what's going on there. Just like Sivo needed a bigger gun to figure out a way of killing Mother, and that's exactly what they were able to do. But the resurrection from the dad comes through. Love that relationship synergy. Loving it. Arms resurrects the Mother, and now back alive as 5-0 on the rounds, 5-4 on the player count. Stevo has a perfect timing on the Luffy. Makes this a lot more in favor for Wings fan club.
Yeah, and they're corralled out towards mid for just a moment. Now GC.
The timing.
The timing, Larry. Larry's in a great spot. Larry also doesn't know about the timing here.
Oh, this is gonna get the chamber killed.
Yeah, this spells doom for Daggle, unfortunately, just because of the way that things kind of played out. So true to force in hand, only 33 HP, creeping up with the knife, doesn't want to give up the positioning.
30 seconds left.
And now they don't know where that Sage is playing. It's a deep plant on the spike. This should be heard. Now that spike's planted down, and GC has the tallest task. Okay, there's the headshot. I don't know where he was aiming for the headshot, but it landed.
Took a couple bullets. We got it.
That is comedy.
Oh, give us a chance. Yeah. Sivo, give me a heartache. Nearly. All right. Switch things up. Sivo with a tailwind will be looking to be a little bit more aggressive with the Vandal instead and leave the chamber top thing since they want to Tour de Force. Whoever has whichever gun doesn't really matter. It's just whatever preference is. There they go. Back to the jet. Take an aggressive angle with an operator instead. Because of the Blaze Storm, they have effectiveness in close ranges as well. I think this is a better call. Viper's Pit also available. This is a position that Wings Fan Club can definitely start making a comeback happen. They have all the ults in their favor. Two coming up for BAP soon. But nevertheless, it's a good opportunity.
Angle missed. Well, now angle landed. Mother gives up too much. They never spotted Stevo on the angle, and the operator a little too strong as they try and play around the box. Nice dink. Down to 10 HP as Eric Appleson is able to try and bail his jet on out. Stevo survives, also gets the heal and continues to take shots with the operator out towards long. Man, and Surge put himself in a tough spot. Couldn't cross. Forced to walk forward and try and take a fight on the backside of yellow. He's immediately punished for it. Daggle now trying to get something back. Limon Way gonna give him too much. Daggle gonna find the next, and there it is. Again, the youngest child getting whatever he wants. And of course, Dad's still alive. So if Daggle wants some more, we'll see if Dad will allow it. Eric Appleson playing the shoulder peek. They spot one another. Oh, shots, they don't quite land just yet. Now it's the operator on the corner. It's the slow orb to slow things down and push onto the site. And I mean, it's only Eric Appleson directly here on the B site. It's obviously unbeknownst to BAP, but a 2v1 with no real way to delay. Finally, we're starting to get that rotation maybe over from the Viper. Doesn't want to give up the pit just yet, but as this wall goes up, this should call for the rotation. Now the wall going to be broken down. Eric Appleton actually going to get run down, but he dances around the corner perfectly. GC giving up too much in way of sound cues. Daggle is there to find the third on the round, and now it's 2v2 with the Spike planted.
Little bait and switch there between two members of BAP, making this a 2v2 situation. The operator in hand. Larry has to respect this. Dropping the talk to screen, though, still has this. Didn't have to use it earlier because the Viper Spit was available. Daggle on the 4K might be an ace. Taken away by Dad yet again. 2 aces stolen away for this game so far, but honestly, man, it's the best of 1. That's fine. Let's just keep getting these round wins. Winning it out was BAP, and a situation that I feel like Wings Fan Club could have actually made a situation work for themselves, but beautifully played, honestly. Getting that first frag as the spike was getting planted, forcing a 2v2, evening the playing field, and the aggressive peak by Daggle with the rendezvous exit strategy was basically the most optimal thing they could have possibly done. Wonderfully executed.
Ooh, this time a bit quicker. Oh no, not ready for a player inside tube already. The fanning of the hammer, and Eric Appleton does collect one. GC there to trade it out. So working on getting that resurrection online. No command cuts off the abilities. Limon Wei. Do you know the way? Mother does.
Mother does. Larry does not, apparently. That's such a tough retake. All this utility is still available, forcing them away. Stevo, so much to deal with. The dash is going to be gone as well. We'll be able to use that for aggressiveness later on. Mother still trying to find kills. Oh my. The time just keeps on ticking. All this is happening. A 3K for the round even. You keep trickling in one at a time and finding a 1v1s, and Mother just keeps winning those.
Yeah, only one player punished there, and that was at the start of the round. Luffy wasn't expecting somebody to already be in the tube, and it was Eric Appleton with the Sheriff. I mean, it's just so tough. Even in these round wins for BAP, you're having 2, 3, 4 people stay alive the majority of the time. I know the last couple of rounds weren't quite like that. It was really tooth and nail. Look at the economy, right? You're never in a situation, or Wings Fan Club is never in a situation to really slow down the purchases from BAP. So round after round, they've been able to full buy their way in, and now even better, they've got themselves a showstopper. We'll see how Mother can open things up with it, but they just wanted the orb, and that's the easiest one to grab.
Honestly, I think it's something that a lot of teams don't effectively do that much, is setting up control of the orbs to build themselves towards that ultimate economy to be advantageous later on. A lot of times they don't even focus on it until it's just like one away kind of situation, which is definitely the most useful time to do that. Now they're going over towards A site. Showstopper, Viper Spit available. Showstopper could open up the site. Mother, gun in hand is usually more than enough, but here goes the guns. Here goes the explosions. No. And that opens up A site. They have the Viper Spit. Just kidding. That's the one player died was Luffy. So no Viper Spit for the post plants. Oh, there we go. Let's go, Dad. What a good father.
Dad making sure everybody gets involved. The oldest child in Luffy, unfortunately, kind of getting the crappy end of the stick. And, well, isn't necessarily needed in way of getting that pit down, but they say, son, come on, we want to get you involved. No worries, no harm, no fouls. Resurrection on the opposite side. It's not quite punished. Spray down comes on through. Dad finds 2 Surge to scoop up 1, and unfortunately, Limon Wei was in way over
Luffy
their head. And, well, Mother, that's one of those things where Dad said yes. Mom did not say yes.
No.
Mom said no. Dad said, you went and asked Mom. Mom said no. You went and asked Dad. Dad said yes. Now everybody's in trouble.
Uh-oh. Oh, my. Well, we got a tech pause. Third on the day. They've been short ones so far today, so hopefully that will be the case again. Shout out to the admin team getting these resolved very quickly. And yeah, it's been a field day. It's been a day at the park for the family of BAP. Mother and Dad definitely leading in charge of quite a bit there. And with this tech pause happening, it's one of those situations where Wings fan club's going to have to figure out what to do, because if they go challenge 1v1s, they have been losing a lot, especially towards Mother. And if they challenge as 2, they've been getting suppressed and oppressed by the utility. And if they try to play retake, oftentimes they're a little bit slow to the return to the sites, or they'll be positioning in opportunities that allow members of BAP to find 1v1s and win out from there on out as well. So maybe either be aggressive as a team, go on attack while on defense, or work as a bigger unit and swarm on the sites. Otherwise, it's kind of a tough, it's not an easy solution, is an easy way of saying this. It's not an easy solution to figure out how to stop BAP from just running through things on offense.
It's been a family trip, nobody excluded in their attacking side, at least in way of aggression. We've seen a couple different looks. I feel like the one that we saw where we had, I think it was Luffy, to push up through mid, take down the trademark, and look to go elsewhere. That was the one bit of real kind of like cross-map coordination that we could have seen for the squad. It was, hey, let's go take care of that trademark. Let's cause that paranoia. After that, I feel it's where Mother goes, we follow. And it seems to be working. So there's no real reason not to do that. And especially in a situation where we're in these LANs, and the teams that are put together, some of them might have some players that have played together, but at the end of the day, it's usually bits and pieces here and there. So if you're a team that is successful in the chaos or successful in the scramble, that really kind of puts you a leg up over some of these other squads who are maybe trying to stick to the playbook or the rule book a little too much.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta get wild with it, man. Take some risks. So yeah, I mean that you mentioned it earlier, is that might have been the case for BAP, why they're having a lot more success now, is they just threw caution to the wind. Dad's got this giant crosshair now, and they're going aggressively. Mother just blast packed on top of 2 to start off this entire map, and has shown nothing but signs of confidence so far. And it seems like maybe Wings fan club has just been a little bit behind the tempo, just trying to do too much respect, which can be a bad thing sometimes, and you play a little bit more reckless and disrespectful in a way.
Yeah, what we're seeing here is Dad went out and bought himself a brand new crosshair. Got third row seating and everything, large enough for the third row seating.
It's got TVs in it.
Yeah, and Mom ain't happy about it. So unfortunately, not going to take it out on the fam, but going to take it out on the waiter at the restaurant or the worker at the convenience store, whatever it may be. And in this situation, it's Wings Fan Club on the server.
Yeah, it's the villains from the other universe that crossed over, and then they're trying to steal your resources.
Yep.
Yep. Back to the lore of the game.
Yeah, back to the game.
In game.
Yeah, another A hit seeming to be on the docket. Nice little back and forth though. The cross was spotted out towards mid, so Wings Fan Club do know that this is happening. They are aware, but they are still keeping some players on the opposite side. The trademark hasn't quite revealed this Sova that is playing the lurk for Wings Fan Club, so Limo not really in a position giving himself up. He can hear it. He knows it's in the area, so he also understands that he can't push really any further than this. And we'll see if the judge in the close angle is actually able to find value. Mother comes up. A body shot will be just enough. Now GC. Oh, no, the backstab. GC. Ah, such a tough spot. Luffy takes heaps of damage, but is able to trade that kill back. We'll see if the heal is available. Most importantly, though, Luffy's still alive, and the pit is still available.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, only 30 seconds remaining. The heal's in 23. They don't have the luxury of waiting that one out, so they're going to have to play with Luffy having just a sliver of HP. Spike in hand as well, so it's literally like escorting spike in hand for the dad, but you have the Viper's Pit being used. Explicit Sight does even the playing field a little bit here. Heal's going to come up in just a second. 8-1 on the score line. 3-3 on this site. And Luffy now gets healed up. Should be just fine moving forward. I believe Dad saw the second.
He's about to. Oh, no, he doesn't actually see the second at all as Larry pushes through in a snake fight right at their feet. Luffy nets the frag. Oh,
what?
Eric Appleson does that.
Oh, shot, dude. That's one of those situations like, why would you not spray? Might as well see what happens. And almost always you're not successful, but sometimes you win a round and secure breathing room for your team before it happens. Hey man, some people buy lottery tickets and some people spray through smokes. You know?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, right? Even if you're not just trying to get lucky, maybe you're expecting the contact that you just had with a teammate means that somebody else is going to spray you down or be in a position to spray you down. But Luffy was anywhere but that, was trying to sneak around yellow and ends up falling. So a second round from Wings fan club. It doesn't necessarily mean they win the half. There's actually no way that they could win the half, but they could win the half of the half that came after the technical timeout.
Oh, the elbow.
And that's a good start.
Trying the timing, but Mother yet again entering up onto the site. You know where Steve-O is. And how you deal with the operator typically is just get right in their face and move fast so they can't handle it. So Mother's looking to do. Confirm they're still there in heaven. Controlling screens now. Wings fan club should know that Mother's being pushed up right now, but Daggle's going to try to provide some support. Can they get there in time?
Wow. GC sticks the plant and two players die to the Hunter Shuri. Daggle's lurk will finally get value, but Eric Appleson up top. Mother, no way, down low. We'll find 3 kills on the round. Now just needs to try and win the 1v1 as Eric Appleson going to go up atop the ropes. The ponytail wasn't spotted, and now the backstab is imminent. Oh! Did they spot one another? No, Eric Appleson still hunting. Didn't spot Mother going up. This is the worst possible situation for the Sage. Goes back up, and Mother's there for the clutch.
Oh my goodness, Tanner. Mother knows best, you know? Sometimes they just know to hide in screens, rotate past Ninja, just get a double kill out of nowhere, and then wrap around and get high ground. Easy peasy. I'm confident Eric Appleson swung to where, like, Mother would have popped up on a mini map, but didn't, like, in that moment, like, mentally see it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't consciously acknowledge that it happened, then it's as if you never saw them in the first place, and maybe nobody calmed it. I don't know.
Just a tough end to that round. That could have been a third for Wings fan club. Now they could still find a third. And again, another great start. This time Mother's been taken down. So the clutch factor, it's definitely been weakened. Resurrection, though, from GC the dad. Gonna get Mom back in the mix to maybe do some haggling, maybe do some negotiating. Less of a pushover is Mother in some of these rounds. And Explicit, so they're planning on the opposite side of the wall. Explicit is on the right side. Unfortunately, that null command means that the tour de force has been turned off, and yellow was never cleared. So now the tour de force, it's not needed. A rifle in the hands on a 1v1. The wall is still up. The resurrection's there, and Explicit Titan, this position has already been spotted out thanks to the death of Luffy. And as that wall falls, it's the 1v1. GC the dad, it's Explicit Titan, and it's the clock slowly ticking down. GC doesn't have to peek at all, but he's still going to play this game. The tap onto the spike. Explicit Titan. No,
so annoying.
Just play the clock. Just play the clock, my man, and that's exactly what he's doing. He shows the shoulder, shows the weapon. Eventually will find the kill, but the dance, GC the dad knows how to cut a rug.
Hey, some dads are good at dancing, man. You know how to tango. They know how to do the footwork, dude. That is by far the most annoying situation to be in Valorant. Is exactly where Explicit Titan was. It's like, I can't, like, push up because they would have timing on me and I'd be in motion, and when they take a shot, they have the advantage on the swing kind of situation. But I can't just sit here and go for the defuse either. Like, what do you even do in that spot? It's tough. We've been saying a lot of the jokes because of the names Mother and Dad, but honestly, like that's like the duo that's been really holding it down. Like Mother with all the crazy intro kills and being insane plays and frags. Meanwhile, every time we said in the half, like, oh man, this person fell. Twice about Mother falling. Once about Luffy when they had Viper Spit. Those 3 times that was mentioned, instantly Dad gets a resurrection, and we're like, oh, just kidding, they're back up every time. So getting that ult available oftentimes and using the perfect positioning timing was beautiful. Just like it was beautiful for Wings Fan Club to get that plant over to Tot's nest instantly. It's starting to find frags in this post-plant situation as well. But here comes Dad. Here comes Bap trying to answer back quickly.
Yeah, 1 for 1 thus far. Good damage. Really traded across the board. A couple of right clicks should be enough. The frenzy shots as well. As Steve-O lets everybody sneak by. He tries to do something sneaky himself, but they just get punished for it. The defuse gets stuck. Explicit Titan not in a position to help the team. The Boombot even gets some of the action. And BAP, they just steal away the pistol round.
I'll be honest, dude. Every time I see a team go for a plant in that spot, I think once in total I've seen it actually be successful. And in theory, it makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, let's catch them off guard, get a plant up there. It's an obnoxious like plant spot. It's hard to defend, or hard to get to kind of situation. But the moment that Kitchen was given up, they lose high ground control instantly from there on out. Because you're not going to just have somebody sit there and nest typically. So then they had play from low ground in the post plant, and that just doesn't really work out very well. Now Mother trying to go aggressively. Didn't expect the force buy of Wings Fan Club nor the aggression. That's something that's gotten them an advantage so far this round.
A caution to the wind here for Wings Fan Club. Bring in full force into this one. Surge sitting on 11 assists coming into the half. Eric Appleson gonna get that wall up to make sure that he can't be spammed. Can plant to the high ground, and it's Daggle and Surge to work hand in hand to find the first couple of kills to get back into this round.
Wow.
As Limon Way was the last one standing, found a kill, working their way away from the site. But gets cut down by Luffy, and then a fuse on over to BAP. That means another force round is on the docket. It's going to be far from a full buy here for Wings Fan Club.
I think honestly, like at a 10-2, I think forcing is a good call. Or sorry, 11-2. I think at 11-2, forcing is a good call. Because you want to try to play for it having breathing room in case something goes wrong later on. So play for it now, especially since if you force it, the differences of strength is not going to be that amazing. And also, even if you lose the force, you get another force that you're still going to be in a situation where the difference of strength is not going to be that insanely different. So I think it was a good call by Wings Fan Club. Just we find them in not an advantage situation when it's match point against them. Another playing for A-Site yet again. It's going to be Mother and Surge. Judge in the hand. Can they clear her out? Pop flash ready to provide assistance. Nothing used yet to clear out Mother. This is free game.
Free game, the blast pack, the movement, it's all there. Surge also there to bail out the team. The classics out, the right clicks land. Needed one more in Larry, but Larry's trying to hang on. The wall doesn't quite work the way that Dad had hoped. Now 2 players coming out from screens and just line up. Unfortunately, Larry doesn't have the weaponry for it, so they right their wrongs, and in the rematch, it's BAP to come out on top and find themselves in the playoffs.
Back in my day, walls go through boxes just fine. I don't know what's going on with these new games these days. What an impressive showing for BAP. Jokes aside, they absolutely capitalized on the revenge arc opportunity. Like, they lost 13-5 and then won 13-2. Like, that's an insane swing. Tournament events. It might have just been like their first map on LAN, right? If these players don't have LAN experience, that is super uncomfortable. If you're on LAN for your first time ever, very uncomfortable experience to be in. Even if you have your same mouse and keyboard, it's still like a new chair, it's a new monitor, you know, stuff like that. Like you haven't worked with, you get things set up and you feel comfy. So it's very common that players will perform very poorly on their first time, and that could be the case. I don't know the exact history of these players for BAP, but that is something that is commonly seen. That it seems like that would be the case. So when that 13-5 loss, then they won 13-8, got some confidence, got some comfortability, and now 13-2 on the revenge win. Like they are definitely in the zone now, dialed in.
Yep, in the zone, dialed in. A long day for both of these teams as they had to play 3 of the matches. They basically played a best of 3, and unfortunately for Wings Fan Club, it didn't go their way. So we say congratulations again to BAP for making their way on into the playoffs. I'm not too sure how the bracket for the playoffs really shakes out, but we will get a chance to see them again. And for Wings Fan Club, once more, thank you for joining us. Obviously, please do hang out, obviously, right, for the rest of the event. Just enjoy the environment. And again, without the teams that are showing up and unfortunately leaving in these decider matches, we obviously wouldn't have matches like this or stories like this to tell between the rematches, the three. I actually want to take a look to see at in Group D if that's exactly what we've got, right? Because we've kind of been keeping our eye on Group D as a whole. I don't think we're quite headed that way, and it doesn't seem to be updated just yet. So we know that Dog Boys are in the winners. We Live Here, by the way, is a team full of strong players. They're playing Scum Gang. So yeah, I'm not too sure how that one's played out, but I'm excited to see if that is going to be a rematch down there. I think for us, though, Chad, that's it for best of ones. We've had a long day of best of ones. We put 7 on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we put 7 on the board, 6 of them being qualifying matches, which means 6 teams have already qualified. 2 more to qualify in Group D, and fortunately, we get to see who that is because we have that best of 3 moving on forward. So we should have an updated graphic for you guys for the quarterfinals. We should have a best of 3 for you guys, but all of that obviously comes after this short break.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang. They took a close Game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals. We watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of Tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicago LAN, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton LAN, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
Spacey shit.
And we're back. We're finally done with the best of ones. We're done with the groups, and we're looking to get started here in the playoffs. It's the quarterfinals, the best of threes. To begin right now, my name, as a reminder, is Tanner Metro, and I'm joined by Chad Lantis. And we get to see early here in our playoff bracket a couple of Titans that we were expecting a lot out of, and they do get out here in the quarterfinals.
BBG Academy was the first seed in their group and expected to go out on the winner's side and go through on their own side of the bracket respectively, but TAMU Maroon, Texas A&M University Maroon, showed up big, came up big, took down that number 1 seed and came on the winner's side of their own. They'll be going up against Gasping on the other side of things. A couple spots from Group D waiting to be filled up to really know how that bracket plays out. But what we do know is it might not have been expected this soon. We had a feeling this kind of matchup would be happening eventually in this tournament. We just kind of expected a little bit longer, but that's the way of best of ones, man. That's the nature of it. Yeah. Sometimes you have some bad reads in one map. They lost that 13-11 so close. But BBG Academy, they want to make that comeback happen. They want to make a statement happen now of just, hey, we're definitely one of the favorites in this tournament. But they have to take down another favorite of Psycho's Money Crew to do so.
Yeah, we saw Psycho's Money Crew early in the day make quick work of just about everybody in Group A. And I say just about everybody, but they only played 2 best of ones. And now they've had a break. They've also got to watch BBG Academy play a couple of times, and now they get to play them themselves. As a reminder, Con Artist, Blackguard, Kev, Fireball, and Frey make up BBG Academy. BCJ, Aaron, Psycho, Riku, and Scrounge Zera make up Psycho's Money Crew. So if you saw Chad Lantis' tweet, Xset and Friends is basically what this roster is. Psycho's Money Crew is Xset and Friends. I think the most important thing about this one, again, we've already talked about this matchup and how we could have seen this anywhere in the playoffs. We would get it nice and early. Somebody's going home. I believe just single elimination, so you have to win this here to keep on moving forward. I also think that you're not in the money just yet. You need to make it to those semifinals. Right. So that's kind of a tall task. But the most important thing now that we're in the playoffs is it's best of threes. And when we get into our map picks and bans, it's going to look a little different. It's not going to be all grayed out towards the end. And then they slap us in the face with a very, they do their best to color Ascent and make it colorful, but it's just so bland in the best of ones.
Oh, man. Yeah, especially if you're not a fan of watching Ascent as you are, Tanner. But yeah, watch us end up getting literally Ascent, Breeze, and Icebox in the best of 3 as well. Yes. It's bound to happen, I'm sure. But yeah, we'll see that map pick and ban graphic in just a moment. And yeah, it's crazy to think about the fact that one of these teams that everybody would expect to go into day number 2 will not be seen in day number 2. We will not also be seeing Icebox. That was banned away first by Psycho's Money Crew. Shouts to them for doing that. It's going to be Breeze, Haven, and then it's the...
We're pretty close.
Like, hey, the old school 3 was like Haven, Ascent, Icebox, and then people have been kind of like replacing Icebox sometimes, replacing Haven for Breeze. It's like that. So now it's still like a big 4 for the map pick bans, but Breeze first, Haven second, and if we go the distance, we'll be Ascent. So I assume, Tanner, you're rooting for 2-0 today.
Yeah, you know, Ascent. Yeah, listen, I'm not rooting for a 2-0 because just give it to us, right? It's if the day was meant to be a 10-map day, make it a 10-map day, right? Let's have a solid series, especially because, like we said, we're kind of expecting a lot. I think the 1 or 2 other teams was in Group D, right? It was Dog Boys, I believe, that you kind of had your eye on, and We Live Here, by the way, was a team that I was kind of taking a peek at with.
Yeah.
I have their scribbled in here. So Ojai, Eshots, Frisco, Jangler, and Roca. That We Live Here, by the way, team. So they're still playing in Group D. I don't quite know where I was headed with that. Give us a long day, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. I rambled. I lost it.
I know where you're at. So where you're going for that is we're going to be seeing 2 of the big favorite teams off to the start here. And if we're going to see one of them go early on, we might as well see a full 3-game series. And would be... Hey, man,
you're in my head, man. You are in my head. You know what? To start the day, Chad and I, we joined the call at the exact same time, and we didn't do it on purpose. So that's that synergy coming back full loop.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you from saving me for that one. I was falling into my grave, and you grabbed my hand as I was going down. Then we made eye contact, and there was rain, and it was nice. But yeah, it's the 2 Titans, a couple of really strong teams that were meeting right here. So why not give us 3 maps? I am happy to. I love to see Haven. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I think Split is actually probably one of my least favorite maps to cast. Only as a caster because the callouts are A Heaven and B Heaven, and A main and B main and mid and vents, and it's you're all over. You're saying the same thing basically. You're just swapping out the A's and B's. But I love Haven as a second map. It's obviously our first time on the day seeing it, but it also is a map that really allows everybody to kind of spread their wings and fly. You know, your Sentinels have so much room to start lurking, and they have a big job for it. You also have you have a big job in, you know, making sure that nobody is flanking or anything of this sort. And it really is kind of just like the full picture in a map. So I'm glad that we get Haven. And Breeze is obviously always a fun one because you get to see Jets go crazy. You get to see lurkers go crazy because also another big map. And we get a good array of, you know, operator kills versus vandal kills versus, you know, crazy headhunter shots and sheriff shots. The marshals really make an appearance on Breeze. So this is a really fun one, even though we've seen it a couple of times today.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of casting Split and Bind just because of the lot slower maps typically. I like the faster pace. I like the higher action gameplay, and that's something that Haven brings to the table. And it also has one of the largest, if not the largest, agent pool as far as what's considered meta on Haven right now. You got things like Neon and stuff like that is working well, and even like a Yor can be, or a Phoenix, I should say, is something that some teams try. That's for sure. But that's something we can talk about a lot more and dive in deeper as we go to map 2. Map 1 is Breeze, which is yet another map that it does have explosive capabilities and a lot more breathing room for players individually, as well as the teams who work together to find big opportunities, big kills to happen. And now we're looking at the agent selections here. We saw Aaron going over towards that Cypher, which Frey is going to match. Earlier we saw Built by Gamers Academy on sent to both games, and we saw them, and Frey was on the Killjoy. Interesting to see they go over towards the Cypher. Since Killjoy is very subpar for this map. It's way too wide open areas, or utility doesn't really work out very well. But double Sentinel setup for Built by Gamers Academy, which is definitely the interesting part to look at.
Yeah, you're absolutely sacrificing what that, you know, what you can get in that double initiator. We're gonna have Scrounge playing the KO, which did so very proficiently all throughout the day. I think we're gonna get a little less proficiency, or maybe it might look a little less proficient because it's not gonna be as set up for Scrounge to find these kills. You know, 5 players pushing into, I think it was UT Premier, 5 players pushing through B main. And now one singular choke is probably not going to happen all the time, so the fragment might not get value, but it's an interesting comp and way of finding that forward information, and also being able to live up to the name and be that initiator for the squad. But this is it right here. Quarterfinals, a best of 3, our first on the day. We have finally made it. Also our last series on the day, and it starts right here in the pistol with Psycho's Money Crew out towards mid. Recon Bolt getting heaps of information, and Kev can't sneak away in time. Psycho opens things up for the Money Crew, but the kills, they're stolen right back.
Is Con Artist, the one who's been clutching up so much today by Gamers Academy, getting 2Ks, 3Ks, so many rounds, even in times that he was supposed to die. But it's Psycho, the one who took him down, is the coach in the roster. He named after himself. He's at the helm. Aaron following up a 2K of his own. It's now just a 2 versus 1 situation. Aaron knows what Blackheart is, playing with fire on top of yellow. The swing was there just in case Aaron couldn't quite do it, but is capable all on his lonesome. Psycho's Money Crew winning the very first round of this best of 3.
Taking away the pistol round. Aaron off to a good start. I wonder how much we'll see of this as things kind of progress. I know that the chamber does mean a lot, especially on a long-range map like this, because you have that sheriff in the headhunter. That's a headshot. 1 shot, 1 kill, no matter the range. So it's important to have that bit of utility, but only having one of your trademarks versus the 2 that you used to have. I wonder how much Cypher we really do start to see, or if we see any Cyphers. We get aggression nice and early. Con Artist still able to find one. They were trying to punish the drone, but just too many members here from the attacking side, and not enough from the defense anymore. And that'll be a second for Psycho's Money Crew.
Pretty straight and simple and easy. Built by Gamers Academy, not messing around with any time there. They just, let's go and send it and see if we can get some frags here. It didn't quite work out. Got a couple of that's basically it, but they will have a buy up this time around. Vandals in hand, and then this is definitely a map that, if there's a Vandal versus Phantom discussion, this is a map that definitely favors the Vandal side of things. Just because of long ranges, so often the Phantom is not going to be enough money, not damage to be done for your money. Player like Blackheart runs a Phantom is because they're going to be hugging these close quarter angles, especially around B main. So Vipers oftentimes will run that weapon, but otherwise, Vandals reign supreme.
Spectres definitely don't reign supreme, and that's what the majority of the buy is. Here for Psycho's Money Crew. Every time I see SMC, I'm like, what does that stand for again? Oh, right, Psycho's Money. That's right. It's not XZ. This is a team that we have seen on the day. SMC is Psycho's Money Crew. They find themselves in the bonus. They're already a player down. Fireball actually going to back away. Going to give up the high ground. Out towards mid. Maybe find something here, Aaron. We'll see how expecting the Cypher is. Fragment comes out. Riku looking to dash onto the side. 0 points there. And Fireball actually looking the wrong way. Inside the trap wire, Aaron will go. Gonna back away from it. Take it down, but will fall himself. It's Frey to take down his counterpart. And BBG Academy still a player ahead as that spike gets planted. Oh, goodness. Make it. 2 good shots there, but Psycho gonna drop the pit in a situation like this. Now needs to survive all of the bullets.
Oh my god, he's so revealed, dude.
He's tagged by the cam. Did he know that he was tagged by the cam? They just completely disregarded. They weren't even trying to shoot at the Viper any longer. And Scrounge is going to back away. Sure, you want to get out to safety. You don't want to just stand it out in the open, but you do not have anything for the post plant. So, this aggression, Blackheart going to take down the robot. Frey pushes on through. Wasn't spotted. The drone also didn't necessarily garner the information, but you just put a body in there. You find the kill, and BBG find a round.
Dude, Psycho lives way longer than I feel like he should have.
Yeah.
He's walking around and it was basically a giant smoke, completely pinged out. It pinged like 4 or 5 times before finally going to be a cover and grabbing it. The Alp drone doesn't clear him, and he pushes forward and almost doesn't get seen by Frey. But it's the coach v coach action, and Frey was a little bit more delayed than Psycho was ready for. Got the frag at the very end. But nevertheless, we're seeing pretty much the situation you expect. Aaron down to just a Spectre, though. It's going to be a little bit tough to work with that. Maybe we'll just work from lurks and try their best of not taking straight gunfights from them. They definitely seem to be masterful at lurking, what we've seen in the past and today. Push up immediately and tube. Oh my goodness. Already here, but Connor's ready for it.
Yeah, tough. Quick up towards tube. The cage didn't quite last long enough, and there was always going to be a trap wire there to spot Aaron should he push any deeper. And now a player down. Psycho's Money Crew. You got to try and work it back in. A 4v2 is they're stacked up to push onto this B site. It'll be revealed by the trademark in the chamber. Too far away. Give that one up. Unfortunately, for Fireball, he's only good for one as they push onto the side. Blackheart has the high ground, and he's not giving those up just yet. Finally, he'll drop down onto the side and tap onto the spike, and the kills come through. Kev eventually going to be answered. We continue the back and forth, but with Aaron falling early in the round, it leaves it all with BCJ in a 1v2, make it a 1v1 as the drop comes down from Frey. He sets his feet, he takes the shot, and he hits it.
The performance coach coming in as the 5th player of this roster and stamps out one of the top players in the best region of the world. BCJ wins out the duel. Got him. And doing so after dropping as well. That's incredibly tough to do. A massive 1v1 win there by Frey. Keep the rounds tied up for them. Hunter's Fury is available for Conars. Just an early left to respawn by Aaron, but getting kind of close to ultimates across many other players in this server. It's all this up. Seems like Cyphers with the Viper, they just have such a hard time getting onto a site. You have Cypher tripwires and cages, all that kind of stuff to cover for tube and A site itself, and all the usual utility from Viper we are used to seeing on B sites. Tough to make anything happen on offensive side, especially if you're dying to shock darts.
Yeah, I mean, Con Artist has just been locked down D. Gonna toss out of the shock dart. Riku forced to use that dash. Okay, it's BCJ instead. The long range fight finds another. BCJ really making a statement here as Aaron pushes his way on. He's gonna fall. Good backstab from Fireball. And I don't think Riku necessarily had the best weapon. It's just a Spectre, and the operator does good work to take him down as BCJ comes out, finds another one tap. Now 1v1 once more. The operator on the other side, and BCJ does it.
All right. The next round comeback story instantly for BCJ. Oh, I lost a 1v1. Oh, good. I'll just go win a 1v4 essentially. No worries. BCJ with Guardian Hand has always been a lot more threatening than the average Guardian wielder. Something about that gun, he just makes it happen it's been like that for well over a year at this point, ever since I first saw him before he even got signed to XSET. It just works for him. He just figures it out. He knows how to use it.
Oh yeah, does he know how to use it? Not keeping it into this round. Oh, that's one that you wish you could have back. Tour de Force, Blades online, out comes down the Viper's Pit. Psycho able to find Con Artist out towards mid, pushing aggressively. Are they ready here? They toss out the hat, they get the information. The cage goes up. What goes up must come down. It's eventually Aaron to fall. Kev finds 4 on it. Oh, give him the ace. Nobody steal it from him. He still has more shots inside the Tour de Force because of the collateral. Now BCJ. I mean, hey, it's poetic that it's BCJ again.
A Sova and a 1vx clutch situation, no more iconic duo.
On the other side of a wall-bangable wall. Oh, and Fireball. Fireball gets his revenge. Guardian in hand, the thrifty round the way of BBG Academy. And we're 6 rounds in, about to be 7. And I think this is the exact series or the exact map number 1 that we were expecting between these two teams.
Yeah, both of them are slugging at each other. Clutches, thrifties, smart strategic macro plays, things of that sort. Narrow escapes or near so for some times as well. Definitely an exciting match. Definitely as close as you would expect going into this. Ultimate's coming online. Some being used a bit by Gamers Academy. The Bladestorm and the Tour de Force being the two that were very beneficial, especially Tour de Force in that eco round. Thrifty. But that's exactly what Psycho's Money Crew can use themselves. No chamber of their own side. You'd like to go with that null commanded ultimate option instead. Marking that KO. See if they can get a kill or two and swarm onto the site.
Oh, Kev, too many targets to choose from there. Con Artist will find a kill on a Psycho. Blackheart gonna dance around the Hunter's Fury. Will take down Riku as well. And BBG Academy put themselves in a really solid spot to secure not only another round, but maybe a flawless. Fortunately, though, for Psycho's Money Crew, BCJ is still alive. BCJ has the spike in hand. Gonna dodge out on the op shot, looking for something through the wall. And both players spotted out towards B. So go ahead and Scooby-Doo your way on into A.
Yet again, BCJ in a close situation. And honestly, though, like looking at the roster of all the players in this tournament, BCJ is probably the most reliable for clutching up rounds. There's some other contenders that can make a claim for that case, but this is definitely one that you can look at to have that chance to give you some hope that you might see something cool happen here, especially with 2 members of BBG coming from the same side.
Is he expecting both of them, though, to come this way? Kev spotted, taken down. Con Artist now assuming that same position. Recon Bolt is back online. No way. And Con Artist actually gets spotted, drone out for some more information. Target hit. Here comes the ping. Make it 1. Just about 2. But Con comes out on top and steals away the clutch. Or does he? The clock is close. And it's BBG Academy.
BCJ wanted to go for the kill instead of just hiding it out for a little bit. I don't blame him. It's a tough spot to look and play from, but man, that was so close. Just a few hits on the HP is all that Con Artist had alive. And shout outs to the Sovas of the server, man. Fragging out, clutching up. Multi-kill after multi-kill. I feel like every round has at least, with exception to the big Kev Tour de Force round, I feel like every round has had at least a multi-kill for one of the Sovas.
Yeah, I mean, and we got started nice and early with Con Artist finding 2Ks.
Yeah.
Then BCJ and answering back in stylish fashion. Oh, Fireball. I mean, not really in too tough of a spot. Is getting run down. Wasn't expecting somebody to be this close. No Command hopped online to try and take this A site. Hunter Fury comes through and it doesn't find too much for BBG Academy. Instead, it's the rifles that are starting to do the job, and that's all they were left with. As they were suppressed, they had to just take gunfights. And BBG Academy, they start to win them a player ahead. But look at the health, Chad. It is not in a good spot. The planter spotted. Scrounge was not. Flash on out. Blackheart falls. 1 more to follow. And Khan is worse for wear. And he gives himself up. If it wasn't the rifle, it would have been the shock dart to do it. Now Kev has a very tall task. He's got the operator. Out comes the headhunter as he looks just atop the yellow box. We'll find a kill on to Scrounge, and BCJ has to try and do it again in a 1v1, and this time he'll come out on top.
Is every round like, can BCJ clutch us up by himself?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what we're watching every time. He's 4 deaths, so he's successful 4 times and not successful 4 other times. It's wild, dude. It's crazy too because these players are all so good that it's very surprising that we're finding ourselves in that very specific situation round after round. But here we are. And now BCJ has another Hunter's Fury, which did not find a ton of success last time. It was on their eco when they popped it and they tried making play happen towards, I believe, a B site, but they didn't really get any frags out of it and didn't turn up super well. But this time around, better buy up. Oh, that's unlucky.
That is very unlucky. It was the Cloudburst that actually worked in favor of Blackheart as he escaped the ping from the recon bolt. The kills, they get taken right back. Make it 2 to be taken right back. The Hunter's Fury comes on through. Fireball falls. Kev will teleport to safety. And while their positions have been noted, Kev basically teleported right into the shots of the Hunter's Fury. Couldn't quite escape that one, and it doesn't necessarily garner a kill, but it does good to get some damage onto the players remaining who may have found themselves weapons here for BBG Academy. Aaron's position noted by the cam, and Kev will eventually be taken down. Now it's Frey to try and get towards back sight, but BCJ does it once more. Closes out the round, and it's SMC to take the lead.
5-4 ever so close. FSMC. You see their entries are successful. I love just the aggression that like Kev pushed towards that flank. Did it so confidently and quickly that even though Psycho was dropping that Viper's Pit, it didn't quite conceal Scrounge in the back corner yet, and Scrounge definitely wasn't aware of that opportunity. That's something that's part of what makes these players so good is they see, okay, this is a play I can make, and there's a good enough chance on the risk versus reward that I should take this chance and take this opportunity. And it comes out big sometimes like that. Makes those rounds look winnable, but still, Psycho's Money Crew came out on top. But coming out on top is Connor's. Up top of middle, over towards Nest. It's the first frag of this round, which it's been pretty successful with as far as holding on mid control.
Yeah, I was going to say Connors has been incredibly consistent with that. Mid control, he's out there, spot, sees if he can take the fight. If he can't, he's the player to then check things out over towards the halls. Unfortunately, his team, it kind of fell apart here on the A side. He's here to pick up the pieces, so he's low HP. He'll eventually fall a shot through the stairs to the leg. We'll make sure that Con Artist is an adventurer no more. But the health, it's basically even across the board. Aaron obviously seen better days, but you can say the same for Blackheart, who is now the last one standing. 30 HP to 5 HP, I'm assuming, on the Viper. Really tough situation to be in. 2 HP. Cam will spot him out, and I mean, at this point, it doesn't really feel like there's just any time. Aaron gonna play on the opposite side of the wall. Will finally peek on through, just needs a stray round, and that's exactly what happened.
Amazing timing by Aaron as well. I heard this, like, the drive-by essentially that Blackheart was going for, and just reading the timing of when Blackheart would run around the pyramid with the Viper's wall up, just predicting that Blackheart wouldn't expect somebody to peek on that timing, since that'd be a little bit reckless, but Aaron respecting that Blackheart would respect him, you know, when it was like mind games, like, I'm gonna go on this timing. There's so many little things like that when you get to these higher levels in which players know each other a lot more too, and respect starts getting established, that it's like, are they going to go for the disrespectful play because they're expecting them to respect them? Like, it's always super interesting to watch, and that time around it worked out for Aaron being disrespectful.
Fireball getting a little disrespectful, only having a sheriff and a couple of members on the opposite side means he eventually falls. Blackheart there to trade. 1 for 2, and okay, I mean, maybe it's just Sovas and the guard, because Conrad is looking pretty solid on it as well, and the back and forth, although we finally see a small gap between these two teams. Psycho's Money Crew putting 2 rounds between them and BBG Academy. Every round has been so close. It's been down to the wire just like this, and now there's a few weapons to be retrieved. So if there isn't anything here in the hands, it seems like just a sheriff and a vandal on the opposite side. So a weapon to be retrieved. A flash queued up here. We'll see how Scrounge decides to play off of this one, or who decides to play off of this one as Frey gets sat down. Kev now plays inside the cage. just can't win the duels. A solid round from Scrounge. Psycho's Money crew find themselves 7-5 is all BBG Academy can hope for.
And it's interesting that you say like all these rounds have been incredibly close, and we see what's I'm pretty sure is the most dominant round win so far, and that's with Psycho's Money crew having 3 people alive. Like it's still about what Gamers Academy getting some frags on the way and getting it fairly close and contested. Now that it's the last round of the half, they have all of these ultimates to work with. The Hunter's Fury and Viper's Pit. Pit dropped on B site, left all alone, per the norm. Hunter's Fury in the middle of the map, so it should be able to reach either site as needed. But will they have enough players alive to work off of those utilities?
Oh, man, the timing. That is tough. Frey just trying to play off of the util and not allowed to because of the flash. Fortunately, Kev's util is an operator here with the Tour de Force online. And look at where that spike is. It's still not at a safe spot. These long-range battles, they're going the way of BBG Academy. And BCJ has a spike in hand. He is able to creep his way across onto the A site, but a 3v5, a 3v4 directly here on the A site. Slowly but surely, that Viper can be bringing up the rear and looking to get over towards the A site. Sacrifice the pit just to Psycho, excuse me. Sacrifices himself at the same exact time. Con Artist found another kill, making it 3 on the round. And it's 7-5. A close game here on Breeze. 2 rounds separating our top prospects here at the Georgetown LAN for Nerd Street. And now we get to see what BBG Academy have cooked up for us. This Fireball, the Reyna, the KO, now the Jet. A flexible player, but didn't have the strongest defensive side. Maybe this is where we see that Jet come online.
Yeah, honestly, it's incredibly surprising to see both Jets on the bottom of the scoreboard, but I think that's not so much of a flame towards their skill level. I think it's really just because the Sovas and Sentinels have just been stepping up so heavily. BCJ, Aaron, Connors, Kev, just making it a nightmare for Jets to try and make something happen so far when they're trying to look for aggressive plays, which is normal for Jets. They're just peeking out, trying to make something happen in dash out kind of situations. The nerf comes through, so they have to pre-plan those dashes, which makes it harder on defense especially. And on offense, even still, like a map like Breeze, you don't even know if that's going to be the perfect timing either.
And speaking of timing, inside the tunnel, or elbow rather, Frey, the timing was not on his side. As BCJ gets information out towards mid, doesn't take any damage. Gonna back away from it. Good chip damage. Onto a few members, though, these Sheriffs. Now you only need to hunt for the body. So when you're aiming at their head and you somehow don't hit their head and you're questioning, where's their head? How did I not hit that? Well, maybe you still get the kills. Riku is incredibly low on this side of the map and postured aggressively. Psycho's Money crew, they just have the right call. This spike is slowly making its way out towards the B site. They're expecting players through main. We'll see if they're ready for this backstab.
If you could tuck away, Scrounge will be the first point of contact. He needs to buy out the team here. Good info.
Yeah, Riku holding the angle, eventually falls. Kev finds 2 here as he stomps his way onto the site, and the defenders here on B, they're nowhere to be found. They're completely decimated, and BCJ has to work hand in hand with Aaron to try and take this one back in a 2v4. But if anybody could do it, it's Aaron and BCJ.
Yeah, these are, even though we call it X8 friends, like these are actually the 2 players part of the starting roster of X8. Definitely skilled, used to working with each other, but a 2v4 against a team like Gamers Academy is going to be a little tough.
Yeah. I mean,
it's happening.
Aaron is still full health. BCJ can just put his body on the line there, be a walking ward. To see where Blackheart is playing, was now trying to play the jump peaks over the top with the ghost. That might not be enough. The right click for the classic, up close and personal. Shots through the wall, 21 HP. The clock is now the biggest factor, and Aaron can't get over the top. Needs to stick the spike all the way, but he still doesn't have the time. Blackheart,
oh, he got the kill.
The Chrono King. Aaron will collect a frag, so that means 1 step closer towards the neural theft. But at the end of the day, the round goes the way of BBGA.
Yeah, that plus a little bit more credits. But yeah, very end of things, Blackheart played that as best as he possibly could. getting the information as needed, hugging that corner and keeping it tight so that Aaron couldn't quite jump the wall properly for right clicks, sticking over. So that was really close, but still a round earned by Beltway Gamers Academy. One that keeps them definitely alive in this game. There's a beautiful toxic screen by Blackheart as well to get onto the side, cutting off Scrounge. So they were able to keep the angles in their favor. And using that toxic screen is pretty much the default one for Breeze. Get themselves over to the A side that was left completely open by Psycho's Money Crew, who gambled a little bit wrong. Unlucky. Eco round. Got to take some risks and didn't pay off to start off this round. We'll see if they make a miracle happen and get back on site.
One enemy remaining.
No miracles today. No miracles today. Just flawless rounds for BBG Academy. That 7-5 deficit quickly becomes a 7-5 tie game. And a flawless bonus round. I mean, that just makes you rub your hands together. It makes you lick your lips a little bit. That tastes good because this bonus is, or a flawless anti-eco rather, makes this bonus what it is right now, right? You have 2 rifles. That feels pretty darn good. I guess the Bulldogs. 2.5 rifles and a couple of Spectres.
I mean, Bulldog's like a burst rifle. It's still, yeah. Riku though with the operator, it's a little bit more powerful than a rifle. I guess that's still a cyber rifle. It's still a rifle.
True. Yeah.
Whatever.
Still is. Yeah, rifle. You're absolutely not wrong in that, but I think this just shows us, right, a large investment into this one. So Psycho's Money Crew really hoping to get the best out of it, or else they're not going to be able to muster up too much in the rounds to come. Toxic screen goes down. First op shot not quite going to land, going back onto the angle and lands a shot onto Frey. It's through the wall, so it's only going to find some damage to DCJ. Going to get pinged out by Recon Bolt. He plays in between the pyramids. The flash is on the opposite side, up close and personal. The op shot won't quite land, and the Viper's Pit comes down. Now Blackheart is paving the way for his team, and Kev is cutting everybody down that tries to contest. Out towards mid goes the chamber. Now he's playing the long con, and he wants to get all the way out up in the mid window. Psycho tosses out the toxic screen. A difficult situation for Psycho and friends, and they want to back away.
Heavy investment into this round for them, especially the operator. So like you said, it's definitely going to be something that is valuable that they want to keep on to. And with this Viper's Pit being dropped in a 5v3, Spike's already like halfway down from being detonated, so be a little bit reckless if you try to go for a retake happen here. And it's a best of 3. You can afford to lose this map, but you can't afford to give away Kev's flanks like that. Got a double kill with a lurk through double doors, killed 2 people I had no idea he existed, then massively rotated around the very end there, got 2 kills on 2 people I didn't know existed. So just the movement and the map awareness from Kev being a masterclass showcase there, that you don't need to have the most insane aim or anything like that in this game. You just need to understand it and know where to move and where to position.
And the timing worked out perfectly. I think that tells Psycho's Money Crew, hey, we need to put a bit more out towards mid, right? When we're rotating over, we can't come from this defender-sided spawn as a collective unit. We need to play around the map a little bit more. And sometimes when you're not directly thinking about something like that, that is some of those things, or those are some of those things that can just get away from you. I think we see it a lot on Fracture, where teams just rotate through the spawn instead of rotating through the extremities, and then they just get corralled in their retakes out towards the site. We'll see if anything changes. This might not be the round. I think what we can expect from this round is Riku is going to be playing incredibly passive, right? Trying to play these long angles to make sure that, you know, when crap hits the fan, that operator is going to be out of dodge. However, on the inverse, the close angle's being held by Scrounge. That's a great start. Finds one. Going to be traded out. That kill going the way of Fireball. And the operator's here to receive the players that were rotating out towards the B site. Oh, but Kev snuck on.
Yeah, Kev, again, with perfect timing, positioning, understanding. Riku didn't expect him to sneak in that soon, and that's more than likely going to amount to success. That Recon Bolt even was on the other side of the pillar from where Kev was. And now they hear them running away. Kevin's going to have an amazing position later on. But Beltway Gamers Academy is going to need to stay alive and let Kev do that job.
Man, Fireball just ready for it. Although Aaron wasn't pinged out by the recon bolt. They still expected somebody to be on the opposite side, so...
Here it is.
Yeah. Speaking of people on the opposite side, Kev eventually answered for, but he does still get value out of this long lurk. And Riku this time, he doesn't want to just hang on to the operator. Now going to look to play for the win, and both players are spotted out. But Con Artist with the pre-fire, just holding the angle, takes down the Jet. Could award himself with an operator, but the ultimate goal here is victory, and they're 2 rounds closer than Psycho's Money Crew are.
It'd be a good time to call a timeout if you're Psycho's Money Crew. You have another buy coming up, and definitely bleeding rounds at this point. The Gamers Academy with a round lead for the first time in this entire map, and they're growing it. Riku's going to go with the Blade Storm instead because he can't full buy rifles, but it works out perfectly with this agent. Still not getting a ton of mid control. That recon bolt will give him some timing. Psycho on the hold. Aaron with a spray down, crossfire, but only good for 1. It's built by Gamers Academy's Kev, who continues to pop off. We talked about Soba's this first half of this map. But the second half has really been a Kev show.
It has. It has absolutely been the Kev show. Riku trying to make it his show. And those knives, they don't quite land, so no reset there. It looked like just a classic in hand. As BCJ, okay, just a classic. Maybe I spoke too soon. That's good damage. Now a Vandal picked up, and sure, low HP, but all you need is a headshot, which is exactly what he finds. But 2 more targets to worry about. A player out towards main, a player out towards mid. The player out towards mid can't really help in a situation like this. Those shots aren't quite going to land. Blackheart also going to be punished for it, and around the poison cloud, Riku falls. Kev just does Kev things to clutch it out.
Kev is popping off, man. It's insane. 23-11. I remember when Con Artist is clearly in the lead on the team's kill charge, but Kev just like... It's multiple 4K rounds so far this half. He just keeps on and getting frags, and now the tactical's coming out. There goes Money Crew. Believing they had a good read adaptation for the second buy round, but clearly that's not the case. They need to figure out what to do about Kev because both of their big buy rounds have been completely thwarted by Kev's positioning and 4Ks. It was literally the round 3 of this half. Kev comes through and gets the big kills on that buy round. 5th round, same exact thing. How do we stop Kev? And a lot of it is just not reading his positioning, not knowing how to handle his footwork and tempo. So they're probably discussing timings right now and discussing what to do to adjust their prediction work.
And I think that's the biggest thing is it's hard to lock down where this chamber's playing in really any of these positions, which is, I guess, not to fault the comp, but having the Cypher and the chamber definitely makes to slow down some of these lurks, right? BBG Academy, they did a pretty good job of locking down the lurk up through halls or really wherever it may be. If not by putting a player there, by having the trap wire there in that situation. Is now we find ourselves out of a tactical pause into a technical pause. And this one here, I can't say. Well, maybe it is, you know, maybe we did just tack pause again. This is my curse. This is the world that I've created for us here, unfortunately.
At least they've all been quick. We have an amazing administrative team on site to assist them and help them out as needed. And been fast tech pauses so far today. We'll see if that's going to continue to be the case. Yeah, talk about not having the chamber. They have the KO instead for the side of Psycho's Money Crew. Have not seen a ton of usefulness from the KO pick specifically. What we saw a lot earlier in the day was Scrounge. A lot of it is pot flash and challenging, but BBG Academy have been aware of that possibility. They've been not the first rodeo by any means. They're used to kind of play styles being a possibility, so they're prepared for it mentally, and they respond to it so well that Scrounge hasn't been able to find any success as far as aggressive plays go. And as far as more standard plays, hasn't been able to find opportunities like on defense to drop a molly and choke points to stop the other team from pushing into the site on good timings, things like that. So we'll have to see if they can make it work better with their KO. And yeah, as one of the adaptations I think they'll need to make alongside Riku, showing up more with operator hand or whatever aggressive plays you want to try and make happen with their Jet, which again, those are aggressive plays that Billboard Gamers Academy has been ready for.
I think you kind of summed it up well when you said this is not their first rodeo, right? The stuff that we saw from Scrounge, not only pop flash and pushing, but also pushing through his own fragment. That is not HP that you can afford to give up and push into BBG Academy, because that's a gunfight that, you know, you're now at a heavy disadvantage and you will quite possibly lose. So we have seen a little bit slower of a start here from Scrounge. We also have to take into consideration, I guess it's for both teams. They've both been kind of on the couch for a little bit. BBG Academy not as long coming off of their matches. They just had to wait for Group C, whereas Psycho's Money Crew had to wait for Group B to finish, then Group D to finish, as we did that kind of, you know, that stacking down the line to get certain games on stream.
Right.
So obviously they're coming into this one as warm as you quite possibly could, not having, you know, just played officials, but probably messing around in the range or playing the death matches, whatever it might be. And, you know, this seems like one of those things where somebody must have spilled water.
That happens, man. That's the thing in every time I hear about somebody spilling water on a LAN environment, I think of Svenskeren from League of Legends Pro Play, who played a bunch of different teams, but he had this thing where he always had, like, a lot of players had coffee or a cup of water or energy drink at their setup when they play those matches, because league matches go like upwards to an hour and they play like best of fives, so they want to stay hydrated and everything like that, which is important. Everybody out there stay hydrated. But Svenskeren, like, he goes to drink from his cup and it might be nerves, shaky hands, it might just be distracted by the game, he's trying to just drink subconsciously or whatever it might be. But there's so, like, I've never seen somebody with more tech pauses from spilled water than him. It was an anomaly.
Yeah.
Shouts to him. I haven't really seen him play much recently, but yeah, it's definitely a possibility of what this tech pause has brought.
Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. Also, sometimes the tech pauses last longer than we would like, and it sounds like this one is going to be one of those tech pauses. So you can blame me. You can find me at Tanner_Metro on Twitter. You can send all of your hate towards me if you would like for cursing this one earlier in the day, but we are going to hop away for a short break. Once we get this situated, we'll come back to the conclusion of Breeze. jumping back into the action to get you back up to speed. 10-7, the lead for BBG Academy. And on this attacking side, they're bringing in an operator, baby.
Ooh. And this is one of the maps you can actually get away with that. This one, kind of like a sense, is pretty much the two operator offense maps that are viable. And definitely Fireball somebody, or whoever actually looks like Kev, would be somebody who's a lot more proficient with that. Off already. If you're ready for the dash, gets the trade at the very least. That spike down as well as confirmation. Yes, 100% UGA is playing for B site. See the rotation for BCJ therefore.
And as long as Aaron is alive, they still have that cam out towards mid, so that will confirm any information. Anybody pushing this way. It does get taken down.
Yep.
And the operator hasn't been given anything just yet.
Yeah, we see the strength of the Viper just holding down this choke point with this utility. Taking damage, going in blind. That's just not a scenario you really want to go through with. Especially with losing your own Viper. You can't cut off angles very well anymore.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. Okay. The op eventually gets nothing. Psycho just about gets everything, but Con Artist is still here to play, still here to fight. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like he's expecting somebody. No, Riku.
Like
man,
this.
Riku has put himself in awkward situations. He does bail himself out on this one, but that's how the round started. Right, Riku spotted the leg of the Viper that was chilling out in elbow. It actually was kind of pre-firing, running around the corner, and Blackheart eventually got the kill onto Scrounge. Same thing happens there. Sees the Sova in Con Artist, gets a little too far ahead of himself, gets a little wild with the shots, but eventually reels that one back in. And I love that from Psycho, too. You talked about the Viper locking down this choke. Once the cloud goes up and that decay hits, that Spectre, you know, somebody minus 30 health, that Spectre that Psycho had becomes basically a phantom at that range with that decay on the player. So it works out perfectly, and the jump peak, unfortunately, will escape Kev. That doesn't quite work out the way that he'd hoped.
Massive loading pick there. Coming off this tech pause, Psycho's Money Crew, you have a little bit of a breath of fresh of life coming in. Global Gamers Academy stopped by the tracks a little bit, but this is a good look for them so far. Even though they lost somebody on the way in, it was Kev, which has been popping off its entire half. They still have a lot of mid control right now. Completely split Psycho's Money Crew in a 2-3 situation that nobody's even close to having a fast rotation. And Global Gamers Academy, they might have Fireball go for a fake, but the rest of the team's going to have first contact before that even happens. So maybe a long lurk is hard as hell.
And Blackheart scoops up the operator, takes a shot on a BCJ. Recon bolt. Oh, not going to quite reveal and stay. Aaron scoops them all up. Make it 4, make it 9 for Psycho's Money Crew.
Aaron just popped off, man. That's insane. Like, the first kill, like 100%. Like, you know, basically one at an angle because that door is spammable. But then just sidesteps all the spray downs and gets the sprays himself, even through the door for the first kill on the Blackheart. That's nuts. What a round by Aaron, bringing it just one away from tying up. And then you see the economy from Gamers Academy. That's really a tough call of what we want to go for. It looks like they're going to try to just force things up. They have some ultimates coming through, and shortly they have a blaze to room this time around. So they'll just try to force it up here. So they're not out of it by any means, but still have the lead, but by Gamers Academy. If a Viper's pit, they can get on the site. And Fireball is a player who definitely can open things up for the team.
Recon bolts, not finding anything. Fireball gonna go up top, find the kill onto Aaron, so stops the reign of the Viper. That was 4 kills in the last round, but things get a little discombobulated on the side of Psycho. Pushes through. Kev gonna get spotted on the wrong side of the toxic screen. And those have since fallen. Now the spike will start to come on. Down a backstab. It's not Kev this time. It's Blackheart out towards mid. That's the Viper's pit that they need on the site, but they haven't needed just yet. A 4v3. BCJ gonna even the odds. Con Artist coming out on the backstab. It's gonna be heard on the drop. Tap onto the spike. What do they have for it, right? Is it gonna be the lineups? It's gonna be the Hunters here to try and clear out the lineups. As Blackheart now on the hunt. Nobody really on the spike just yet, and this is still winnable for the Viper of BBG. But no, at just the last moment, Scrounge will die, and BCJ will follow.
Dude, this match is wild. It's back-to-back insane pop-off moments from these players, man. It was BCJ and Conars for that first half. This time around, in the second, it was Kev, then Aaron, then Blackheart. Everybody's here to play, and nobody wants to lose this game, dude. This one matters to them, and you can tell by the gameplay how they're clutching up in the moments. That Viper Spit's still available for Blackheart as well. Be able to get on the site, and if they do, then they can pop that off. They just deemed it wasn't necessary for the moment, which makes sense with how they were positioned. They want to just have those open or more open angles. They didn't need the Viper's Pit to create cover for themselves. Once that snake bite missed, man, I thought that might have been over, but the gunplay, the footwork was immaculate. Now they're running it back. Saying execute for A site. You don't have any opening frags, so let's just use the Viper's Pit now because it's straight 5v5. Just make it an advantage for ourselves somehow.
And that pit, not really as deep as I think that they were hoping or maybe expecting. Riku, oh man, this could be big. The cam taken down, the trademark also to reveal and slow down the jet, the cage to come out and block some of the angles. And now they want to fight back to make sure that this pinch gets absolutely nothing. But a snipe comes across the screen. Aaron gonna take down Frey. Scrounge is also here working hand in hand with the Jet. BBG Academy find themselves a player down, but they even the odds. The health is low. They're inside the pit and they're on the hunt, but they just can't find anything as Blackheart plays on the outside and BCJ doesn't have the time, can only hope for damage. It seems like he'll find maybe death at the end of the day as Blackheart will also fall to the spike of BBG Academy. 1 round away from taking this map.
That's exactly why they wanted to save that Viper Spit for a 5v5. Give them so much of an advantage, and especially since they were able to get a quick plant on A site, there has to be a rotation coming through. Buys a lot of time. And if there's not going to be a lot of time left on the clock to make the actual execute for the retake happen by the time you get there, then if you have to do that with also dealing with the Viper Spit, that is a nightmare scenario. And Psycho's Money Crew almost made that a reality for them, but the chance of a dream definitely turned into the nightmare at the very end of things. It's a match point. But yes, and as a reminder, this is a best of 3 now. We're done with the best of 1s. So no matter what, we're getting a second map after this. Psycho's Money Crew would not be out if they lose in this round, or the 2 to follow, but definitely very exciting close game that I can see a comeback happen. I can also see Built by Gamers Academy closing it out. It could easily go either way.
The low cam out towards mid. Doing the job. Oh, this is the Scrounge that we know. He pops the flash, but he won't push through after it. Instead, just looking to delay. Hasn't quite done that job. Scrounge now in a tough spot, though. Left or right, it doesn't matter. It's Hunter, Shuri, or it's player, and he's eventually taken down by the player, but the kills get traded back. Frey's the one to be lurking this time and getting value. Not only the information, but should be a weapon upgrade on top of it all as Riku shot in the side of the head, and BCJ has to be the hero for the squad. Needs to fight backwards, and Frey will take him down, and it's BBG Academy to collect the first map in this series.
It was definitely as exciting as we looked. We looked literally, Tanner. We saw the bracket happen, and I said, I hope we get BBG Academy versus Psycho's Money Crew, because this is definitely the match to watch for quarterfinals. We don't even see what the other bracket fills out as. We just know, like, it was a little bit of an anomaly on paper. The BBG Academy lost that map. On the groups, end up on the lower end of the bracket coming out group. So I was like, this is going to be some kind of crazy matchup. And they go against Psycho's Money Crew. They win in map 1 of this series as well. And looking so in very flashy fashion in the second half of that series, of that map as well.
Yeah, it was heroics. I guess, I don't know when you would expect the Sova to pop off, but that's what Con Artist did. It was on defense that happened. And then man, not even just the Sentinel players, but just the lurkers in general, right? Because Viper is kind of played as a lurker, and we saw Blackheart do it. We saw Frey do it. We saw Kev do it. On the attacking side, the lurk just meant so much. And I know that this isn't the game to shape the meta by any means, but we could quite possibly see teams look to do more in playing some of these agents that can help them keep control of the map, like the Cypher and the Chamber at the same time with the trademarks, the trap wires, whatever it may be. That is That's a tough one. That's a tough one for Psycho's Money crew, but there is still more to come. So as we say goodbye to Breeze, we say hello to Haven just after this.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
And just like that, we're looking to jump back into our best of 3 between Psycho's Money crew and BBG Academy. Where BBG Academy, Chad, they're one map ahead.
Yeah, and they came out in a very dominant fashion. While we saw very strong heroics from BCJ multiple times in the first half, as well as a moment from Aaron as well. Global Gamers Academy, they had counters to match BCJ, kind of it seemed like in that first half, but it was Kev, it was Blackheart, multiple members coming up on the offensive side that really started popping off and looked a lot more dominant. Came back from being down 5-7, ended 13-9 with 6-2, or I should say 7-2 in that next half, or whatever. The math is weird, whatever. My job isn't to be a mathematician. My job is to be a person who's excited about storylines, and it was Black Gamers making a comeback happen regardless, and it's very impressive fashion. Now going to Haven, their own map pick. I'm very excited to see what they pull out, because we saw Fireball Ops going right back, or Fireball now, it used to be called Fireball Ops, going back to like old school picks of like Reyna, a Jet, and now going to Haven. It's a wide open field for duelist options. I'm excited to see what Fireball goes with.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, because on the larger map of Breeze, Kev on the Chamber, who was playing the Jet earlier in the day, looked good on the Chamber, right? So I'm wondering if we go back to Haven, if we see a very similar composition where they can house Kev on that Chamber, have Fireball continue to be kind of that flex duelist, because like you said, Reyna, Jet, and KO, those are the three agents we've seen Fireball play on the day. So why not? If you can keep Kev on the agent that he seems incredibly comfortable on, whether it be lurking, whether it be playing aggressive and finding early picks, we saw that, right? Defense and B main, tour de force, jumps up, finds a collateral, rendezvous to safety, and eventually I think finds a 4K in that round. I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit of that again. There's a world where we don't, and maybe they don't rock the Chamber on this one specifically, especially with, I guess, the way that the meta is on Haven. Whatever you want. I really feel like people have just kind of been playing whatever.
I think the one or two agents I haven't really seen on Haven lately has been like Yoru and Reyna. That's because Reyna, for the most part, is kind of just out of the meta. We've been seeing her a little bit in like Icebox Breeze a bit, but Yoru has a hard time on Haven as well. But honestly, like, heck, people make Phoenix happen somehow. Like Brew over in Latin America, and then TSM tried it. Honestly, Sub Rosa popped off when he ran that pick, but the team didn't make it on the win column. But still, you can see how these unorthodox agent picks seem to be viable in Haven. So I think it's the open playing field. Anybody, whatever comp you want to make, seems to be viable, it feels like. And I should say, whatever agents you want to play, you can make a viable comp around them, is a better way of saying that, a little more accurate. That makes Haven just very exciting.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen, at least on the day, either of these teams play the Neon, or just in passing, you know, either of these teams play the Neon, whether it be Xset or Knights Academy, because that's kind of the build that they've got going on there, also with Scrounge, or even on the BBG Academy side. So I'm wondering if we do get something that is a bit fairly more default, or not default, because default doesn't seem like the right answer. Archaic also doesn't seem the right answer, because we're moving towards Neon. Yeah, I guess orthodox. That's a good one. That's a good one for it. A bit more orthodox, which then, kind of leads me to the question is, are we seeing the breach? Because that's been a pick that is strong on Haven. It's also a pick, though, that it doesn't necessarily get nullified by the Neon or somebody who is looking to play quick, but then kind of allows for that Neon to come in. So between these two teams, I guess I don't really have an idea. The Haven seems to be their oyster, and maybe they just surprise us. Maybe they do something different. Maybe we get a Yoru. Maybe we at the very least get a Raze, right? And getting Raze, Sam just played it in VCT, so why not play Raze Haven?
I have a wild prediction, and this is just based on what these players have played in the past. Not so much that's the most optimal in the meta and things like that, but I think what would be cool is Scrounge on Neon, put Riku on Chamber instead to do op work, BCJ on the Sova, which is just, he's great at it. You can have Aaron still on Cypher or Killjoy to have a double lockdown situation with those Sentinels, and then Psycho can then still stay on Controller and go Omen, or maybe an Asher could still even work as well. Since you're lower on Initiators, you might need options for like some more combat ready controllers. You got like Brimstone, things like that. I think that'd be an interesting composition, and it's something that works in the shrinks, because I've seen Scrounge play stuff like Neon in the past, and I think they can pull off. That's a composition that would work for the team based on what they've played in the past and seem comfortable on, and also allows us to see Neon.
Yeah, I also wonder, speaking of comfortability, if Psycho is feeling comfortable enough to play the
anything other than the Sova, right? Because that's kind of what we saw at the start of the day. They put BCJ. I think BCJ was playing smokes to get us started with Psycho's money crew. And I thought specifically because Psycho might feel a bit more comfortable or just feeling kind of in his own shoes playing the Sova specifically, which kind of forced BCJ or bumped BCJ. Obviously, Aaron has been kind of filling that slot of, I believe, controller or sentinel really whenever they need it. So a lot of flexibility there. I think to note, it is important that Psycho's money crew, they chose Breeze and they lost it. So this right here, not that this team is not comfortable on Haven. Everybody should be really for the most part. This is just, you know, in the map vetoes where BBG Academy wanted to be for map 2.
And what's really interesting too is I've seen a lot of times in best of threes, whatever map a team's chosen that you've lost on and we go to a map 3, it just happens a lot more commonly than you expect. I don't think I would say the majority. I don't have the like straight up numbers on that kind of thing, but from just feel of what I've seen in the past overall, over a year's time worth of casting, nearly 2 at this point, it's far more. I would just imagine, like, if you pick a map, that means you're going to become out stronger, right? If the other team doesn't pick it, they're going to look weaker, but it just doesn't happen that way all the time. It's very surprising numbers. We are not seeing, oh yes, Aaron on Reyna. Whoa, that is interesting. Okay, Psycho hovering Omen or Astra as predicted. BCJ might go with a double initiator setup, which I think if you go with a Breach and Sky, that's better than running a Sova in there because you want a little bit more impact with your utility as far as aggressiveness. Astra makes a lot of sense because if you're running low on Sentinel options, then that's Viper's not good on this map. Astra would be the better Sentinel controller, Sentinel focused controller. BCJ does go on the Sova, very interestingly enough. I think the Breach would be better, but maybe they're just not comfortable on it. And they're going with the Reyna for entry, which means they don't really have like a true entry. They're going to be working a little bit more information games, make more push pulls, and try to wrangle Built by Gamers Academy thin on the defensive line to find numbers advantages on entry on site if they have to push straight through.
And I'm happy to see Kev back on the chamber. We'll see what damage can be dealt there, but we're Sovalist for BBG Academy. Rays, you know, we've seen a handful of Rays today, and although it does lack what the Jet kind of brings to the table, having that dash, you can, I don't even want to say that you can do the same thing with the Blast Pack, because it's just not quite the same. Tossing out a Blast Pack, trying to get a kill, and then using the Blast Pack to get away, it just doesn't really work the same. But what I do enjoy about the Rays is the amount of information and also the ability to be able to clear some of these angles without having to put your body on the line to do so, right? A Jet definitely has to get in your face, has to dash in or peek the angle, whereas that Rays can help the team with the Boombot or with the paint shells to help clear out. It's just another bit of utility that you bring to the table, and then those Blast Packs do help you get on the site. So I like to see the Rays. Like I said, NRG playing the Rays on Haven against their matchup in the guard, so there's definitely something in there for it to work, and it's, well, the Boombot up towards mid and the kills out towards the C side, but Aaron's stealing him right back, and they're letting Aaron spread his wings and fly here on the Reyna, and it's working so far. A good shock there comes out, finds the feet of Fireball, and that'll put him down to 11 HP as Aaron give him the ace. Everybody stop shooting. No, BCJ will steal it, and the round will go the way of Psycho's money crew.
Aaron just popped off there. I mean, we've seen even the last map, Aaron can pop off with the gunplay, and Reyna is definitely an agent that very much requires you to be on form and focused and dialed in with your gunplay, get those frags to be able to come online with the Lear entries and the Devours, dismisses, things of that sort. And if Aaron's feeling it, man, why not unleash him? Let him ride, let him run, let him soar. They did exactly that in the very first round, and with a 3-second A site, it's a little bit of a bad guess. It's going to come down to Psycho holding the line long enough for the rotation to come in. They're getting a lot of information out of A lobby. You see them already pushing through instantly. The camera was bypassed. It was not being watched during that moment from Frey. I don't know if it was destroyed or pulled back. Probably destroyed by Scrounge. And now tucked away in a window, they have information on the footsteps. Like his money crew knows the rotation's happening. They're ready for this.
Not quite ready on the angle to find the kill originally, and Fireball's there to punish, but Xset, not Xset, BCJ
These darn names, man. They always get you just like that. BCJ finds 2 for himself, and this is the anti-eco, but plenty of damage dealt here from BBG Academy. It means that this next fight, should Psycho's Money Crew take this round, it's not going to be the best bonus in the world for round 3. And Kev's not out of this one just yet.
And honestly, both members of Psycho's Money Crew are coming from the same angle, which means Kev's not going to have to deal with a crossfire situation. The trademark will let him know if they're coming through CT door, the side door there, and will come down to some really masterful gunplay though from Kev. Otherwise, the swing would almost always be in favor of Psycho's Money Crew, and the first one is all they need. It was weak enough, a body shot's all it took. So while the odds were certainly in favor of Psycho's Money Crew, the chance was there, and at least a lot of damage economically and a boost from that spike plan as well from BBG Academy. So all things considered, not so bad.
And not bad at all, but look at this. Psycho's Money Crew, they want to go back to it. Maybe just buying up that hero rifle for Aaron. Everybody should be able to buy.
That works.
Come the next round, Riku probably saving up for that operator. But with this start of the game that Aaron has had, I don't blame them for wanting to try and keep that pressure on, especially with the Reyna. Such a scaly, kind of snowbally agent. You want to find the frag, the devour, the frag, the dismiss, another one to follow. You know, find these fights wherever you can. Just Riku finds himself a 1v2 inside a lobby, and he's forced to rendezvous to safety.
All the smoke's off. BCJ, definitely a person you want up here in heaven on the Sova. No recon bolt to work with, but those shock bolts, the first one hits, stops the plants. The second one misses, but still buys time for the rotation to come through. A lot of information being gathered, but still it's going to be a tough retake because of the information denial thus far, unless BCJ gets a nice headshot and Connor's on the way in.
Yeah, it's a good way to weaken the attackers turn defenders. BCJ will eventually fall. The Spectres, though, I mean, they're in the close angle with some of the Phantoms, and they're just a bit better. Kev just out on an island in no man's land. No cover, no concealment, and 2 targets to worry about. Will eventually fall, and the bonus has been converted by Psycho's Money Crew.
That's a massive round. That's actually huge. I mean, especially coming off of a map loss that was on your map pick. Go in and you win the bonus up 3-0 for the second map. Actually massive. And Aaron had a nice start of the 4-0 overall. He's gone 3-1 since, but still a great showing from Reyna. And overall, his team just stepping up. BCJ on the comfort pick. I feel like compositionally, if you're like perfect world scenario and everybody's like perfectly comfortable in every agent ever, which is impossible virtually, logistically, I think Breach might have been a little bit better. But man, BCJ is so good on Sova. You saw how he handled that position up there, and he just knows what to do with this agent so well that you can't ever fault them for putting him on the agent, unless maybe it's like split or something.
Yeah, and that's one of those things with the comfortability. Things just become second nature. Like headshots like that. Kev showing his comfortability. BCJ though. It's stuff like that, right? It's being so solid and so sound in the agent that you're playing. Oh, maybe a little bit of BM. Seeker's coming out for just one player. Flash around the corner. Here comes Psycho, and it's Scrounge instead to collect the 3K. But when you're not having to worry about where you're sending the darts and how you're lining things up and how things are working and how many charges or bounces you need on the Sova, because all of that being second nature, you can start to worry about stuff like crosshair placement, really focusing on the mini-map and trying to make plays like that, or shots through smoke based off of your partner or your teammate seeing somebody that you can't quite see, or spray transfers and crosshair placement, swinging angles, right? There's never a question as to why BCJ is doing the things that he's doing, because it's all become so second nature to this player on the Sova, and he looks darn good at doing it, and he's got the Hunter's Fury in a very important round. And I mean, there it is, right off the rip. Flash goes out. Scrounge, unfortunately, going to get himself just a bit in the Hunter's Fury. It goes wide as BBG Academy huddled up inside their spawn. It's round 5. It's the round to turn the tides, and they've got the weapons to do it.
Scout destroyed.
Jam-packed right outside of A lobby right now. You can see the motion from Aaron from C lobby as well. The trapwire kind of ruins that game plan, but we'll be here for a rotation if BBG Academy go on the way back, but even still, bolstering the defense on A site, rely on just the trademark for B just to let that information happen, and making rotations come through. But if that were to be the case, Psycho's main crew would be in a perfect position to be able to make a quick rotate happen, to have multiple angles for the retake. So there's so much map control for Psycho's main crew right now.
But here we go. That big red go button. But he splits 2 players. He only finds a bit of damage. Well, he finds heaps of damage. Scrounge still survives. And Blackheart actually gets one. Lines up 2 and takes down both initiators on the side of Psycho's money crew. And Con Artist is there. The cherry on top to open up the site. The operator just on the outside in the hands of Riku. It spots nothing. And as that Lear goes out, trying to buy the attention towards short, Aaron challenges out towards long. And it's a 2v4. Riku needs to try and find something early. Spots the barrel, takes the shot. Unfortunately, can't quite land it. Con Artist ready for the push out towards long, and Riku forced to head to the hill.
Definitely a save angle here, Tanner. I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, props to BG Academy for being able to successfully just flood on a site, press quickly and effectively, get the site control and make it a nightmare for Psycho's my crew to try to hold on. The operator going to the next round will be good. A lot of ultimates on board for Built by Gamers Academy. They didn't really need to use a whole lot to get into this. They'll be looking really good moving forward. And what a fantastic first round to get on the board, and doing so early on as well, stopping that momentum that Psycho's Money Crew is trying to generate.
Yeah, they had 3 ults online. The Showstopper was one of them. They used that one singular ult, and it didn't actually matter. It didn't push anybody off the site. It didn't find any kills. It did get players low enough for Blackheart to line them up, take them down. So it did its job in damage, but it didn't quite work to the fullest success. But it was the only ult they needed, just like you said. Now they have the Seekers online. It's because I thought about the Seekers being online, and I cast or cursed mentally, telepathically, and it's all starting to come crashing down. And you can blame me for this round, BBG Academy.
Hey, man. I know people believe in curses, man. At the end of the day, dude, they can't hear you. It's all good. That trademark, though, does not get triggered whatsoever because steps out on the other side of the nebula. I don't think that was placed as optimally as it possibly could have. His angles is the step out for Kev, and now that spike's being planted, Kev does end up falling. Frey holds the line a bit. Blackheart with a whip around finds it as well. BCJ shuts that down. Riku on the rotation, timing that Frey was not expecting, and with all the pressure coming through, tough to really hold on to it. Psycho's Money Crew, get back in the web column.
That one got a little slippery there for a second. It was reeled back in. Blackheart doing his darndest. Try and fight their way into the round. And the ultimates that were online previously are still online now, or were available, are still available. And with the economy being in a bit more of an awkward spot, Kev going to be forced to use that tour de force to get that operator in his hands to actually have a potent weapon. Obviously going to have that Headhunter as the fallback. So there's the call out, tour de force, and it seems like C might be the final destination here for this squad in BBG Academy. They like to take this one quick. Seekers go out, they're gonna be traded across the table here. Flashes out and over the top, but nothing quite found just yet. As Blackheart now trying to spray something down. He went back sight, but he's eventually gonna fall. Riku way too close with the operator and can't quite find the flick onto Frey, who will collect the kills, and we're even in the 3v3 as that spike gets planted. Trapwire gonna be tripped. Aaron also gonna get tagged up. Needs to deal with that one, but in a safe position to do so. Now, speaking of positions, these attackers, they're stuck here on the site. They couldn't get too much space behind them, and Kev doesn't need the space. Kev wants to make you come to him. He wants to do it right here on the site, and that grab, well, it's not gonna find its mark. It's not gonna pull the chamber. The shots, they go just a bit wide. Zarin finds a kill onto Frey. Now Psycho, the last one standing, still having the operator to worry about. Swaps the weapons, leaping up, will get taken down, and BBG Academy find another.
There wasn't much time for Psycho to work with there. Kev, again, stepping up big for the team, getting that first frag with that Tour de Force, shutting down the entry onto the site from Psycho's Money Crew. As time taking as it was, not many angles to work with there. There's a little bit of a choke point that they just didn't want to deal with anymore. They had to, but they didn't want to. That's for sure. Psycho trying to get the rotation happen, but Fireball predicting that just fine. Kev getting out on long angle as well. Wasn't quite planned for them, but allows them to have time to work with, to play around with. Both gamers definitely had a rough start. Back and forth a little bit in late recent rounds, but they've certainly made that comeback and that, making those adaptations happen on their map pick. Not surprised that they feel like comfortability to do so.
Psycho's about to collect. No, Riku instead. Oh no, I jinxed him. Karnar just ready for the close angle, and the paranoia was just a bit too much. Couldn't quite see at that distance as Aaron gives up too much to Kevin. You know, if you give this guy an inch, he will absolutely take the mile.
Spike planted.
And that's what's happening here. Riku trying to get something back, and he's able to match that same energy, but the operator just a bit greater than the Tour de Force. The real thing is always better than the fake, and we get to see it again.
That's a quick round. Very fast, very effective. Confidence boosting, booming for Built by Gators Academy. I can see this pretty quickly getting tied up, especially if they win this round because the economy will be broken. But Xset, I love that they're moving people around. They're not just going with the same strategy thinking, oh, we just played it wrong. They're realizing, you know what? We have some weaknesses that are being exploited because everything is always going to have some weakness somewhere. That's just the nature of the game. It's about whether or not your weakness is discovered and exploited properly. And right now, Built by Gamers definitely has figured that out on the C site hits. They rotated the Astra over towards A site alongside Aaron. They want the Aaron to just pop off basically at this point and have Astra there to support. But his members Built by Gamers Academy, they're here scouting out.
Scout destroyed.
That was shot by Aaron, so they don't know about Psycho sitting around the corner. Not for sure, but maybe they'll have a sense for it.
And they're still challenging this way. They haven't quite been able to creep up. So like you said, Psycho could continue to be this linchpin, and there it is. Now they know they're able to trade that one out, but favorable only for a moment, though. You put it up in this guy's hand, and Kev is an absolute problem. And just like that, it's a 3v3. Paranoia comes out, Recon Bolt. BCJ wants to try and find something to spam, but it's the dark covers. No, it's the walls instead out towards long. That won't allow it. There's the reveal. Kev will eventually fall. And hey, if you don't let him see you, how's he supposed to shoot you, BCJ? Gonna deliver the final blow to the chamber. And now Blackheart, he's headed for the hills. He's gonna be able to get this spike planted, but a very tall task here in the 1v3.
Sport by Psycho's Money Crew. It's going to have to go across the entire map to get to the site, but because it's 3 versus 1, that's they can just stampede through. It'd be crazy to for Blackheart to just mow them all down at the same time. That's why they're clearing corners, spreading out as they do so, flashing ahead of times. We're doing this very quickly though, so they can get this back in time and make it so much harder for Blackheart to buy some time. That shootout, they know exactly where he's coming from, so they just have to look at that angle while they're going to the site. If they were able to get there, they can just start the defuse while 2 people hold. Basically it, but in the kill in the first place is we'll take that too if you're on Psycho's Money Crew. 6-3 now, answering right back. And a lot of that is thanks to the real allocation of resources and giving a different look that like Gators Academy was not ready for.
Yeah, and BCJ doing BCJ thing.
For sure.
Yeah, and BCJ. I mean, that's just so tough when the Recon Bolt gets tossed out and it's the last pulse. Kev stepped out a little too early, got spotted by it, taken down through the box. Never had an answer to, or never had a chance to try and answer to what BCJ was bringing to the table. And as we know, Kev has been a problem. This time, maybe that problem mitigated just a bit. Could not afford the operator here. Who's going to have that rifle in hand. The Trailblazer opens up the B side. This is our first real look. Flex this way, and oh, the showstopper right at the feet of Aaron, and just can't sneak away fast enough. And I doubted the Kev, but he goes 1 for 1, so he gets his. The B side is now opened up, and there's chaos all across the map, whether it be C, whether it be deep into the spawn. Now out towards the links is where we're going to see this chaos continue. BCJ creeps up, spots out Fireball, and just has the most beautiful crosshair placement. And will decapitate the Rays. And as things are even, Cosmic Divide comes down. You have to fight for it. If you're out towards mid, you're in the wrong spot because of the Cosmic Divide. The wall, the ping, it's all there. And now it's all up to 1 in Frey. Play around this perfectly. BCJ, the first up, the first to fall. Now Psycho wants to try his hand at it with 30 HP. Frey can't sneak away in time. And Psycho's money crew will do it again.
I like that Cosmic Divide usage because the way they were positioned across the map, they didn't have a way of very easily and effectively getting all the angles controlled and then just approach and push people out with the utility they had available as well. So cutting off that angle, make it so they can focus up a little bit and make it harder for people like Gamers Academy to really hold their own footing when they're getting pinched from 2 different sides. Things like that is very tough. So great call by XX coach in the moment. The live shot calls coming through and it comes out on top. Ever Empress available. 2 more rounds this half. Seekers as well. I think Seekers can give them a lot of information to work off of, especially the stack up play seems to be a favorite for Psycho's money crew. Stacking up 3 at a line of scrimmage and pushing through to aggressively get map control. That's Tripwire is going to continue throwing a wrench in their plans.
Ooh. I mean, they're quick this time. They're not messing around. They want to get back out towards that B site. They think it might work. Ooh, grab well. Blackheart forced to come off the plant for just a second. Nothing really here to punish, and it should be a shrouded step to safety, so never walking into the sight lines. And yeah, sure, the Seekers will reveal, but where do you expect them to be? Out towards mid, here on the B side. It's just going to confirm some information. What a shot from Aaron. Frey only showing the tip of the hat. And now they're looking to be completely surrounded as Fireball still trying to fight his way on out. He finds 3 kills on the round. The spike to be diffused, and Aaron will save his teammate's life as BCJ was moments away from death. But just as quick as the sight hit, the retake was there. And Psycho's money crew put another in the win column.
That was a big opening double kill from Fireball. It made it look a lot better for them than it ended up being. That definitely heroic plays from these members. And Scrounge Zero, who Scrounge had a little bit of a quiet first map. Couldn't really find good footing as a KO, and not the same as we saw him do on Ascent earlier on. But now on Haven, different map. It's a little bit more of the ranges like Ascent that seems to be working out better for his favor. And on Sky can do a very similar thing. Got a lot of info to work off of that. Just like Blackheart had a lot of info to figure out where Scrounge was, shuts him down, and the trades are working in the favor built by the Gamers Academy coming out of C-Long right now. And Riku forced out as well, having to give the site. The Grive will buy some time, but the smoke off of Riku makes it so that they have to continue giving this up. Wait for the rotation from BCJ.
Woo! I mean, that's good damage, and these are situations that BBG Academy, they just keep finding themselves in. They're giving up way too much. They're getting punished, and a winnable round turns into a round like this where now Frey has to play perfectly. You know, BCJ's going to play it perfectly. You know, Psycho's going to do just that, and in a 1v2, it makes it easy to close out the half, 9-3. I mean, this is... What year are we in? Is it Year of the Tiger or the Rabbit or something? What year are we in? Do we know?
I feel like the Year of the Rat, but let me look.
Year of the Rat? Okay, because whatever it is, it's the year of losing your map pick, and that's fine. We've seen a whole lot of that. We expect teams to be well versed in the maps that we've got just in general, because we've had kind of, you know, the same map, especially the ones that have been around for quite some time. I get it if, you know, you're still, well, I don't get it if you're still slacking on Breeze. Breeze has been out for a good amount of time, but if maybe you're a little slower on Fracture, I completely understand that. But losing the map picks has definitely been kind of the tail of the tape for the year. And then we fill in of the whatever year of what it is.
I was way off. It's not Year of the Rat. Yeah, last year was Year of the Ox. This year is Tiger.
Year of the Tiger. So the Year of the Tiger is also the year of losing your map pick is really how it seems. But we're not out just yet. 9-3. We know what can happen in score lines like this. We also know what happens if Frey goes undetected and he just can't collect the kills. Too many targets, and that's what happens when you're overwhelmed, the oversensory. And at the end of the day, it becomes nothing. Kev is able to battle back, though. Evens the odds here in the 4v4. A flash is available as they look to stack up here towards the link. And Aaron keeps doing Aaron things. On the Reyna looked so darn good. As the flashes get traded back and forth, Kev to find the next. Aaron does it once more. Wants to find himself an ace, maybe this time around. BCJ is still alive. to try and steal it, but we go Cloudburst down, low HP on the Blackheart. This should not be the player to be peeking, but he'll do it anyways. And Con Artist, he's just going to try and stick it here. They want to get inside.
No way!
And then a fuse comes through. Oh. BBG Academy with the clutch.
Wow. I'm surprised both members of XSET, or Psycho's my crew, sorry. I'm surprised both of them just ran it down to confirm visual before shooting instead of one person spraying while the other one runs kind of situation. Now that's wild that they just went for the stick. Very bold decision, but probably the only way they would realistically win that round, and they did it barely. That could not have been any closer. That is insane, and that gives them that first very important round win of the half, get them that momentum going for themselves. And Psycho's Money Crew had the luxury of having in the first half of their own defensive side, and we saw how that worked out for them.
My camera is destroyed.
Yeah, retake on the C site. That's how BBG Academy want to play. It's only Frey on this side once more, but he's in a better position to keep himself alive and back away should they look to hit it. That's not the case. BCJ first up, first and fall. That's the spike spotted. So now they know that the lean is out towards the A site. Good flash out. Fireball needs to try and back away. The paint shell's out and over the top. This could split the team. It could split the health bars, but Riku now looking to split the defenders on the site. Has got himself a Spectre. Flash goes out and over the top as Blackheart was blinded up, but only for a moment. Scrounge is there to collect the next. And damage has been dealt once more. A really solid round here in the anti-eco for Psycho's Money Crew, but they're not out of the woodworks just yet. They get the spike planted, and now they can play the 2v2. Shots onto Frey. It's about to be a 2v1 if things keep going like this. Frey now trying to find a way to play that camera. Scrounge wants to go aggressive. This is a low HP member. It's not really the member you want to try and fight. And oh, baby, Kev. What do we, the Chrono King? Did I call him the Chrono King before? I think I said that about Kev. Kev, the Chrono King. The timing's just perfect, man.
Might as well be nicknamed that because that's definitely true, and especially being on the second half of a map. Something about Kev on the second map of the half has just been popping off. Like, of course it's him getting a double kill massively to win out the round at the very end when it looks like maybe Psycho's Money Crew can make it happen, but still it's like, no, this is our round. This is anti-eco. We win this. Finishes it out. 13-10 thus far. And if it's anything like what we saw from Breeze, I imagine that's going to just skyrocket for the rest of this half. Delivery site. Psycho's Money Crew is largely stacking up and pushing the sites and trying to make it work so far. Definitely interested to see if they adapt, but right now they have the weapons advantage, so they might just try to strong arm their way through, which isn't quite working out yet. There's a trade. It's working in favor of Built by Gamers Academy. Trades for days, but finally goes the way of Psycho's Money Crew. They will be able to eventually get the site access, get the spike planted. It costs them a bit. Bloods, scrapes, bruises, maybe some tears, but you still have the advantage in this post plant.
And one player the lead is the Grape. We'll slow down the push from this defender-sided spawn. A dark cover to work with. See if Blackheart decides to use this one. Good flash out and over the top. Scrounge still able to collect the kill after being blinded up. Psycho falls, but Riku is there to trade. Psycho, Riku. Sometimes it becomes Psycho and Rico, you know?
Yeah, I feel you, man. Just like how we literally see 3 exit name tags and we're just like, can't say exit, can't say exit. All good. But what they do have, Psycho's Money Crew, 3 ultimates online. Now coming off that round win, because of the reinvestment from Built by Gamers Academy, because their anti-eco is so bloody and they tried making that last round happen, they're forced on essentially an eco in this round. And I think they deal with the ultimates available. The Seekers giving a lot of information, pushing through. One Seeker going through the mid as well, which is going to be a little bit misleading, but still a lot of info to work off of.
Still a good amount of info to work off of. Blackheart just plants his feet, unwavered, and trying to find that kill there. Kev is bringing the trusty tour de force into this round. Frey seemingly rocking a Spectre. Lear goes out. Nobody on the peak. I mean, Kev just so cold with it. Didn't give up that positioning just yet. Gonna challenge BCJ here. The shot doesn't land. The second one doesn't either. And it's BCJ punishing those missed shots to collect the last 2 on the round.
Kev was unwavering there, man.
Yeah.
as part of the confidence thing about how he just comes online, it's just that he's just like, we might be down, but we're definitely not out, and I'm just going to have full confidence I can pull this off. Couldn't quite do it against BCJ right on the corner there. Very uncharacteristically litmus shot to be noted, but props to him for that. That's being so uncharacteristic. But we're all human, happens. Right now we have the Throne of Shadows. I want to see how Blackheart positions. Can definitely get cross map very quickly for the team. Seeker's on away from Con Artist, but that's not the best angle to pop them because no matter what, it's just going to go down A long. So we'll see when the timing is chosen to pop it. It might be towards B as they're rotating in now. It's a good idea. Everybody's in mid anyway, so it's kind of a wasted ult.
Con able to find one. The Empress on the outline. It spotted one inside the window. I mean, just like that, BBG Academy, they lose their lead once more. That goes Money Crew finds a way to claw their way back in. We'll see if they can do it once more as they find themselves a player down again. Aaron can't quite find it with the crab walk. Kev out on top. Now Psycho here to pick up the pieces as well as pick up the stars. He's going to have to wait some time to be able to get those ones down once more. So he's working without the util. He gives up too much to Fireball. Shots through the wall, through the head. Find Psycho dead. A 6 picked up for BBG Academy. And maybe that was the round. Maybe that was the round that I was turned into a believer just a little bit. Because BBG Academy, they put themselves in advantageous positions, being players ahead, whatever it may be. And then they lose it. They give up too much. They play too aggressive. They're a little out of sync. But in that round, they reeled it back in. They slowed down. They're able to close it out. They have to do it a few more times, but at least they're showing us that they can do it. After giving up the lead, they can get it back and they can close out the round.
Yeah, I love the presence of mind as well. Like how Karnas knew that nobody was going to be... Like everybody seemed to have presence in B site. With such an overwhelming force in B site, why are you Seekers just keeping on to that? So they have a map to give since they won the first one, so there shouldn't be that much stress in the anyway. And then beyond that, just experienced players. They're never out until the map's over. We saw just yesterday 11-1 comeback with team 1 a 12-0 half. Win it out. I kind of think it happened at this level of play. Seasoned players, pro players. Now on the sites.
Stinks. That's heartbreaking. Fortunately, Aaron does eventually get answered, and now they're starting to pick up the pieces once more. The spike is down on the A side. A couple of players just inside. The Omen, Grape, the Purple, Cloud, the Dark Cover, whatever you want to call it, and it's Fireball just on the other side to take down Psycho. Can't quite find the kill onto Riku, who cuts down one more with the same spray. And with 15 health, we'll back away, but that spike's still in a really tough spot and nobody in a good position to get that one back. So Con Artist will collect the kill onto Riku. BCJ needs to go huge for 2. A flash out and over the top. Nobody quite to peek this one yet. Ooh, off the contact. Maybe somebody peeks. No, BCJ has the read and has the clutch.
Wow.
Match point.
Ice in the veins. BCJ. It's exactly why we said last map that if there's a player in this tournament you would want to look at to have the best chance of clutching out a map, or round, I should say, it would probably be BCJ. Did it a few times in Breeze, just not did it again. This player, the only one in the server in single digit deaths, playing so consistently with so many assists, top fragging for the team like this. That's popping off, and every time he uses util as well, is always gathering some useful information for the team that they can play off of it, on top of it. So his timings across the board and everything has been so good. Possible last round of the map.
Yep, this could be it, and it's a fast hit out towards C. 1 for 1. Scrounge gonna find the next here. Psycho's Money Crew, but we continue the back and forth, but it's BBG Academy now a player down just outside the nebulous smoke was Con Artist, and he's gonna fall now. Blackheart left to try and reel it back in a 1v3.
Oh.
All by his lonesome. Okay, it's gonna toss out the dark cover, but surely they expect this.
Oh man, it's not the highest likelihood, but they have enough people that they might as well look one person down long. Oh, Psycho opposition a little bit. Rest of the team's here though. Still 1v3 Blackheart. Everybody knows what's up, except for Blackheart.
Recon bolt goes out. Paranoia, that'll land. Ping comes through. The second one doesn't quite follow. BCJ, okay, shots through. Expecting one from backside. Oh! Blackheart almost hangs on, but he's got to fight the Titan. in BCJ in the 1v1s. And just like that, we'll get to see a map 3.
BCJ off the 1v2 big clutch swings at the perfect timing while Blackheart was in the midst of an amazing clutch of their own. It was BCJ closing it out as we see this map graphic. The teams who pick the map lose their map pick. It's a weird thing, man. I don't know what it is, but it's just a very uncanny amount of times that teams don't win their map pick. Going into game 3 situation too. So it's not like a blowout kind of situation. They're literally going back and forth on these maps, slugging it out. Very skilled teams can't win the map pick. We're going to map 3 though, and it's your favorite, Ascent.
Yeah, we are. We are headed there to Ascent. It was inevitable, right? We set a 10 map day, give us 10 maps, and what more would we ask for from a series like this with 2 teams that we expected to make it this far? Maybe not meet here in the quarterfinals, but they meet nonetheless. And as we said, we've got a map 3 that's going to be Ascent, and it's going to be right after this short break.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
2 maps down, 1 map to go. Well, technically 9 maps down, 1 map to go. But this one, a big one, a single elimination. Playoffs is where we find ourselves in the quarterfinals between BBG Academy and Psycho's Money Crew, which is 3 players of Xset, Scrounge, and Riku. And we're headed to a map 3. We're headed to Ascent. We're headed to Ascent. Here it is. It's, you know, I was going to try and describe it. It's, you know, a little monotonous, a little vanilla, a little bit, you know, maybe boring on the days that we have best ones because we already saw it 3 times on the day. But hey, we know that we're going to get it, so we should expect it. It's one of those things where, you know, you hope for the best, but you expect the worst. And the best would have been seeing all 7 maps today, and we were robbed of that.
Unlucky. We'll have tomorrow, though. All good. We have many
True.
best of 3s to come in the future. And since it's a little bit of a jack of all trades map to where there's a mid control element, there's choke point elements, there's wide open areas, there's rotation games, there's good hard hold locations, there's heaven hell options, plenty of defaults. There's thin walls is the biggest identity elements for Ascent that is different than other maps, even though every map has some thin walls, but just a lot in this map. But that one also brings the element of how information is so valuable and how prediction works, things like that as well. So it is like that, quote unquote, I want to say standard, but it feels like it's negative. It's like more of like the map that should be the most comfortable for everybody. And therefore, I really like that this is a map 3 map for best of 3, because this is so like standard. This should be what everybody is comfortable on. That it should be whichever team straight up is the better team should be the one coming on top. No shenanigans.
So what you're saying is that Ascent is in fact the best of 1 map, as well as the best map to close out a series like this.
There's a reason why it's picked the most.
There absolutely is a reason why it's picked the most. I also think too that it's kind of a funny dichotomy to see the way that, or I guess like duality of Valorant players. You have people that just started playing Valorant, whether it be professionally or heavily competitive, by playing Valorant for the first time. They're not necessarily coming from these other games or even other tactical shooters. Whereas when you have a team that has a bit more background in the tactical shooter, Ascent is that map where they're like, yes, we have to learn this one. Let's hound it home. And then you have some of the other teams that were brought up just by playing Valorant in general, and they do a bit better, you know, on the ice boxes, on the binds, where things are a little bit wonkier and more traditional to Valorant versus kind of just being traditional towards tactical shooters. So kind of cool to see. Again, Ascent is just one that we get to see a lot of. Fortunately, we were saved. We've got some Breeze, we got some Icebox, we got a little bit of Haven in our best of 3 as well, and now it's only poetic that we end the day on Ascent. And for one of these teams, this ends their run here at the Georgetown LAN. They're gonna have to pack their bags and head on home. And it all starts here on Ascent in the pistol round. Early 0 point and quick work made of that turret. No information for you, the Psycho's Money Crew.
The best information they got is that somebody's over towards A main, but that's it. And who doesn't start doing that positioning on a pistol round, especially now pushing out? The alarm bot will give away if Psycho's Money Crew tries to push out too far, but it's going to be a tree. They're going to be wrapping through this opening out. Almost a perfect timing, but here comes BCJ on an Omen. Not his usual Sova. This is what we saw earlier today, is BCJ going to Omen for this map. Psycho being the one going to Sova. I'm very curious about why that's the decision when they go smoker control, like initiate or otherwise, other maps. But nevertheless, it's Riku getting the first blood on this 3rd map of the series.
Yep. Okay. I mean, it's overwhelming. Too many angles to worry about. You're getting shot from every direction on the map. It feels like you're getting hit by an octopus with 8 arms, but it's only 5 players. But at the end of the day, it's flawless for SMC.
Hey man, 5 players, that's 10 arms. Quick maths.
True.
Easy.
What animal has 10 arms?
I don't know, dude. I'm not a zoologist.
Me neither, unfortunately.
If anybody in chat knows an animal has 10 arms, let us know. But I'm drawing a blank on that one.
Got to be a spider of some sort. That's like pretty close.
But it can't be a spider because that's like 8 arms is a spider thing.
I know, but it's like probably like a weird spider thing though that will have 10.
Okay, maybe like a weird mutated scorpion or something. I don't know.
I can see that.
Yeah. Consider the tail an arm, and each fang is an arm if you can stretch it like that, maybe.
And the Goliath Tarantula eats birds, man. It's got fangs on it, let me tell you. Unfortunately, no fangs from Fireball. Can't quite take a bite out of the players rotating through the attacker side of spawn. So these defenders are now turned attackers. Blackheart in a position, though, to maybe collect a bit of damage, maybe a couple of kills. Kev able to scoop up one. There's the next one. Shrouded step to try and cross. Riku gets one back. Blackheart still a thorn in the side. Cloudburst comes out. Dark cover goes down. Con Artist going to play on the inside. Has the recon bolt. And now time working against its attacking side of BBGA. Con Artist on the long con, though, and they have no idea. The alarm bot went off, sure, but the call wasn't quick enough. Good paranoia. Shrouded step to get to the opposite side. Avery not ready for it, and a thrifty round for BBG Academy.
Wow. The Blackheart played him like a fiddle that round. That was nuts. Beautifully done. Didn't get cleared out and took full advantage of exactly that. You need to have a good prowess on Omen as well. Very interesting to see a Fireball earlier today we saw was on Reyna on the map of Ascent. That was the map that we saw them lose earlier to AMU. Now on the Chamber instead. Kev still on the Jet. I guess they just didn't like the look of Reyna on this map, which I agree is not amazing for this meta.
Looked like a shorty in hand for Riku out towards Catwalk. Scrounge going to try and play this bait and switch. Unfortunately, nobody there. It's all 5 stacked up here inside A main for BBG Academy. And off the back end of this drone, I think this has been a map where we've really seen the hit to Sovas because you don't get as much information because of the nerfs. Inside the Cloudburst, Kev is just waiting to strike for the prey. And there it is. Riku does eventually get one, playing around with that shorty, but only one and done, and a 2v4 with Sheriffs and Util. Might not be what the doctor ordered here. Aaron, a body shot, not enough to find the kill onto Kev and Psycho. Psycho's got a shorty. He's hoping that they come to him, and well, they do, but he's blinded up and taken down.
You're blinded with a shorty when people can approach you from multiple angles. That's an unwinnable situation. But like Gamers Academy looking incredibly confident with the way they're executing right now. There's the anti-eco for sure. Still doing a great job. Operator for Riku already, going with the light armor instead. Challenging from B main. I've always been interested in seeing a lot of people go with operators, Jets, Chambers, especially on that side, especially on the defensive side. Always interested in seeing exactly how they rotate through. And a lot of times we see them try to play for a lot of information by pushing out through like mid, through to tiles. That would be main. I'm interested to know if the aggressive high risk, high reward mentality is something that Riku utilizes, or if they play a lot more safe. Safe so far.
Very safe. This is a really strong round for BBG Academy because they won that thrifty in thrifty fashion, right? Nothing bought up. Their economy was strong in the last, which brings an even stronger economy into what is kind of a pseudo bonus round. Their credits are through the roof. So win or lose here, they're going to be able to buy into the next. And it kind of really shakes up just the credits across the board. Tailwind out, dash on into the side. Recon bolt actually reveals Kev. Oh, can't quite collect the kill. It's body shots back and forth. It's Kev to eventually fall. Scrounge almost gets taken down himself. Gonna flash on through, but that flash wasn't for Scrounge. It was for Aaron instead. 4 kills on the round, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, Scrounge loves to do that like pop flash and swing play. BBG Academy looking to be ready for it. That's exactly what we saw happen earlier in the series as well. And this time around, Aaron is playing for it. They were predicting that BBG Academy would be able to react to that accordingly. Aaron swinging out, catching them all looking at Scrounge, catching them all falling to the ground, and now it's tied up. Has a lockdown available. No Hunter's Fury from Con Artist just yet, 1 orb away. And they're not playing for grabbing that orb yet either, so they're confident that Aaron's not going to use that lockdown for any big usefulness earlier on. You can always grab that orb later on. Spike planted, should be just fine for it.
Man, they are testing every angle on the map here. So many shots sent out. Alarm bot Should have been noted. Nope. Will not be so vulnerable as Kev. Going to be forced to back away. You don't want to take a couple of body shots when you're vulnerable. And the recon bolt, a little too deep there, so it doesn't actually spot the players that have made their way up towards mid. Meanwhile, Con Artist looking to be first to contact. He's got the spike in hand. It's a couple of times that we've seen Con have the spike in hand and put himself in an awkward spot. Fortunately, he does back up and look to play with the team.
Mid control is definitely there for Built by Gamers Academy. Aaron in position and try to swing if needed, but it's going to be a little bit of a tough task to complete. Hard timing to predict, especially the smoke going through. Nice dodge away, but I believe that's going to be poking out. Yeah, it is. Unfortunate positioning. Brick Great is almost a forced error, but Aaron chose to stay there.
And the puppy jacket showed just a little too much. Good flash on the outside, and again, it's not necessarily forced ground. This time it's for BCJ. He'll step away once more, but it's right into the crosshair of Frey. And now that spike to be planted. Plenty of time to get that one down. Nobody here to stall or delay. Lockdown is online. We'll see if that one gets utilized here in the round as Psycho works his way up heaven. That turret will be first to contact, if not Kev. As the steps come out from the tree room, now it's all up to Riku, who's going to be backed away, grab the operator, and look to save.
Definitely a save angle. BCJ was not ready for Frey being in a main that time. It's a great job by Built by Gamers Academy having another member on a secondary angle to work with. Love seeing when teams can figure out ways of working multiple angles and coordinating attacks at the same time on them and looking out for each other. And BCJ was able to get 2 for their massive play with the shot set, was actually very impressive. But that's all they could really get out of that one. Lockdowns are available for both teams now. Hunter's Fury, though, for Built by Gamers Academy. Psycho still 3 away of his own. Actually gives the advantage over to Built by Gamers Academy on this round. The operator still in hand for Riku, who hasn't really seen much action with it so far.
Let's go.
Yeah, Scrounge. I mean, you can just see it the way that Scrounge has been supplementing the team more than himself. Just not confident in the individual player. I don't want to say not confident in the individual play, but understanding that it's not really worth it to take that 50-50 if you can just allow somebody else to try and get that job done. Good lockdown, but we go back and forth. So they're going to be traded. Hunter Shuri coming on out. Should allow for the push for BBG Academy, but some time off of the clock because of that. Things get delayed, and even more so, Scrounge pushes his way on out, and he's finally going to take a fight with somebody, and he wins it out. A 1-for-1 thus far. Up shot will land for Riku. That finds a spike planted on the ground, and Aaron undetected here in this corner. A big corner to be in, but maybe the puffy jacket shows too much once more. No, instead it's Khan to be fallen. That's the spike down in the corner. It's Aaron to do it again.
Dude, how many times do we see Aaron in this series just pop off with a massive multi-kill? Dude, this guy is just so consistent, clean. When he sees opportunities, he takes them. In Scrounge, I like the aggressive pop flash around the corner. The paranoia from BCJ also was insane. It hit. It looked like at least 4 members of Built by Gamers Academy, if not all of them. It was such a massive paranoia to completely stall them out. And then the further pressure from Scrounge. So even though the lockdown was destroyed by Connor's, his own Hunter's Fury, they still, based on their plays and decision making with the little utility and the a little bit of a kamikaze play from Scrounge, still buys the time and keeps it into a 4v4 situation on top of it all.
Wow, they just do not care. They just kept swinging the angle, and BBG Academy a bit worse for wear after taking that fight against Aaron. Now the drone out, just to make sure that nobody's pushed up close mid. That drone, not only does it spot nothing, but that feels pitiful to say the least, to have to use that to try and get out towards mid safely, but you have to do what you have to do. It definitely hurts. And now it's a bit of utility. It's going to be gone. Meanwhile, this flex out towards mid, right? 50 seconds left. They're going to be noted by this alarm bot. This will eventually go off. Triggered. But Aaron's actually going to fall. Fireball, a nice shot through the dark cover. And that puts BBG Academy 1 player ahead.
they say trades are in favor of the attacking team, but you have a player advantage is even better than that. Psycho, I almost said BCJ because it's Sova.
Yeah.
It's Psycho all alone on B side, which is where the attack's coming from. The coach is going to be put through the trenches here. Weak, paranoia, pressured, swing coming in. Can they get at least one frag on the way out? Yes, they can. Keep it a winnable situation for the rest of the team.
It just wasn't long enough to stall, though. There's only 10 seconds on the clock. That spike gets planted, but they're swift on it. Just as swift as that spike goes down, the players fall around it. And Kev's on 6 HP. Kev's got to show us something huge here. A player just on the corner of BCJ. They line up, but they both don't fall. BCJ trust falls into the hands of Scrounge, who doesn't catch him. Instead goes for the defuse and finds the round for Psycho's money crew.
It's honestly really big that BCJ, like Scrounge, not a member of XSET normally. BCJ coming in here and it's like, you know what? Play is good here. I'm just going to have to trust you behind me and you're going to get the trade. One of us is going to get it. Positions staggered slightly. Scrounge, the wide swing off of the half defuse is also massive instead of doing a short one, stacking up. Because if that was lined up, there's a world where they both fall there. So great job by them. Overall, on the 2v1, a very hairy situation.
You want to play? Let's play.
Common Sova angle. Some confirmed information. Nanoswarm going to help stall. An approach going through B main. Pull it down. Meanwhile, players moving out from mid. Gonna find Frey. Can't get the kill though. They saw Connors as well. They know this is a little bit of a tough situation to pull out on, but if they do, they have so much advantage on this round.
Yeah, and BCJ, I mean, just arguably in one of the most dangerous, but also one of the safest positions, knowing how much damage he did to Frey. Fireball will eventually go out of his way, put his best foot forward and punish. So we'll find the trade. Now look at this, the angle. No way, Riku fell asleep on it. Scrounge now in a bad spot, but he's able to right the wrongs of his teammate. The op shot didn't matter because the Vandal shot will eventually land. The paranoia comes through, the flash is down on top of it, but Kev able to secure the kill instead. So in this weird universe we have, the players that should not be winning fights are winning the fights, but there's only 30 seconds. BBG Academy got to make a move.
Massive alarm bar as well. They know the move rotating back to mid because of the timing. Within a few seconds, Riku will definitely know they're going to execute on B site. There is rotation happening, but can Psycho and Aaron hold on long enough?
10 seconds left.
Yeah, good tag. Fireball just running through. There it is. The player across the map. Oh my goodness, no longer just needs to survive. Now needs to try and find the clutch up atop the wall. Riku takes down Fireball. It's Jet versus Jet. Riku incredibly healthy. Kev, you can't say the same. He tries to dash away, but here comes the Ox to run him down. The Prime Phantom finisher.
Prime Phantom finisher. Gets the operator back as well. That was incredibly close. I don't know if Kev would have made it behind the box from the tailwind. I don't think he would have. Even still, he could have just tracked it and shot through the box because it's spammable. So that was a tough situation for Kev regardless, as soon as he didn't get the opening shot, at the very least. Ult online for Psycho's money crew, getting a bit of a round lead here that's ever growing as we see ourselves in. They're going to go for a force buy here. It looks like they're just going to mainly buy for next round and just trust that Kev can go with a VIP Vandal this round. If it doesn't work out, worst case scenario, we'll have Blade Storms for the next.
Oh boy. Kev got spotted. The Cloudburst wasn't quick enough. Everybody's on this side of the map, but the Hunter's Fury, it lands onto 2, so not too bad at the end of the day for Psycho, showing some of that proficiency on the Sova. Oh man, how scary is that? Psycho gives up way too much and Kev just not able to capitalize, not able to punish. Now Riku needs to try and punish on these close angles. We've seen him fall asleep on him, and instead this time he's not asleep on the angle, but he misses the shot. Aaron there once more, rights the wrongs. A couple of taps and a couple of headshots later, SMC 2 players ahead. And with that damage from the Hunter Shuri, you see worse for wear. Frey's not happy about the situation that he's found himself in, and the spike is here. No easy way to cross, no shrouded step available. Oh, man. The turret gets a kill, Aaron. Come on. Aaron is just doing Aaron things. The Killjoy proves to be too much. Wants 4. Will get 4. It's 2 4Ks and a 3K for the Killjoy in this game already.
Jeez. That's incredibly impressive. He's just so consistent at recognizing opportunity and capitalizing it. Like, you see a lot of players on opportunities and, like, their spray is not quite good enough and they couldn't quite get that 3rd kill or something of that. So, you know, like, that kind of thing happens so often. But Aaron, just like, every time I see him have an opportunity to pop off with a lot of kills, like, he has, like, perfect position on side angle, something like that. He just almost, I can't think of a time that he's ever choked that. And that consistency is incredibly valuable for this team and a big part of why they're in the lead right now. Still with their ultimate advantage as well. Thundersphere can counter lockdown at the very least for Built by Gamers Academy. See if that comes into play. Blaze one we talked about underway as the rest of the team was able to buy up here, so they still had strength in these both rounds and stronger this one, of course. Psycho's trying to just hold them off, hold the mid lane because like, Alarm Bot's not used over to mid this time around. Aaron's setting up for A site instead.
Spike down mid.
Wow.
I have the spike.
Just something that you can't expect, right? Sneaks past the trademark. Finds that kill out towards mid, able to dash to safety. And Kev also doing some sneaky stuff. The Jets, they're sly foxing their way around the map. But unfortunately, it doesn't quite work in favor of Kev. However, it does for Riku. Scrounge and Aaron going to work hand in hand once more. Again, Scrounge, not necessarily this guy who's trying to play these solo missions anymore. He's always going to have somebody with him. It's been working out thus far. With that kill, they know they have to clear main. Aaron spots a shoulder, takes a head. Blackheart also meets the same fate at Scrounge instead. So the dynamic duo of Scrounge and Aaron close out the round and find 7 for SMC.
I like the call that. They are doing really good. We saw that on Ascent earlier in the day. Scrounge and Aaron holding on A site especially together very strongly, and they continue doing so. They're definitely cool to see that they've developed that synergy so quickly together on the day. We're able to maintain all the ultimates for the most part. So was Built by Gamers Academy. So we go into 2 more rounds in the half. Bulldog is all that Frey was able to get, valuing utility a lot higher than a better weapon. Blackheart basically doing the same thing with a Spectre. Those Omen kits, man, they get pretty expensive. Nice look by Riku. Didn't find much earlier on in this half with the operator, but definitely finding those angles nowadays.
And Riku is making it hurt this time around. We've seen a couple of missed shots early in these rounds. Definitely not the case in round 11. Scrounge takes some damage through the wall. Blackheart with a pump. The rounds on through it as BCJ out towards top mid, and just nobody's ready for this. Collects one. Shrouded steps away like a thief in the night. And the 2 remaining, they don't know it. And I guess technically they're not completely corralled, but they don't really have any way to go.
Last player standing.
Timing, BCJ. They have so much map control right now. They confirmed multiple members in mids. BCJ felt safe enough to push out towards Gelato, and with doing so was able to get an angle that was not expected, and therefore Frey find himself all alone in the middle of the middle of the map, I should say. And a flawless round from Psycho's Money Crew, forcing BBG Academy into a buy that's even worse than the last round. Frey can't even get a gun. Spectre on the ground, all I could get fought for them. An ally, but no armor. That's scary, man. No armor with a Spectre in hand because you value getting util so highly, but like that's only going to matter realistically if they can get into a post-plant situation.
Yeah.
Quite the gamble.
And although the recon bolt doesn't reveal out towards mid, the cloudburst is just enough information for BBJ Academy to know that Riku playing aggressively out towards mid. The lockdown was queued up, but it wasn't used. They were expecting a B hit, but now they're looking to play around the map as BBG Academy will.
Oh.
We'll see how Aaron tries to get that one down as Riku didn't get a kill at the start, but to get 3 just like that, line them up and knock them down. As the lockdown used out towards B, a player lurking towards mid. It's the knives, the resets there, and Riku wants the ace. Give it to him. No way, man. This is a bad-mannered team.
Switching sides.
Dude, we've seen 3 collaterals today. That's impressive. 3 collaterals on a day is pretty wild.
That is true. We've been spoiled with the op play or the tour de force play.
Yeah, it's I believe the first 2 were tour de forces. I think that was the first op one, if I remember serves correctly. But nevertheless, fantastic round, fantastic half as well for Psycho's Money Crew. We're looking on fire right now. Built by Gamers Academy looking a little bit lost on their attacking side there, which is what we saw from them earlier in the day in that loss to Texas A&M University. Seemed to have a little bit of a tough offensive side. However, their defensive side all throughout the day has been looking very, very strong. So do not count this team out yet. People watching from home, this is definitely anybody's game still.
And definitely anybody's game, especially here on these pistol rounds that just get crazy like this. A headhunter kill to get us started. Couple of right clicks and some frenzy spam. Later, we find ourselves here on the A site. The spike planted, the shock darts being tossed out. Good chip damage across the board. And again, these pistol rounds, that chip damage is all you need before you're looking to hit a site, just as BBG Academy are. That turret gonna get good damage, good information. Doesn't eventually find a kill or doesn't really lead to one just yet. As Frey is able to find one as they drop down from heaven. Both players underneath, low HP. They spray him down accordingly, and one more to go. It's Fireball who's got the classic. He's got the 4K and the clutch. He teleports for cool points, and he's got plenty of time to defuse.
And plenty of time to grab that sheriff as well if he wants to. Mike just grab the frenzy instead.
Did everyone see that?
Yeah, surprised not going back for the... I believe that was a sheriff in the hand of Riku, but nevertheless, we'll be able to buy up something better than the sheriff this time anyway.
A gift.
Big round for Fireball, man. Had to go for 4K to win the round. That's kind of insane. Everything was looking good for Psycho's Money Crew for so long. They had the site control so quickly and set up so effectively, but just those little things that made such a big difference, and that was Fireball's positioning and timing, gunplay, everything of the sorts. You did that win. You got it. But the force up from Psycho's Money Crew might catch him by surprise.
Yeah, you've got some rounds to play with, but this definitely feels maybe like some unbridled aggression. You don't convert this one, and you really start to put things back in favor of BBG Academy or give them an outlook to get back into it.
Here.
Fireball won with the Vandal as well. Very ambitious buy-up, but one that got them a kill so far in a way that I don't think a Spectre would have.
A good dash, recon pull out. Cloudburst for Cloudburst. Riku just trying to stay alive, and he does so. Kev not ready for the low angle there. A player out through the tree room, and Con Artist making quick work. The attackers here of Psycho's Money Crew. Aaron, though, making quick work of the low HP members. That's the Vandal, though. That's what you have to be worried about. The dink comes through. The health was low, but it's Aaron to eventually fall, and BBG Academy, they punish the force buy.
Definitely did. I mean, it cost them their own side, but because there's a force buy by Psycho's Money Crew, you win, though. You take those for sure. You're happy with that. Fireball getting a couple kills with the Vandal as well. Now they can just double down. They can just go ahead and reinvest in a bonus because they'll get essentially another bonus after this round. And Psycho's Money Crew buying for the next themselves, it looks like, which I know my math on cast is not amazing, but I feel like Aaron getting a Spectre here means that they won't be able to get the best of buys next round if they lose, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Revealing area.
Out towards mid. And the Sheriffs. They let you know just exactly what Psycho's Money Crew are bringing to the table. Uh-oh. And they're about to find out what Kev brought to the table.
One down.
Ooh, the gun poked through. Like, ooh, and scrounge of a deep hole in mid. This one way makes it so they can't really convert it to tree control very easily. And another follow-up smoke as well. The spray through, because why not? There's somebody here to trade for you in case they push you for reload. It awards them some chip damage. First frag comes in. They're swarming it through tree, but it's the anti-eco round. This is something that Psycho's my crew shouldn't find a lot of success in, and that's a lesson for anybody at home. And if you have an ally next to you, especially if you have a silenced weapon, just spray that smoke, man.
Just spray
you
that
think
smoke.
they might maybe be there? Just spray that smoke. You have to reload. Your ally should be able to swing for you. Just hide behind them. Let them handle it.
I feel like that is, if anybody's ever like, hey man, how do I get out of silver? How do I get out of gold? I'm
Spray
stuck
some
here. I'm
smokes.
hard stuck. Just shoot through smokes, man. Just shoot through smokes. Don't be a dingbat about it. You know, you got to be obviously smart about it, but
Yeah.
just start shooting through smokes, man. Always expect that.
Well, 0 Point gets nothing. 3 members of Built by Gamers Academy on B site, and that 0 Point found none of them because they just barely tucked away. If that 0 Point was even slightly more to the right, that would have found both members and logs. But instead, because my crew has an idea, okay, there could be people at B, obviously. Nobody was pushing up garage. They think, at this point, I have to imagine they think they're giving a bluff of them pushing up into garage. Little do they know, but by the Gamers Academy already cleared that. They know that's not the case. They're already rotating people over towards mid and A site. So if Psycho's Mighty Crew goes for A or mid hit, they're going to be dealing with a lot of resistance, more than probably expected.
Spike down mid.
Now they know that Tiles has been giving up. Fireball pushed out, and that's part of why they got caught by that, because they think that they sold the narrative that they're going to be pushing up into garage. They didn't realize, but by Gamers Academy called them on the bluff immediately, get the angle.
And Riku gets a taste of his own medicine, right? Fireball can push all the way out through B main, find that kill on the catwalk, drop the spike down.
Well, that's 3.
30 seconds left.
And 3 players suppressed, so you know that there's 3 leaning this way, which gives you that, maybe that nudge to head out towards the B site. Oh, no, okay, but the rotators are here. Somehow that shot misses. Fireball, BCJ about to get punished as Frey's inside the dark cover. And Aaron's been clutched before, but can he do it again? He's running out of time, needs to get that spike planted. Alarm bot goes down. A 1v2 with 50 health, a lockdown available. The turret just now online. Gonna push forward to try and escape the jet. But Kev, I mean, I don't know if it was a ladder. I don't know what it was, but he comes off the top ropes. He comes off the roof and lands the RKO with the judge.
The RKO. I love it. Psycho's Mighty Crew does not love that. Aaron does not love it, but, you know, someone not connected to this match, I love it. It was great. Very aggressive movement from BCJ as well. Completely assuming that nobody would be in that dark cover. Didn't even, like, give it a possibility there. It seemed like just sidestepping into it. I like if going to the dark cover, at least just clear dark cover and then go outwards from there, but is what it is. Sometimes a lot of comms happen and there's a lot of distractions happening as well. And now we see ourselves with 2 lockdowns available. And a knife that couldn't quite be shut out. Having to rotate back dry. Connors, meanwhile, takes down Psycho Mighty Crew is locked down, and Fireball sneaks away but gets shut down because of it. They predicted it. The spam of bullets going the way of Kevin. He doesn't die. He gets a kill of his own, in fact. Making it out alive, keeping the numbers in favor for Built by Gamers Academy.
Insane that Kev was not punished. There were 2 players there that could have collected that kill, but the dash to safety was just enough, and you see 40 health. So Kev obviously not feeling the best, but still happy with what he's done.
Yeah.
A 1 for 2 thus far for BBG Academy.
It does for sure. Kev gets suppressed yet again. He's been under a lot of fire utility-wise this round, but not down yet. Ooh, BCJ. Now he knows. Just needs to hold the angle. Deep. Anti-lurk with the presence that Psycho's Mighty Crew is going to make towards mid and going towards B site. Stage should be good for 1, unless Kev keeps watching the doorway this whole time. 2v4.
30 seconds left.
Didn't work out for Psycho's Mighty Crew last time. Tough to say it would work out this time around.
Still U2 here. Still Frey here. As the microwave was popped out towards sidewalk, the turret just kept screaming as the players try to cross onto the site. And this is now 5 in a row. A pistol round win, a force-up, a bonus win, a buy win, another anti-eco. And here we are. This has been a long road to get us back within 1, but this is where SMC could start to increase the gap once more. It's just so hard. You got to figure out a way to slow down Kev, to slow down Fireball.
Where's the timeout? You've lost 5 in a row. They haven't won a single round this map, or this half, I should say. And it's going to be a big investment round that might throw them on another eco if they lose it out. Just the confidence that they have a read that they just need to execute it. But sometimes taking a second to talk a little bit is useful as well.
Oh, man. BCJ just got styled on.
Yeah, the timing was just rough for him there. That's kind of been the story of timing being rough for the members of Psycho's Money Crew this half. Almost was for Blackheart, but gets out just fine. Paranoia dropped the spray down from Fireball as well, but Aaron, the one to answer back and make this round be winnable.
And Aaron's been the guy, if not BCJ.
Yep.
Aaron has been the guy to really get things going. Riku tried to be the guy. Wanted to go aggressive and split things up, maybe find an early kill. Unfortunately, Aaron has now been found out. He's trying to sneak away. The op shots land. The Odin shots don't quite. And it would have taken the ace. 3 kills on the round. Not good enough. The BBG Academy tie us up.
Aaron played that as best as he possibly could. No way he could have known that there was to be a second person from Tree. All he heard was the shots and pressure from Heaven. After you get the first frag, he had to look right back to respect it. Great job at Built by Gamers Academy doing a little bit of a not standard play in that situation and swinging through with confidence to close things out on that round, tying up the score line. Ultimate advantage, economic advantage, full momentum in their sales, everything working out in their favor right now.
Right here.
Man.
Right here.
Yeah.
When I said that Built by Gamers Academy looks a lot better on defense on this map today, not count them out, I didn't expect it to be 6 rounds in a row unanswered with full momentum to go into the lead at this point. There's a trade so far. Psycho is able to get another frag on top of it all, but Blackheart is here to hold. Their own Hunter's Fury is there to suppress and deflect. As one member, BCJ, made it onto site. Blackheart choosing to ignore it for now. We can try to hold out this B main exit instead with Fireball. BCJ currently providing basically no threat.
Yep, no threat at all. Now just to clutch it up. In a 1v3, he doesn't quite have the tools that he normally would. Paranoia comes out. That's going to land, and they just might run him down. No, they stay put. They're going to wait for this drone to ping him out. The Odin should be enough to spray him through the wall, and he's got to try and find angles to fight his way out. As he peeks, Fireball will dispose of the Omen of SMC. And, I mean, hey, 7 in a row. 10 rounds now, and the lead for BBG Academy. This was 9-3 at the half. SMC are still on 9.
That works.
Talking about curses all day. We haven't actually addressed the 9-3 curse, but here you go. You get your token, a 9-3 curse reference. And now Built by Gamers Academy with 3 ultimates still ready to go. They only use that Hunter's Fury, but they have a Front of the Shadows to trade it out for the next round. And Blackheart position towards Tree with a nice start cover one way. And these one ways have been a nightmare for Psycho's Money Crew to deal with. Definitely feel that Blackheart is a lot more comfortable on the Omen. The BCJ so far has seemed to be is more true to their role.
Woo. You should run.
I mean, look at this. If Blackheart's not even needed, right? The Odin spam is just seemingly too much. The lockdown gets placed. Fortunately, for SMC, BCJ is on the opposite side of the map. From the shadows, seemingly used, but that's going to be canceled. The turret gets recalled. Oh, but the alarm bot gets a trip out towards mid. I was going to say the turret not going to give any information over, but that alarm bot definitely does. So now this fake out towards the A site, it's been bought. And now BBG Academy, they want to try and resell it as they work their way over across the map.
Riku choosing not to go for the aggressive lurk through the spawn. You can just now see Kev was looking for that just in case, so it would not have been very fruitful, most likely. Therefore, regrouping with the team had a time to do so. It's going to be a straight up 4v4 on the retake.
Oof. And what a beautiful lockdown. It's going to force a couple of players to be stuck inside the boathouse. But Aaron and Riku, they're going to find the first couple of kills to try and slow things down for now. And the lockdown might not even matter. Unfortunately, the weapons aren't the best. Psycho falls asleep for just a moment. And he gets detained. Now BCJ needs to hold on. And he's just got to watch the spike. Shots through the box will do just enough. And the clock, it's not on your side for BBG Academy. Knife out. No respect from Con Artist. But it's the clutch for BCJ.
Able to buy time, keep this game tied up. And they were in the first, they won the first round and a half. You figured it out. All they need is you get access to a site completely, expend an entire lockdown, and meanwhile rotate to the entire side of the map with hopes that nobody from Built by Gamers Academy has pushed out the titles or anything of that sort to catch them off on the rotation. Easy execution. You can repeat that every round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Just checking. Just want to make sure.
Oh, well, it gets harder to make it happen when Riku gets taken down like that. And I mean, Kev's still standing, Kev's still fighting, Kev's still fragging. Will eventually fall, but a 2-for-1. BBG Academy gonna be happy about that. It's the site now open for business, and the business has been done. The spike has been planted, and it's all about how you play around the post plant, because you're a player down. Scrouge wants to go aggressive. He just runs right at him. He's immediately punished. And now a 2v4. BCJ and Aaron, if anybody could do it, it's these two players. If anybody could do it, it's BCJ once more, but Fireball's not having any of it. Quickly takes him down to reclaim a lead.
Try the old pop null command as 5, which won the death ball into site strategy. The end of it, though, with big heroic plays by Kev to get the first 2 kills, positioning perfectly, to allow time and angles to do so. Allows Built by Gamers Academy the advantage on the retake situation. They still are clearly looking like the stronger team on the defensive side. It is absolutely up to Seconds My Career to try to figure things out, and they're not going to replicate that very complex method of winning the round earlier on. Maybe if Ari gets 3 more kills, or 3 more ult points at the very least, they could try, but I have to imagine by then Connor's 3 away from his own Hunter's Fury to counter that out, so tough call. Singer in hand, pushing through. Speedway is a death trap, and Bray pops it out. They take a lot of damage, gets 1 kill for it. Kev answers as well. And we're finding ourselves in a similar situation as last round, except worse weapons in the hands of SMC.
Yeah, a whole lot worse. The angle's not quite forfeited. A player inside of Market. Scrounge still sitting logs. Has a flash to work with, 10 seconds away from that 0 point. Which could be enough to give the information from the shadows used out towards mid. And that's just going to allow BCJ to reposition. Dark cover comes down there, expecting somebody from the flank here. BBG Academy, that is. Phantom shots, they're just going to go wide inside main. BCJ going to get hunted. Down to the last one standing is Riku. He's got to try and hold on as the owner tries to spray him down. He finds 3. Needs to find the next. Again, the clock is ticking down, and Riku goes clutch.
The first spray transfer, get the double kill on Zeros was insane, and then instantly rotating over, getting the third, and then holding the line with a huge prediction of where Fireball wants to go. Perfect read on the situation. Riku, a massive step-up moment. Keep BBG Academy away from match points. I feel like SMC's finally getting some momentum, finally figuring out some tendencies in Built by Gamers Academy in just the nick of time to where this is still such an incredibly close match. Another one way, pushing through, suppressed. Blackheart forced out. Owl Drone leading them in, giving some information to work with. That trademark could be a little bit of a doom for them. Cloud Horse lets them in.
And Blackheart taken down early. Yeah, finally, a situation where SMC find themselves, well, only momentarily, a player ahead, though. They finally get that opening pick, and they're not just working off the back foot. Good reveals, though. Oh, my goodness. Riku get taken down solo. He's got the updrafts to play with, and he just dodges out on the shock dart. He doesn't quite get tagged up, but that should be information sent on over that he's playing down underneath heaven. Frey gonna fall to his counterpart. Here come the knives again. The resets are there. The jump, the leap to get away, but it's not enough to save Kev. And now a 1v3. Con Artist working against the clock. This is for the lead. This is for map and series point the way of SMC. And Con Artist just has nothing. SMC will give him nothing, as Scrounge will eventually bury him and they'll push the way to map and series point.
Dude, what is a second win from Scrounge, from Riku especially? These guys had a little bit of a, like, these still are performing well, especially Riku throughout the whole game, but we're talking about Aaron for Psycho's main career. Anytime there was like a big success moment, it was all Aaron's show. The rest of the people trying to come up, but Riku has just exploded in these past 2 rounds. Really stepped up and popped off so far, and Scrounge that round as well, getting opening frag, closing things out as well. And now this is match and series point for Psycho's Money Crew. After this half, it looks so in favor of Built by Gamers Academy. Their comeback was real, looking like they got their lead back for themselves, flawless on their rounds, and now Psycho's Money Crew, they figured it out just in time. It seems like they've got that second wind, breath of life surging through their lungs, and this could be the time that they could stamp out this series and go into the semifinals.
Yeah, it comes down to this. Overtime, or BBG Academy gets sent home. The jump peaks. Connor just going to spot one out towards mid. This ult, I was going to talk about it. We've got the knives online. We have the Hunter Shuri as well, and that's going to secure yet another kill. Psycho can't dance around it. Now Riku has to be the hero once more. He hits a couple of daggers, forced to back away with 50 HP, but it's SMC, a player down, as they scramble to figure out which site they need to hit.
Yes, anybody's guess at this point. It's a 2-2 defensive setup. So no matter where they go, it's going to be a 3-2, but which side do they choose? And whichever side they choose, will those 2 members of Built by Gamers Academy be able to successfully hold the line, get at least 1 or 2 frags away, and make this a winnable retake situation? Or can they just hold it entirely themselves? Frey doing the first frag.
And that was the damage from Kev that allowed that frag to happen, because it was a Spectre from downtown. It was a 50 HP Riku. Now Frey has to try and do it again. Also, site will be conceded. Turret falls. 13 seconds on the clock. The backstab. Connor just wanted to find it. Frey. BCJ just going to stick to plant. Frey trying to dance around the run and gun. Is that going to be enough? He's buying time for his team to rotate. He's finding
BCJ.
minor chip damage, but it's BCJ Aaron. And it's Aaron. If anybody could do it to clutch it out and find themselves in the semifinals to send BBG Academy packing, it would be these 2. But they're not done just yet. Plenty of time on the clock. Fireball and Blackheart now have a sight to push through, have a dark cover to push through, and the timing almost escapes Aaron. Did he see the barrel? Maybe he didn't. There's the backstab. BCJ needs to hang on. He needs to play the time. The shots through the wall. The ring around the Rosie. And there should be enough. We're headed to overtime. Nobody's going home just yet, Chad.
Blackheart and Fireball, the players that I've been seeing, like we saw that video at the start of the day of Zekin talking about VCS. I've seen Blackheart and Fireball and VCS back then as well. These small grassroots tournaments, they've been on the consistent rise. They got to Built by Gamers Academy in the recent months, and they have been stepping up more and more, looking so good as players, and they just now clutched up against 2 tried veterans of the scene. Give us an overtime for map 3 of quarterfinals against this heated matchup. Oh my God, Tanner, we knew this would be an exciting match. It was fairly dominant for both of the first 2 maps, one way and then the other, but this final map, man, it's the sense, it's the standard, it's what everybody is familiar with. This is the final map. This is what proves whichever team is the best in the moment, and of course, this is what brings us to an overtime situation.
And if they hung on to it coming into this one, a double op as well. Aaron has an op. Riku has an op. Couple of glass cannon members also means that the killjoy is a little less or a little weakened on the utility, but it's proving to not matter. 2 early kills for SMC. They only got 3 kills, or 3 rounds rather, in the second half, and that should seem to be enough.
Oh, Aaron's alone.
To get them back into the series. Yeah, Aaron has the operator, though. I don't think there's no way they're expecting an op on this side of the map. The next shot comes through the shrouded step, and again, Blackheart plays him like a fiddle. That's an up to fall. The BBG Academy, they still have pieces to pick up. They still have a puzzle to put together. The spike needs to be retrieved. The shrouded step out towards the A site. A player down is this SMC squad as the door gets taken down. Spike gets tossed on over. Blackheart to find the next. It's the ultimate online. The lockdown not quite available, but they just don't need it. Psycho stuck in the 1v2 as the from the shadows out towards main will go. No, it gets canceled. And the 32 health Omen needs to try and fight this one out. As Psycho holds the angle, he plays around the dice. The Sova spotted out. And it's the time. The time is the biggest thing right here for the Sova. Has to push forward. Blackheart ready for it. It's got the ace in the first round of overtime.
What an insane round for Blackheart coming off of getting a big clutch situation. It wasn't technically quote unquote clutch 2v2, but still clutched up all the same. And just now a 5K ace on the overtime. This player had, we talked about Riku having his second wind. Scrounge looking like maybe that was going to happen as well, but Blackheart doing exactly that. Massive second win at the very end of this map. When it matters the most, Blackheart steps up in the last 2 rounds, give themselves the match in series point for this quarterfinals.
Wow. What a better day to come to the close. Or better way to come to the close
of the day. I got you.
Yeah. A little twisted in it. We're a little twisted in it as both of the Jets will eventually fall. Carnartis, man, has been so good spraying through the smokes and just finding these kills. Also being cooked is Psycho with the Nano Swarm out towards lane. Frey gonna try and hold it down backside. Aaron will finally come out on top of that fight without letting Frey get anything. He's been so good in those situations. And the battle for market goes the way of BCJ. Now Blackheart, the man of the hour, the man of the first round of OT, needs to win it out in the 1v2. He's got the util to do it, but now he has to have the wherewithal. If he doesn't, we look to go again. As they'll slowly creep up onto the site. Tucked in the corner is Aaron. It's Aaron and BCJ to try and hold on. Aaron falls. BCJ may be unknown here in a situation like this. Blackheart gonna hop down inside the dark cover, gonna hop onto the spike, and BCJ might just need to stick, and just Blackheart does it, and BBG Academy sends Psycho's money crew packing.
Pros don't fake, Tanner, and Blackheart saying, I'm a pro, more boy. Step back. You don't think I'd hold this? What an insane performance from Blackheart in those last 3 rounds. Overtime rounds especially. Oh my word. I mean, the rest of the team doing stuff, but man, it was Blackheart's show. He's the one who really stepped up, closed things out with a pop-off performance at the very end. BBG Academy punching the ticket to go on to the semifinals.
To go on to the semifinals. I mean, after their showing earlier, a very close loss to TAMU Maroon, I wasn't too sure what type of BBG Academy we would be seeing. And I'm happy this is the one that we saw. They send Psycho's money crew home in the quarterfinals. And at the very least, I'm pretty sure now that they're in the top 4 in the semifinals, they've got themselves in the money. And now we get to see Scum Gang made their way on through. We Live Here, by the way, made their way on through. So it does mean Dog Boys, was that the squad that you were looking for from Group D? Unfortunately, they make an early exit. But that We Live Here, by the way, that's still a team that has a lot of promise, right? Ojai, Frisco, E-Shots. I don't know. And that is the matchup that's lined up for BBG Academy. So if they're going to make their way to the grand finals, it's not going to be an easy road, but what a day we had as a whole, Chad. And what a cherry on top, man. I said give us 10 maps. They did that and then some.
Yeah, I'd say easily the most hype map of the day was a final one. So we definitely were blessed in that.
I love Ascent.
Yeah, now I do, right? If we get games like that every time, I'm down to cast Ascent every time for sure. But yeah, we've had upsets on the day. We've had dominant performances. We've had insane comebacks on the day. We've had many very hype and exciting plays. And yeah, the best of 3 that finished the day, it was an overtime situation. And we got to see an incredible pop-off performance from Blackheart to just really stamp the closure of the day on the broadcast.
Yep, really stamped the closure of the broadcast there. Just puts the seal of approval on it, the BBG Academy seal of approval. Unfortunately, their team, we saw ups and downs. We saw them kind of work through trials and tribulations and eventually find their way into the semifinals, which means they make their way on to day 2, which is awesome because we get to see you guys there for day 2. We get to see BBG Academy there for day 2. If you guys are wondering what the schedule is looking like, it's a couple of semifinals followed by the grand final. So the rest of the quarterfinals will be played out today at the LAN Center. Then tomorrow we'll be right back here, same place, same time, to jump on into the semis. But before we do Scram Chat, I want to give you any last maybe final thoughts or maybe some predictions going into tomorrow. We still have some of this bracket that has to play out in the quarters. Who do we maybe see in the semis?
Semis, quick prediction work. Suddenly, I'm going to say We Live Here, by the way. We'll go against Built by Gamers Academy for working at this.
Thank you, production.
Yeah, shout out to production. I got to give a lot of props to them for sure. My boy Ferme running it down, holding it down.
Yeah.
I'd say We Live Here, by the way, wins against BAP, even though BAP with Mother and Dad. That's a strong chemistry for sure. So maybe there could be an upset there. I'm not going to lie. Texas A&M Maroon looked amazing at Built by Gamers Academy. They're the ones that made the big upset match today, and they looked fantastic, especially players like Noble really popped off there. I think they would take that win there. And Fluid Gaming, I think, would take the win over Scum Game. Go into semis. I'm not going to predict beyond that because that's spoilers, and we'll look into that tomorrow when we cover the matches.
Yeah, spoilers because we already have the script. We know how it plays out. So I mean, these predictions, it's like quarterfinals. But once we get to the the money predictions and the points predictions, and we can't give you all of that information. But I'm in agreement. I think those same exact teams make their way on through. TAMU Maroon, we live here by the way, and Fluid Gaming. We should see them tomorrow in the semifinals. But I'm going to be excited to check later back tonight to see what that bracket is looking like and see how it shakes out, so we can get ready for that. And unfortunately, day one, it does come to a close. We want to give another huge thanks to everybody that puts us on here at Nerd Street. Obviously, the entire production crew for making this work, but our sponsors, most importantly, we got Mavix and Mike and Ike, the ones that we are always reminding you about, guys, because it is so incredibly important to take your candy game to the next level and to experience Mavix gaming chairs. So please do consider it as a whole, just as the players at LAN. If you want to play like them, you got to sit like them, you got to work like that. Hey, stop asking about sense and mouse pad and keyboard. Start asking about chairs, because they're Mavix, obviously. They're Mavix. But with that, unfortunately, it does things for day one. But plenty of action tomorrow. A couple of semifinals followed by the grand finals to see who will be crowned king of Georgetown. At same place, same time. So on behalf of myself, the production crew here, my partner here in Chad Lantis, I want to thank you guys for being awesome in the chat. And we'll catch you guys tomorrow.